Chapter 1, Rebirth of Naruto World. It's very far away from the Earth and is completely in a world in a different time and space. A unique little life accompanied by a thunder and lightning landed in a forest. It is too scary to say that this baby came with the thunder and fell from a high altitude. There was no trace of scars on the ground. Half an hour later, the eyes of this baby who had been in acute sleep state suddenly opened. These eyes were different from other babies. There was no innocence and ignorance in the eyes. Instead, they turned gurglingly, flashing very complicated. It's so strange that such smart eyes would appear in the eyes of a baby. In fact, this baby is not a baby in the true sense. He is a soul from the earth. His name is Lu Hao. He was originally an orphan. Later, he was adopted by an old man. Then the two of them depended on each other. It can be said that he is a 2-4K pure dick. Like many people on Earth, he likes the three major migrant manga, One Piece, Hokage, and Death. At that time, he would also watch relatively niche anime such as Inuyasha, Wolf Soul, etc. It can be said that he is an expert in this field. More than 10 years have passed. Death and Hokage have finally come to an end. Like the characters in the comics, he is also a big adult, but his life seems to be unsatisfactory recently. He has been repeatedly frustrated at work and was almost fired by the company's boss a few days ago. A few days ago, the old man told him utterly, "Boy, your good luck will come soon." Hey, unexpectedly, on his way home, a crackle of lightning knocked him out. "Old man, you seem to be right, but what the is this becoming a baby?" Lu Hao laughed bitterly. It was so frightening that such a weird smile appeared on him as a baby, but fortunately no one saw it. Boom! Just when he didn't know what to do, the earth shook when the 6 gods had no master, and a beast-like deafening roar suddenly sounded, making Lu Hao, who was depressed, immediately attracted by the roar, and his goal was a huge and incomparable roar. A fox with a 9-headed tail and a real flame burning all over it. Seeing this fox, Lu Hao couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and couldn't help but think of the 9-tailed demon fox in the world of Naruto animation, which was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Could it be? Suddenly, he had the urge to go crazy. I have crossed. I have crossed into this world of Naruto, where life is as cheap as a dog and full of crisis. He looked at Zhang Yahu's 9-headed and swaying 9-tail, and his heart was already very confused. It was not very far from 9-tail, but he was very worried about whether his small body would be affected. Not good. Lu Hao yelled suddenly, but it turned into a baby's cry, because in his line of sight he saw 9-tails suddenly knocking on the ground. With 9-tails as the center, 9 cracks began to appear on the ground. What made Lu Hao depressed and angry was that one of the cracks seemed to have eyes to see him, a weak baby, extending towards him at an astonishing speed. Forget it, maybe it's not bad to die like this. I'm just an ordinary person, and now I have become a baby. I want blood to survive, even if I regain my body in this world when I was 18 years old. It seems to be nothing more than ants, and maybe it's a good thing to hang up now. Therefore, Lu Hao, who was already unable to resist and struggle, stared wide, with sorrow, relief, and unwillingness to look at the rift that came to him in a flash, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. It's weird kid who is so smart. Such small eyes look like an adult, with emotions, sorrows, and joy. Wait, what's his clothes? A beautiful girl with light blue hair and light blue eyes didn't know when she stood behind Lu Hao's invisible. She was surprised when she saw Lu Hao's complicated gaze, as if out of curiosity. She intends to save the child. If Lu Hao turns his head at this moment, he will be surprised to find that this person is not a figure in the world of Naruto, but Bauma in Dragon Ball. Although Bauma, who has been in this world for 2 years, has been accustomed to seeing the harshness of life and death, and is no longer as innocent, lively, and youthful as before, and has become very sensible, but after seeing the scene that made herself very curious, Being in curiosity may also be because you don't want such a peculiar little life to be abandoned and die soon after it was born. She decided to take action to save the child, but when she was about to take action, she saw the baby's clothes that were completely different from the baby's size. Her eyes suddenly changed, and her decision to save her was firmer. I saw the beautiful girl took out a box from her arms. After opening it, there were rows of things like capsules marked with numbers. The beautiful girl took out one at random and threw it to the ground. Bo! With a soft sound, the smoke dissipated, and a robot appeared. The beautiful girl immediately went in and immediately manipulated the robot's arm. It was said that it was too late. The moment when the robot's arm caught Lu Hao was on the ground just now. A crack has appeared. Not only that, if Lu Hao was one step late, not only would Lu Hao fall, but also would be shattered by the impact of 9 tails knocking on the ground with 9 cracks. If you don't die in a catastrophe, there must be a blessing. Lu Hao realized that he was weak. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to be saved. When he turned his head to see who would save him, his eyes widened suddenly, his eyes were full of surprise, and he didn't believe it. In the end, it turned into excitement, joy, gratitude, and excitement. Sure enough, I am very smart, I am excited, happy, and grateful to look at me, but even if you are acquainted, it is not in vain for this lady to take such a big risk to save you. The beautiful girl murmured a little bit narcissistically. She put away the robot after she hugged Lu Hao in front of her. The beautiful girl knew that her peculiar tools would definitely attract prying eyes when others saw her, and she would be absolutely life-threatening at that time. It's so pitiful. You were abandoned first, and then you almost died. But are you from the same place as me, as I thought? After the beautiful girl put away the robot, she hugged Lu Hao in front of her and said, looking at this pair of smart eyes that are not like babies. Haha, God is so kind to me. It seems that the old man is right. I really transferred. Although I came to this very dangerous world of Naruto, it brought me my favorite Bulma in Dragon Ball. I thought it was just similar in appearance. Unexpectedly, she is really Boomer, no wonder, who else can have these machines and the universal capsule besides Boomer of Dragon Ball? She should be about 16 years old, maybe she just debuted in Dragon Ball world, came to the world of Naruto? Just like me, I have passed through? Is it because of the time and space effects that my butterfly incited to make her come too? Forget it, although it is dangerous, I have a feeling that I have been unlucky for so long, and luck is coming. Chapter 2, Adopted. Is the clothes on you yours? Oh, I'm so stupid. No matter how clever this child is, he is just a child not long after birth. How could he understand me? Boomer took it and draped it on Lu Hao, who originally belonged to the casual clothes that Lu Hao wore when he was on Earth, and said to Lu Hao, but as soon as she said that, she patted her head and cursed herself for being an idiot, which was too smug. Up. Yet. It just made Boomer happy. What was excited was that Lu Hao nodded after listening to her question. The appearance of a little adult was definitely not unintentionally shown, it was obvious that he understood what he said. Haha, great! I thought that Bulma was helping my dad get the new universal capsule for object transformation, and when it was integrated into the compression, I came to this very strange world. I can only be destined to be lonely for a lifetime, this nasty world. What kind of ninja? What kind of thing? It's so greedy to kill people indiscriminately. It's so annoying. I didn't expect you to come here as a kid, and you are so smart. Although it's a little worse than my Miss Boomer, it's not bad. I decided. From today on, I will adopt you, Boomer, although I don't know if you really come from the same place as me, but let's very fate, with you with me, I feel that my depressed and going crazy heart has been relieved. Booma, who seemed to be very quiet, suddenly said a lot of words, making Lu Hao dumbfounded. However, following Booma's words, Lu Hao had understood, and he couldn't help but feel pity for the same sickness. Bauma came to this world at the age of 16, and it has been 2 years. In the past 2 years, she has been accustomed to various scenes, encountered various things, and some people coveted her beauty. On the way here, someone robbed herself and wanted to kill herself. Fortunately, she had a panacea. At the critical moment, he took out a hot weapon and shot all the little thieves who dared to attack her, making the scene of the first murder hesitate, and the frightened Bauma finally got used to it. Yet, although Lu Hao could not speak yet, he liked Bauma and had the same experience. He tried his best to comfort Bauma. Even though he turned into Yiya, his eyes were turned by the clever Bauma. Understand? Are you comforting me? Haha, you are really smart, let's go. That big fox has been taken care of by the 4th generation of Hokage from the Konoha village. I opened a hot spring shop in Konoha village. It's more than enough to feed you. Boomer hugged Lu Hao, and walked towards the village of Konoha while talking. Looking at Bauma's youthful and beautiful face, she revealed that she was mature compared to when she was at least 20 in Dragon Ball world, but now it has been so many years in advance. Lu Hao already knows that Bauma is mature. Compared with the rampant, adventurous, and a little impulsive Bauma who has just begun the Dragon Ball plot, Bauma, who has experienced 2 years of life in the Naruto world, has become mature and intellectual. In Lu Hao's opinion, Bauma's 4 hobbies: cake, invention, shopping, handsome guy. The 4th generation of Naruto seems to be a handsome guy. Although he saw that when he watched Dragon Ball, he saw that Bauma, who just appeared on the stage, liked to see handsome guys. He just simply appreciates the handsome guys, just like men like to see beautiful beauties, but it is undeniable now. Boomer is really mature. Because when it comes to the 4 generations of top handsome guys like Naruto, there is no change in her eyes. Obviously, she just debuted in the Dragon Ball world when she was 15 or 16 years old. The youth, innocence has disappeared. She was one of the hobbies of the peaceful era when she was in Dragon Ball. Look at the handsome guy also disappeared. It's no wonder that Bauma has matured many years in advance after experiencing a life like a dog in Naruto world, and there are only 2 kinds of people in Bauma's worldview, good and bad, as well as handsome or ugly. There is no difference. So I should be the same age as 12 Xiaoqiang. Kuabai should have just been sealed, and Konoha has also ushered in the weakest period in history. What Konoha Sunin, what Konoha 8 colors, and what 4 generations. Naruto has died, and Konoha has also decayed from today. No, although I have been adopted by Bauma now, with Bauma's universal capsule weapons and Bauma's magical talent for invention, my life will not be in danger, but these are foreign objects after all. If someone assassinates me, I don't know what's going on at all, and I'm dead before I take up the weapon. I can only become stronger for myself and for the Bauma I love. Lu Hao thought of looking at Bauma in front of him, the face he had dreamed of, but now it appeared in front of him alive. His heart also changed. Although he did not experience the metamorphosis after killing people with blood and fire like Bauma, it is obvious that Lu Hao has put aside his knowledge of life on the earth, etc., for his own sake, for Bauma to integrate into the world at an astonishing speed. Accept the cruelty of this world. Strange, why did I think something has happened to this kid just now? Yes, it's a bit like the first time I encountered danger and shot the gangster with a gun. Although it's not as obvious as I was back then, it did start. It's really strange, but it's nothing. Even coming into this strange world can happen, and there is nothing strange that can't happen. Bauma glanced at Lu Hao, who was already asleep in her arms. The baby's spirit and brain were relatively weak, and it was impossible to think about things for a long time. Even if Lu Hao passed through with the soul, he admitted, his mental power was far beyond ordinary people. But he couldn't keep up with his physical fitness and brain, so he fell asleep like a baby after thinking about it for a while, so he didn't notice when he returned to Bauma's home in Konoha. Chapter 3, Bauma is not afraid of anything. Time passed, and 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Hao and Bauma have lived in Konoha for 3 years. At the same time, because of Bauma, Lu Hao successfully obtained a residence permit, similar to household registration, from Konoha village. Probably because of the arrival of Kyuubi. After the first Battle of Nine Tails, many orphans appeared. In addition, some villagers also brought some orphans or babies from time to time when they went out. Many of them would become excellent ninjas after being trained in the ninja school. Therefore, Konoha treated Lu the existence of Hao is very welcome, so it is very simple to receive, without any hindrance. It's been 3 years, and I've lived in this world for 3 years. At my age, those Konoha families should have trained 3-year-old children, began to extract chakras, practice chakras, and build foundations, but I don't know what to do. Do I have to wait until I am 6 to enroll before I start learning to refine chakras? If that's the case, I'm not a genius and I will fall behind even more. Cultivation from an early age is very important. It can be said that if you don't cultivate well when you are a child, you will not go far in the ninja career. This is why there are so many geniuses in the big family. In addition to the innate talents, there is also acquired training. Where do ordinary villagers have this human and material resources to train their own children? Xiao Hao, what are you doing here with a sigh? Today is your birthday. A child sighs and grows old quickly. Lu Hao, who was dependent on each other, was a sister, a friend, and a mother, and Buma came over with a big cake. Speaking of which, although Buma had no foundation in Konoha village, he was not a family, and there was only one person, but she relies on her powerful talent for invention. In addition to opening hot spring shops, they also opened bars. Many ninjas live a life of dancing on the tip of a knife, so they usually pay attention to enjoyment. The hot spring shops opened by Buma and the purified purity are very high in this world. The wine she can brew is obviously loved by everyone in Konoha village. But after Bauma himself invented some wine-making robots in the basement of his home, he was simply throwing his hands away. The hot springs and bars are all for people to watch. Since both places are Konoha's most important pastimes and enjoyment places, so no one dares to make trouble here. If something goes wrong, Buma will close the hot spring shop. Fortunately, Konoha has other hot spring shops. Although the hot spring shop is not as comfortable as the one where Buma runs, but it can barely be eaten, but that is the only wine available here in Buma. If it is not brewing, it will make those ninjas who like to drink unbearable. Therefore, some people with ulterior motives, such as opening hot spring shops, buying wine, etc., have put away the little thoughts in their minds, and dare not mess around, nor do they dare to find people to make trouble in Buma's shop. Therefore, although Bauma's funds are not comparable to those of the big families, it is definitely comparable to some small families. Of course, it is just pure funds. It is only in terms of money. Those secret arts and the like are completely incomparable. Resources in the ninja, Bauma, and the like have no difference from ordinary villagers. Therefore, Lu Hao has tasted all the delicacies of the mountains and seas under the permission of the funds and the love of Buma over the years. In addition, with his request and the help of Buma since childhood, he has carried out the most scientific and efficient exercise arranged by Buma. Therefore, Lu, although Hao was only 3 years old, his physical fitness was no worse than that of 6 or 7 years old. Bauma, you don't know how dangerous it is. I don't want to entrust you and my life to these useless ninjas. It's the best thing to control yourself, but you don't know our family. A lot of money, but the books on ninjas are 0. The children of those big families have already begun to refine chakras, and I am worried that they will not be able to compete with them when they enter school at the age of 6. Lu Hao sighed and told Bauma his thoughts. The 3-year life of each other has left Bauma and Lu Hao no secrets. They will tell each other everything, and Bauma also knows that although Lu Hao is also from the earth, but it is not the earth of oneself, and when it comes, it is the same as oneself, through the body. It's just that he has changed from an adult to a baby. Bauma, who knows all this, not only did not treat Lu Hao as an adult, but even more spoiled Lu Hao. It was entirely when he was a child to take care of him. Obviously she knew Lu Hoqian. The miserable life of an orphan in the first life made Bauma want Lu Hao to make up for it here. Therefore, Buma, who is now 21 years old, completely regards herself as Lu Hao's mother, and treats Lu Hao as her own child to care for and love. For this reason, Lu Hao seems to be very upset at being treated as a child. But his heart was warm. "Call mother, it turns out that you have a headache. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Didn't you know that your mother I am almighty? Here you are." Bauma was completely like a loving mother at this time, except for gentleness and affection. There was no original world that caused Monkey King, Klin, and others to suffer from the brutality and savagery. This is Chakra's refining scroll. Lu Hao saw the brand new scroll in his hand and opened it. The graceful and dignified font was obviously newly written. Lu Hao, who is very familiar with these fonts, knew it was Bauma. Written. I looked at Bauma in surprise after browsing the contents. "Are you surprised? I said that there is something that I can't solve. Tell my mother, your mother, I am absolutely omnipotent, and I will help you solve everything." Bauma seems to be very satisfied with Lu Hao's surprised expression. The smile on the corner of her mouth is more beautiful. The mature charm is vividly expressed. The 21-year-old Bauma's body has completely developed successfully. The proud and plump has made countless women self-conscious. Ashamed of the breast. Although it is not as good as Naruto's first altitude, first wave tyrant, and Senjutsu Tsunade, who is known as a cow chariot, he is already at the level of rich milk. At least it is larger than Yurihong and Vortex Kushina. Hao knew only under Tsunade and Terumi Mei and the third daughter of Samui from Yunnan village. Coupled with the slender waist that swings with the wind, the plump, rounded fat buttocks with beautiful curves, and the exquisite face, the combination is simply an extremely glamorous beauty. You must have a figure, a cheek with a cheek, and a temperament. The connotation must have connotation. Following Bauma's explanation, Lu Hao also understood, what kind of ninja are there in Bauma's bar. Even the third generation of Hokage occasionally went there to drink. Bauma asked an employee to make a conversation, and it was no difficulty to get the chakra extraction method that anyone who entered the ninja school could know. After all, it's not a secret to learn as long as the day of enrollment, so Konoha's management of the secret techniques refined by chakra is not strict. It's just that ordinary villagers are afraid of ninjas and dare not ask. Even if they ask now, those ninjas may not answer, but it is different when it falls into Bauma's hands. These small problems are definitely solved. There really is Buma, I'm not afraid of anything, any problem can be solved immediately. After understanding, Lu Hao couldn't help sighing. Chapter 4, The Most Efficient Practice Method? Is that satisfied? Today is your birthday, is there nothing you want? Bauma chuckled lightly and said to Lu Hao, who was already 1 meter tall. It seems to be gone, Bauma, you are not a ninja. It is very good to get this, and I am already satisfied. Chakra, but all ninjutsu, tricks and even the power of blood inheritance are the source of activation. There is not enough chakra supports all the powerful abilities that cannot be used. Therefore, although this chakra extraction method is simple, it can be obtained by himself after 3 years, but for Lu Hao now, if he obtains it 3 years in advance, he can stand on the same starting line with the disciples of those big families such as Uchiha Sasuke and his like. Some of the methods that I learned about chakra cultivation when I watched anime before will only surpass the children of those big families in a short time, and will definitely not lag behind. As for the future, I won't know. He is not Naruto Uzumaki. There is a 9-tailed demon fox who doesn't need to worry about chakra at all. He is just an ordinary person, let alone something so far away as the blood succession boundary. Although he was a man of 2 lives, he also found that his mental power seemed to be stronger than ordinary people, but unlike those geniuses, who knew whether he could be so strong, so Lu Hao could only make up for his weaknesses with diligence. Although I am not a ninja, it does not mean that I can't help you. Although I have never practiced in this chakra, I can let you practice in the most efficient state, which means that two people can practice. The time is the same, but with my help, the chakra you can extract is definitely twice that of others. Buma pursed her mouth and looked at Lu Hao deliberately. Sure enough, after listening to her own words, Lu Hao looked at herself with beaming eyes, which made Buma feel a sense of accomplishment. After all, parents can show off in front of their children and let their children admire it, but it is a very happy thing. Although the two are not related by blood, Lu Hao has never called Buma a mother, but in Buma's heart, Lu Hao has been completely treated. Treat it as your own child. Help me quickly. It's no wonder that Lu Hao is so excited or even lost. This is a great thing. If you try to refine it by yourself, no one will guide the efficiency and it will definitely go a lot of wrong ways, although I don't know what Bauma can do. But out of trust in Bauma and her endless high-tech products, Lu Hao doesn't think Bauma will lie to herself, because Bauma never brags in front of her. As long as she speaks it out, she will definitely do it. Come with me, there are a lot of ninjas watching here. Bauma whispered in Lu Hao's ear, making Lu Hao extremely surprised. Only after seeing Naruto did I know that the entire ninja village has dark parts under surveillance. Although he and others are just ordinary people, unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who are the focus of attention, there are definitely people patrolling nearby in secret. Lu Hao is not an idiot. He certainly knows the truth that Piff is not guilty. Although the technological products owned by Boomer are not very destructive technological weapons, Boomer is not good at developing weapons, but they are manufactured by Boomer. The thermal weapons owned by him are still very abnormal for people in this world. Especially for those below the upper ninja, imagine how terrifying it is for a lower or middle ninja with Bauma's powerful thermal weapons, machine guns, and rocket launchers to deal with the enemy. If you let the people of Konoha know that Bauma has these things, the dirty Konoha executives would definitely ask Bauma to make weapons for them at all costs, so Lu Hao was very clever to keep up. After returning to the house, Lu Hao was surprised to find that there were actually two people sitting in Bauma's room. To be precise, they were two robots. These two robots looked exactly the same as Bauma and Lu Hao in terms of size and foreign trade. The life exploration instrument I invented has detected endless. There are many people invisible to our naked eyes hiding on the side, monitoring the entire Konoha village. This is a robot I made. It has no effect, but in the eyes of those Konoha ninjas, it is no different from a normal person. Although they won't sneak in, it's better to be prepared for safety. With these two robots, even if someone sneaks in and sees us sitting here, they won't notice anything abnormal. Bauma's words made Lu Hao admire very much. She is indeed a very smart Bauma. She has long been integrated into this world and knows how to live in this world to be more secure. Such an arrangement can be described as foolproof. While talking, Buma took out a button from her arms and pressed it lightly. Buma's big bed immediately opened, and a passage leading to the underground appeared. The two walked in one after the other, and then Buma was in with a light press. Everything returned to its original state, and there were two robots outside Buma and Lu Hao that looked the same, so it was completely possible to hide from the sky. Soon the two came to the basement, looking at things that Lu Hao didn't know at all, but they were very similar to the research room where Lu Hao saw Dragon Ball World's Boomer family when he was watching Dragon Ball anime. Although I didn't bring many high-tech products and tools when I came here, these are not difficult for this lady. I brought 2 boxes of universal capsules with everything I need. It took me more than a year to finally set up my laboratory. As long as someone comes in, I will know wherever I am. At the same time, as long as I press this button, the laboratory will explode immediately. No one can know what's inside. Everything, come and sit up, then lie down, close your eyes and don't think about anything, it will be done soon. Bauma pointed to the chair-like thing in the middle. Lu Hao was not worried at all, nor did he feel that he would become a white mouse. In his mind, if Balma was not credible, no one in this world could believe it. Balma was very satisfied with Lu Hao's performance. If she did not absolutely believe in herself, she would never be so. Therefore, Balma was very happy to feel that she did not hurt this kid in vain. If this kid dared to treat him as an experiment, Balma would definitely don't mind beating him hard. Don't forget that Balma in Dragon Ball is terrifying, no matter who it is. Even the most powerful Monkey King in the future can only fall with a punch in front of Balma after going crazy. Half an hour later, Balma and Lu Hao walked out of the laboratory. The two robots were also put away by Balma. Lu Hao looked the same as when he entered, but if you pay attention, you will find Lu Hao. There is a gem-like thing stuck in the palm of his hand. Chapter 5, Boomer Chakra Refining Method. This thing is a biological computer specially developed by Boomer based on Lu Hao's body. Don't think about how amazing it is. This is just the most common biological computer at the most basic level. The effect is only to allow Lu Hao to clearly see all the pictures and changes in his body, that is, the legendary internal vision, watching all the changes and conditions in his body to refine the chakra, and then control the cultivation according to the actual situation. Absolutely, it is the best practice method. Well, I will give you another surprise when I am 7 years old. By that time, it will definitely not be comparable to this little introspective biological computer. You will definitely be surprised. Now you can perform the Balma Chakra extraction method. Buma deliberately said it mysteriously, and then stepped on Lianbu not knowing where she was going. Buma style chakra extraction method, this name is really... Lu Hao's eyes twitched. Unexpectedly, Buma had such a painful side. Lu Hao absolutely admired her talent in inventing. The 5 bodies cast the ground, but Lu Hao couldn't flatter her for her aptitude in naming. However, Lu Hao is still very much looking forward to the surprise that Balma said when she was 6 years old, because Balma seldom shows such a side. Since she said that, she is definitely surprised. Something about the ninja, so he started to sit on the grass in the garden with anticipation and excitement and closed his eyes to refine the chakra according to the method recorded on the scroll. Lu Hao thought about it, and found that as he said to Balma, it was very strange. The pictures were transmitted to his mind through the microbiological computer in his palm. Every part of his body seemed transparent, Lu Hao didn't even need to look at it. Pictures of every place appeared in his mind, from the internal organs to the cells, he could see clearly. Refining. Lu Hao pressed his excitement and tried to calm his heart. Running the seal of chakras extraction was to no avail at first, but Lu Hao, who could clearly see all the changes in his body, quickly grasped it. I stayed at the main gate, and found the most efficient and fastest way to refine, and soon the very faint light was slowly extracted from the cells throughout his body. At the same time, Lu Hao was surprised to find that when these faint rays of light appeared, he felt that his spirit seemed to be weakening at a slow speed. After a while, Lu Hao calmed down and understood what was going on. The extracted light is only a part of the chakra. At the moment when the physical energy is extracted, the mental energy that cannot be seen by one's own biological computer, the physical energy and the mental energy begin to combine together to form a very weak blue chakra. After the appearance of this chakra, weak chakras began to appear in every part of the body, and then as the chakras flowed through the body meridians, under Lu Hao's slow seal, in the body meridians after wandering again, he returned to his lower abdomen as if he was settled down completely in the lower abdomen. Followed by the continuous extraction of physical energy and spiritual energy combined to form a chakra, the chakras of the meridians of the body will flow to the lower abdomen like a flame. It is better to blend into the flame composed of this small chakra. Let yourself have more and more chakras. After 3 hours, Lu Hao's refinement finally stopped. It's not that he didn't want to continue, but that his mental power had been consumed too much and he couldn't continue, so he could only eat a meal with his tired body and spirit. After the lunch that Balma had prepared for herself early in the morning, she immediately fell asleep on the bed. What Lu Hao didn't realize was that after he slept, his body began to digest the food that he had just eaten, so that the body energy that had been consumed was replenished, and Lu Hao had already fallen asleep and consumed it. The great mental power also began to slowly recover. When Lu Hao woke up, he was surprised to find that he was as light as a swallow, and his whole body seemed to have taken a large tonic, which was uncomfortable. He knew that this was the first time he had extracted chakras, and he had no mistakes with the help of a biological computer, did not take any detours, and maximized the efficiency and the fastest extraction of chakras, which greatly improved his physical fitness. Not only in this way, Lu Hao found an unprecedented spirit in his brain. Sure enough, it's just like running and exercising when you were on Earth. I can't move when I'm tired. After eating, drinking, and sleeping, my body's quality has improved compared to before exercise. It's just that exercising on Earth is not so obvious. Persevere. Only afterwards did the effect change. After extracting chakras in Naruto world, their physical fitness has been improved, and after they have absorbed enough food to recover the energy of the excessive consumption of nutrients, they will become better when the two overlap. The same mental power is obviously stronger after recovering from a heavy sleep than before the chakra was refined. Haha, great! Although my talents may be far behind those super geniuses, I have Balma's help, coupled with my diligence, the first time I gain so much. As long as I continue every time the efficiency of refining I get chakras more than others. After a long time, I will definitely be ahead of others. Hey, Balma, I really love you. It seems that the old man is right. After 18 years old, I really transferred, and first I sent the goddess of my dreams. This goddess is not as helpful to me as the vase, is she really pleased? Lu Hao couldn't help laughing anymore at the thought of this place. Fortunately, it was the afternoon and Konoha was still very lively, so Lu Hao's laughter was covered up, otherwise people would definitely think Lu Hao was insane. It seems that this child has tasted the sweetness. Let me just say it. The things invented by this young lady's talent are absolutely incomparable. Xiao Hao, wait for it. When you are 7 years old, the gift you get will definitely let you even more surprised. Although I am not a ninja, but from the information collected from bars and warmth, I know something like blood succession boundary. I know you have been worrying that you don't have this thing. Wait, it won't take long for me not only to let you with the blood succession boundary, I want you to have the blood succession boundary that no one expected. My Balma child is definitely the best. Balma, who was thinking about something in the side hall, heard Lu Hao's happy laugh, and her mood seemed to become very good, but she thought to herself. Chapter 6, Ninja School. Since the first chakra extraction and so many benefits, Lu Hao has been more diligent in practicing. In addition to the scientific physical exercises arranged for him by Buma every day, he is refining the chakra. Every time he arrives, he can't extract it. Only after stopping, the diligent practice made Buma on one side feel very distressed. But Balma knew Lu Hao's thoughts, and knew that in order to live well in Naruto world, he had to work harder and sweat more than others, so Balma didn't stop it, no matter how distressed he was, she just kept thinking about countless things in her heart. In this way, what kind of things should be invented to make Lu Hao's practice more convenient, easier, and more efficient? After Lu Hao was 4 years old, he practiced physical exercises and refined chakras every day. In addition to the practice of Jian, the flexibility of the body's bones was the best when he was a child, so he was 4 years old after Buma's verification. It is the best age to start practicing Jian. Therefore, Lu Hao started his daily practice at the age of 4 and added one more item to his original foundation, which is to practice basic knot printing. At any time, no matter how the composition is formed, he can easily complete the 12 knot printings. Buma specifically invented 2 items for Lu Hao. One is a glove. It will be more difficult if Lu Hao bring it to Jian, but it can exercise more to make the fingers more flexible and get the exercise effect. Even better, the second one is the nutrient solution developed by Buma specifically for Lu Hao without any side effects. Drinking it once a day will not only get sufficient nutrition without having to eat at all, but it can also enhance the flexibility of the body and make the body healthier. With Lu Hao's targeted exercises, the effect will be even greater. It can be said that although Lu Hao is not in a big family, with Bauma's help and his perseverance and hard work, what he gets has far exceeded those of the same age or even a few years older than him in the big family. When Lu Hao was 5 years old, he finally began to exercise his control over chakra, so he had 2 more activities, namely treading water and climbing trees. It's just that Lu Hao doesn't want people to know why he has so much advanced knowledge. Therefore, treading water is practiced by putting water on the bathtub in the bathroom. In order to be more like a flowing river, Bauma made one on the bathtub. A device that allows the water on the bathtub to flow continuously. Although the bathtub is not too big or small, it does not look much different from the flowing river on the outside. At least it plays the same role. As for climbing a tree, it becomes a smoother climbing wall, but Bauma feels distressed that Lu Hao may fall and hurt the body. So I put a super water cushion under the smooth wall specially built to climb the wall. It won't hurt no matter how you fall. This wall is very smooth because it was specially made by Bauma. Just practice spiritism with Naruto Uzumaki when he was pushed down the cliff by Jiraiya. It was washed by water for many years. It was very smooth. To use chakra to stick to the steep wall, chakra's control is more advanced than that of climbing and treading water. But now this wall is uneven and very smooth, and the difficulty is only above that steep wall. Over time, 3 years have passed under Lu Hao's study of Buma's painstaking practice. It was rare for Lu Hao to take a rest and relax for a day with Buma to play in Mue village. I have to say that the scenery of Mue village is absolutely top-notch. At least none of the 5 ninja villages has a better environment than Konoha, no wonder they all want to invade Konoha so much. Because today is Lu Hao's 6th birthday, and it's also the day when Lu Hao enters the ninja school. Konoha village stipulates that the ninja school must be 6 years old to enter. Of course, this is an arrangement in a peaceful period, but not in a war period. Such a good hospitality. The weapon you asked me to make for you will be completed in a few days. I really don't know what your head is. Although that cold weapon looks simple, its lethality is too great. I really don't know how you did it. I figured it out. Looking at Bauma's distinctive dress, Lu Hao, who is completely modern casual clothing from the earth, said that this suit was made by Bauma himself. In the words of the 2 of them, we are different. It's great. Those things are really unpleasant. Although they can be used for darts and close combat, they are far worse than the cold weapons I want. With a smile on the corner of Lu Hao's mouth, and years of exhausting exercise, Lu Hao, although only 6 years old, looks no different from a 10-year-old child, although his appearance is still the same as when he was on Earth. Nonsense, his body has not changed, it's just zooming out and crossing it. However, after years of exercise, Lu Hao's body has no trace of fat. The streamlined muscles are full of explosive power and speed beauty. Even Bauma is very satisfied with it. It is just a work of art. Such a perfect body is her and Lu Hao. The 2 worked together to create. She made a lot of high-tech products and nutrient solutions, the most scientific exercise method, while Lu Hao worked diligently and persevered in boring exercises and practice. Even though Lu Hao went out, his appearance was only average. But the whole body exudes a healthy breath, and the perfect figure, and the self-confidence of the corner of the mouth that is different from that of the earth, and the calm smile is very lethal to many of Konoha's precocious girls. Let's go, you'll be late if you don't go, and tell me all the things you learned when you come back. I will help you sort out the useful knowledge and remove all the useless knowledge. I won't talk about it, lest you say I'm long-winded. Bauma carefully reminded him, but Lu Hao was not impatient at all. His feelings for Bauma were very complicated, but it was undeniable that it was very deep. Without Bauma, he would never have everything he has now. Ma worked hard for him. Lu Hao nodded, did not say anything. Just looked at Bauma with a look containing multiple emotions and turned and walked towards the ninja school. This kid. Bauma clearly understood Lu Hao's complicated gaze, but she didn't say anything. She just laughed and cursed in her heart, but Lu Hao didn't notice that Bauma was looking at him with the same eyes as his back. Just like when I saw Bauma, it was very complicated. However, Lu Hao from Konoha village walked many times and found the ninja school in a familiar way. However, at this time, there were many people in the ninja school, and even many familiar faces appeared, such as Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang and Yulu. Card Ilk. Lu Hao's appearance immediately surprised many adults and children, looking at him with shocked eyes. There is no way, everyone is 6 years old, but although Lu Hao's height is not the tallest, he is definitely the best in shape, and it is vaguely revealed. The streamlined muscles that came really made many precocious girls look sideways. Chapter 7, 12 Xiaoqiang. Wow, who is he? How come there is only one person like that monster, Naruto Uzumaki? But his figure is so good. Many children exclaimed. Is it really a civilian? Such a small man can polish his body into such a perfect state. This kid has a high talent. Some knowledgeable people, such as Uchiha Fudake with Uchiha Sasuke in the Uchiha family, Hyaganezu, etc., are knowledgeable people. Of course, their eyes are not comparable to those of the little ghosts. They can see Lu Hao at a glance. The body is definitely the most perfect and most suitable for fighting, and the explosive power contained is absolutely amazing. It seems that someone needs to be transferred to him. Such a kid can actually exercise such a body without anyone's guidance. It's amazing. The students in this class are really talented. Even the 3 generations of Hokage who were hiding on the side were slightly surprised when they saw Lu Hao. If Lu Hao came from a big family with huge resources and so many people under the guidance of such a body, he would not be surprised at all. But obviously he knows that Lu Hao is just a member of an ordinary family, and he found that Lu Hao's physical fitness is, even if it is a student of the same year or a few years older than him, even if it is from a large family such as Uchiha Sasuke, he is good at physical fitness. Shuri Xiang Ningkai couldn't compare it. Even the most hard-working Xiao Li can't compare to Lu Hao now. Although Xiao Li's practice is almost abnormal, he is so young and he is groping on his own. Now there is no Tai Shuekai to guide him. How could it be possible to compete with him? Compared with Lu Hao. You must know that Lu Hao's body was created by Bauma's high-tech help, Lu Hao's exercises and chakra practice. How could it be comparable to Xiao Li who does not have chakra now? I thought that Sasuke was definitely the first place. Now it seems that this kid who didn't know where he came from will be the first to take the lead. Damn, his current body is actually better than the Ataki of the past. No, you should find someone to pay attention to him secretly. If he demonstrates his proud talents in the ninja school, he must be drawn to him as a foreign member of the Uchiha family. If the drawing is not successful, you can only blame your life. Sure enough, Uchiha Tommy Take, who was born in a dirty family, was corrupted by power, but it is undeniable that his decision is the best, because it is not a single person who decides like him. Hyaganezu and other clan heads of these families, they have the same idea. Of course, the premise is that Lu Hao has shown proud strength in the ninja school. If he is only physically strong in the future, they will not look at it at all. Lu Hao can only be regarded as a very high-achieving existence. There are many talented, civilian-born students who enter the ninja school every year and receive the same entertainment as Lu Hao, so there is nothing to be surprised. Not to mention those patriarchs who are pregnant with ghosts, but that the 3 generations of Hokage have stood on a high platform like the leaders of the earth and began to talk about a lot of things, and he stopped when everyone was about to be impatient. Just looking at the 3 generations of Hokage's unfinished expressions, you know that he hasn't had enough addiction. The kid is really impatient now. If the people present know that the ideas of the 3 generations of Naruto will definitely be attacked at this time, they will even ignore the difference in strength between the 2 sides, because the 3 generations of Naruto have been talking for more than 3 hours. Still called impatient? The next step is to classify. Lu Hao is relieved that he and Naruto Uzumaki are in the same class. It is not that he wants to be close, but that he knows that there is competition to be motivated. If you are in the other ones in the Dragon Set class, even if I have the first use of every time, there is no pressure to compete, but the motivation will not help me in the slightest. Hello kids, I will be your teacher Ilika from today. I will be your teacher for the next 6 years until you graduate. Of course, I am not the only one of your teachers. Introduce yourself. I like it the most. I don't know if it's the reason why the upper beam is not correct and the lower beam is crooked. The 3 generations of Hokage like long talks. As his teacher Irika, the same is true. Lu Hao, who was originally excited about learning, was directly thundered. In the end, he was also rare. Pay attention to Ilika. Like Shikamaru not far away, he slept directly on the table. He even ignored the little apple, Hinata, who was sitting next to him. But it was precisely because he fell asleep that Hinata, who was very shy, was also in his heart. He was relieved. Although Irika did not surpass the 3 generations of Hokage for a full 60 minutes, he actually talked nonsense for a full hour. It is no wonder that Naruto, Shikamaru, and others, as his students, like to skip classes so much. It is too much nonsense. Fortunately, at the beginning of the next class, he finally stopped talking nonsense. After talking about the composition of chakra and what chakra was, he finally began to explain the secret method of chakra extraction that many children from civilian families wanted very much, but he didn't have any interest, because he had mastered it early in the morning. But no matter what, so many people present were refining chakras. Under the boring feeling, I still don't waste time to practice. The better Lu Hao is also refining chakras. It's just that although chakra extraction is the most basic, not everyone can complete it. Many people have not succeeded in a morning. Therefore, these students can only drop out of school with a frustrated expression. Yes, students who can't extract chakra can do it. Being dropped out of school directly is the most basic requirement for becoming a ninja. One morning passed. In addition to people from big families like Lu Hao and Hyuga Hinata, who had chakras early in the morning, and the perverted Naruto Uzumaki, who only practiced for a whole morning, and under the influence of Kyuubi, he has already possessed Nin. In addition to 1/3 of the chakras, others have successively extracted chakras. Although the amount is small, it is enough. Very well, you are all students who can extract chakras in the morning. You are a big step away from becoming a ninja. Now that you have chakras, I will start to explain ninjutsu and illusion. Physical skills. Obviously the afternoon class is all theoretical knowledge, but for Lu Hao, it is the most important basic knowledge. If you don't even understand this, you will be a fart, so even if Lu Hao hates class, he should listen carefully and explain at the same time. The biological computer recording function can write down all what Irika said, so that you can review the past and learn the new after you return. This is the details. Lu Hao paid attention to the details that others did not pay attention to. Chapter 8, Can I Have the Blood Limit? Boom! A melodious bell rang, and it was heard by everyone in the ninja school, and the teacher who was in class also announced the end of the get out of class. Lu Hao has been studying in the ninja school for a year. All the basic knowledge of ninjutsu, physique, illusion and so on, he and Bauma worked hard to classify the useful ones, and discard all the useless, which can be said to be very basic. Solidly, tomorrow is the entrance exam. Students who cannot pass will either drop out or restudy. There is no third choice. Okay, get out of class is over now, but everyone in the children's shoes remember that tomorrow is an upgrade test, you will test the basic 3 Shenzhen technique and throwing shuriken or 2 of nothing. Get ready, especially your Naruto, yours the clone technique has not been successful so far. If it is to test the clone technique, then I can only wish you good luck. In fact, Ilika knew what to test early in the morning, but he was deliberately frightening Naruto Uzumaki. Cut, Mr. Irika, don't underestimate people. Naruto Uzumaki is going to be a man of Naruto. How can my little clone technique stump me? Naruto Uzumaki stood up very imposingly and said, but Lu Hao noticed that Naruto Uzumaki's feet were trembling. Obviously he was also afraid to test the clone technique. In order to control him, Konoha did not teach him how to control the investigation. Carrot, plus his chakra does not need to practice at all, is increasing day by day. Compared to other people, it is simply extremely difficult to control, and there is no method of cultivation control, and no cultivation. Controlling by instinct alone, if it is not for the extremely high talent of Uzumaki Naruto himself, it is impossible to control such a huge chakra. If you become Hokage, it's really sad. Lu Hao shook his head a little speechlessly. After a year of hard work, sitting next to Lu Hao, Hinata, who had been familiar with him for a year, laughed out loudly. But when he saw Lu Hao looking at him, his face flushed with shame, and he lowered his head directly. Now she doesn't like Uzumaki Naruto, but her character is inherently very introverted and easy to be shy. Just now she laughed and knew it was not good. Being stared at by Lu Hao like this, she really wanted to find a hole to get in. It's still so easy to be shy. Lu Hao's mouth twitched. After his hard work, there are some gadgets that he got from Bauma, which is full for Hinata, who was very simple and is still very young now. Attractive, and she was not happy at all at home. If it weren't for her being very introverted, she wouldn't be able to bear it, but she was also very unhappy. The toys Lu Hao brought her to make her happy from time to time. Although she sometimes made herself very ashamed, she still felt that she was in school. I was very happy for a while, but I couldn't give it to myself at home. After returning home, Lu Hao obviously found that Bauma's expression was different from usual, because Bauma's face was very serious at this time, even with a hint of unwillingness and disappointment. What's wrong with Bauma? Lu Hao asked very strangely. Nothing. Didn't I promise to give you a surprise when you were 7? I thought it would be successful, but now it seems that I am a little naive. If it is so easy to integrate, the ninja in this world would have been completed. Bauma sighed disappointedly. It was obvious that one of her inventions failed. For Bauma, who has never encountered setbacks in invention, this failure is of course a bit difficult for her to accept, but at the same time it feels normal. After all, if it is too easy to get, no one can crack it for so many years. I'm here to ask you, do you really want to get the limit of blood succession? Bauma looked at Lu Hao's eyes and said in an unprecedented serious tone. Of course, no matter what the blood succession boundary is, it has its magical effect. With the blood succession boundary used properly, you can leapfrog the challenge. Lu Hao thought of the soft fist with white eyes, the perversion of riding round eyes, and the horror of reincarnation eyes. Said almost without thinking. Then what blood do you want most? Bauma asked immediately after Lu Hao answered. Lu Hao hesitated now, feeling that telling him that the answer he waited for a while might affect his life, so he thought about it for a while, and thought of the blood that he is most familiar with. He wrote round eyes, white eyes, and reincarnation. Eyes, boiling escape. After a long while, Lu Hao let out a sigh of relief, as if he had made some major decision, and said, if you want me to choose, then it should be written in the wheel. In fact, what Lu Hao wants most is the reincarnation eye or Mu Dun, but he knows that it is too far away, and the writing round eye can also be said to be one of the most powerful blood succession boundaries besides those 2 blood succession boundaries. And I am familiar with it. He vaguely guessed what the surprise Bauma wanted to give him was. Although he himself felt that his conjecture was absurd, it might or might not be possible for Bauma, who mastered high technology and was very capable of invention. With this hope, Lu Hao looked at Bauma expectantly. Fortunately, if you want something else, I might let you down. Fortunately, you chose the blood succession boundary in Konoha village. If you choose other blood succession boundaries, I don't know, I really don't know what to do. Bauma could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard this, but her words made Lu Hao face ecstasy. Although he vaguely guessed, when he heard it with his own ears, he still couldn't help being shocked. Bauma could let him do you own a writing wheel? Wouldn't it be the same as Kakashi's digging your own eyes, right? If this is the case, he would rather not, although it is not bad, but the side effects are too great, and cannot fight for a long time. If he has a huge chakra like Uzumaki Naruto, he can support it, but obviously he does not. Where did you think of it? Will I do something as low-level as digging my eyes? Bauma said when he saw Lu Hao's appearance and didn't know what he was thinking. Actually, I was already thinking about it when I knew you were going to be stronger. I was thinking about how to make you have all the blood inheritance limits a long time ago. Bauma said in a shocking language that Lu Hao almost didn't get fainted. It was crazy. It's good to get a blood inheritance limit, but Bauma actually said to get everything? But it's no wonder that if Bauma didn't have such a seemingly crazy idea, there would be no way to research and invent it. Come with me. Bauma took Lu Hao to the basement, but this time the difference was that Bauma took out a button again after entering the basement. After pressing it once, a door appeared on the basement wall again. Lu Hao. After I walked in, I saw everything in front of me, and my eyes widened. No, that's all right. 05292015 p.m. Chapter 9, Get the Writing Wheel I. What did Lu Hao see? He saw that there were a lot of objects that resembled space capsules with songs in front of them, but they were transparent, and there were many people in them, but those people looked bloodless and didn't have any anger. They were obviously dead for many years. These are the bodies that I secretly sent out some invisible robots to get back at night, some from the Hyuga clan, and some from the Uchiha clan. Of course, because these two clans have the most people, I also got the most corpses back. I have been thinking that there must be some reason for them to have the blood inheritance limit. Maybe the ancestors of those who have the blood inheritance boundary were just ordinary people at the beginning, and then it must be some adventure that allowed the ancestors of these people to obtain the blood inheritance boundary, and finally passed on through the inheritance of their ancestors. Can get it, so why can't others get it? This is where the value of my research lies. At the same time, I am also thinking if I can obtain the blood successor limits for ordinary people, then can I get multiple blood successor limits at the same time, so I have conducted 6 years of research. Boomer's eyes were shining, and the tone was a little deep. Bauma, who is already 25 years old, is as charming as a ripe peach, but she looks a bit like a female scientist at this time. She is a female scientist in her own right. So I invented a robot that can escape the ground, stealing the bodies of those who had just died not long after the bloodline boundary without a sound, and I conducted research and used various instruments to explore. Although blood is a little different, I can see that it is not pure blood that will give them blood inheritance limits. So I have been puzzled. After knowing you and saying that you saw an anime with me in your world, the anime called Dragon Ball, I heard you say that the invention Zillow has a variety of powerful warriors. After the genetic artificial man, I understood that it is a gene. That is to say, as long as the gene of an ordinary person is changed to the same state as that of a person with blood inheritance boundary, after a period of the world, the body, brain, etc., all organs have adapted to the new genetic transformation. Does it also mean ordinary people can also have such a blood succession boundary? Bauma said that she was proud of her face here. After all, she was the only one in Naruto who had cracked the secret of the blood succession boundary and mastered the technology that allows ordinary people to have the blood succession boundary. Otherwise, she would not bring Lu Hao down. Which kind of Bauma is worthy of pride? It's a pity that the time is too short. I only have time to study the results of successfully allowing a person to have blood inheritance limits, but I don't have enough time to study how to make a person have multiple blood inheritance limits, so that these genes are perfectly blended together and will not conflict with each other. Thus the body exploded. That's why I just asked you what blood succession boundary you want. Although any of the bodies here are dead, their genes are still there. I have preserved them so that their bodies will not rot, but this is just Konoha. The blood following the limit. As for the other blood inheritance boundaries, only you can take the part or blood of the owner of the blood inheritance boundary you want. The best thing is to bring him back. Then I researched a method that can make multiple blood inheritance boundaries coexist. After the fusion, so fortunately you chose to write round eyes, if it is the boundary of other blood inheritance, then I may break your trust. Bauma's words of rejoicing moved Lu Hao's heart, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist, but Lu Hao turned around and prevented Boomer from seeing it. It's a pity that Boomer had noticed it a long time ago. Worried about being disappointed. In order to make so many things without breaking his trust, in fact, even if he couldn't get the blood inheritance boundary, and there is no surprise for himself, he is very happy, because everything he can be said to be given by Bauma. What am I going to do? Lu Hao wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, but his voice was still a little choked. Extract their genes, with me, a genius inventor, using superb technology to integrate into your body, and then for a period of safety without a trace of danger. After excessive changes, you will be able to have their blood inheritance boundary. A conservative estimate of this paragraph: it should take a year and a half for the change. Bauma said it was easy, but I don't know why Lu Hao had a bad premonition. Sure enough, it was soon fulfilled. I saw Bauma came to the console and cracked it up, and then flew out 3 palm-sized machines that looked like bugs and came in front of the 3 space capsules. The space capsules opened with a click. The 3 insects actually opened the eyes of the 3 bodies in front of them, and suddenly something similar to a straw protruded from below these insects and plunged into the eyes of the 3 Uchiha tribesmen. Isn't it? That's all right. Lu Hao stared at the changes in these 3 bodies. Not long after, the eyes pierced by the straws melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if turned into liquid and then absorbed. After finishing one eye, choose the second one. Soon after being recovered by Bauma, Bauma pressed a button again. These capsules containing the Uchiha people who had lost their eyes turned into a gopher-like mechanical animal, and then turned into the ground. It seemed that he had transported his body back. Although it only requires blood to obtain the Shaolunyan gene, it may be more effective if they directly extract the eyes that they have opened the Shaolunyan. According to you, the Shaolunyan can evolve into a kaleidoscope, and everyone's kaleidoscope has its own unique abilities except Amaterasu and Susanoo. That is to say, the abilities obtained after the evolution before and after each person's writing wheel evolved into a kaleidoscope are the same, but after arriving at the kaleidoscope, the evolutionary field began to be different. The writing wheel eyes of the 3 of them were all opened to the 3 Go-Jade. Although genes are all genes for writing round eyes, the abilities that they have after evolving into a kaleidoscope are all different. I have chosen these 3 types after my thousands of choices, and in my opinion they are the best 3 writing rounds among so many people. The eyes are fused together. Fortunately, they are the same genes. Otherwise, I really won't be able to merge successfully, and it's even impossible to integrate into your body. Boomer breathed a sigh of relief after the manipulation. After all, she was in control. You must concentrate and not make any mistakes. You must know that there are many Uchiha people who have died, but there is no body that has not rotted not long after they died. How much? Of course it can't be wasted. Especially the genes for writing round eyes used by these 3 bodies are among the best 3 in Bauma's eyes, so there should be no mistakes. Chapter 10, Unlucky Naruto Uzumaki. Is this really okay? Lu Hao looked at the 3 insect-like machines in front of him with a numb scalp, and said a little worried. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with me. It's just that you have to give something first if you want to get something. I can guarantee that you 100% can have the best pair of riders. It depends on how far you can play. You are on your own, but I can't guarantee whether you can survive it, so you'd better prepare mentally. Bulletin Ma said. What do you mean? Lu Hao looked at Bauma in confusion, obviously not knowing what she meant. The process of integrating these genes into your body is very painful. I can't guarantee that you will not be able to bear a direct mental breakdown. I don't have any medicine here that can help you. After all, I can integrate these genes into you. Your body allows you to have a riding wheel. I is the ultimate I can reach so far, and the genes are too mysterious. There is no free lunch in the world. Obtaining powerful strength certainly requires a price, and this price is a painful process of integration. You decide for yourself. Buma handed over the decision to Lu Hao. Don't think about it, come on. Of course, Lu Hao knew that there is no free lunch in the world, so he never thought that he could get it without paying. On the contrary, if people in this world know that they can have such a pair as long as they survive the painful torture, I believe that everyone is willing to try the words of a perfect round of eyes. Of course Lu Hao also understands this truth, so he agreed without thinking about it. You didn't disappoint me. It seems that the boring practice of these years has not been in vain. If you simply think that you depend on me to become very strong, and you don't need to pay, then you have made a big mistake and disappointed me. Although if you are like that, I will do my best to help you. Fortunately, you did not let me down. This pain may be a good thing for you. If you survive it, you will not only get the Shulanyan, but also make your will stronger. Strong. Although Bauma was not willing to face the pain of Lu Hao, Bauma, who has had so many experiences now, is obviously completely different from when she was just 16 when she played in Dragon Ball. She knows very well what a kind mother is. She doesn't want Lu Hao to be a loser, so no matter how uncomfortable she feels, she is unwilling and resists not showing it. Instead, she says indifferently like an outsider. In fact, Lu Hao also knows how much Bauma cared about herself at this time, otherwise she would not have done so many things for herself. I will definitely protect you. Lu Hao said what was in his heart for the first time. Buma heard these simple but full of determination, and could no longer remain calm, leaving 2 lines of tears. But there was a smile of relief on the corner of his mouth, obviously crying with joy. Bauma didn't say anything, motioned Lu Hao to sit on the chair, and then she pressed a button. The 3 insects suddenly flew in front of a new insect, and then 3 straws pierced in front of the new insect. Obviously, all the genes transformed from these 3 pairs of riding wheels into liquid and absorbed into this new bug, and the biggest role of this bug is to integrate the 3 genes into one, and then inject it into Lu inside Hao's body. Soon the fusion of genes has been completed. They all belong to the same gene, but the domain of evolution is different after evolving to a certain degree, but the origin is still the same, so the fusion is effortless. After the fusion, the bug flew in front of Lu Hao, stretched out a sharp straw and pierced into Lu Hao's body. Ah! A suffocating pain that was countless times stronger than when Lu Hao crashed into the cabinet and died before passing through it, spreading through his meridians everywhere, and finally came to the brain and let Lu Hao never again. Can't help but scream. It was already the next morning when Lu Hao and Bauma came out of the laboratory. I don't know if it was an illusion. After Lu Hao came out, he was more attractive than yesterday, and his confident smile became stronger. Perhaps someone's words are correct. You have as much self-confidence as you have the ability. Charisma stems from self-confidence and strength. Now that Lu Hao has strength and self-confidence, will there be no charisma? Is your body okay? Although Bauma already knew that Lu Hao was okay, she was 100% assured of her experiment, but she couldn't help but ask Lu Hao. Don't worry, Bauma, I'm fine, now it's you who protect me, and I will protect you from now on, and forever. Lu Hao said seriously, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Buma's cheek lightly, and immediately turned and left. Now Lu Hao is only 7 years old. Although he is much taller than the same year, he is just 12 years old than the original. He is about the same as Uchiha Sasuke, 1 meter and 5 meters, and it's normal to stand on tiptoe and kiss in front of Buma, who is 1.64 meter. This child. After Lu Hao left for a minute, Bauma recovered from the sluggishness, but she was not angry. Instead, she chuckled and went back to catch up. She hadn't slept last night. But I am very concerned about my appearance. Of course, I also know that women are very bad for my body all night, and it affects my beauty. Although she is a genius inventor who can solve any problem, she still can't help but go back to make up for it. At the same time, she gave an order to the invisible robot, but everyone except her and Lu Hao came directly into her room. Attack! Although the training ground of the ninja school is not crowded at this time, it is also very human. Because today is an upgrade test, it can also be said to be a screening test, but it is either reread or get out of the way. The content to be tested today is to project Kunao and Shuriken. Irika's words immediately made Uzumaki Naruto yelling with joy. My uncle's luck is so good, I knew I wouldn't be able to test the clone technique. It's just that Naruto Uzumaki regretted it after the excitement, because he only vowed yesterday that he would become a Hokage without fear of Avatar. Isn't it just slapsing him now? Sure enough, he glanced around and found that everyone was looking at him with contempt, making Uzumaki Naruto smile awkwardly. Naruto, shut up, but since you said you were lucky, then I think you should be very confident. You should be the first to take the exam. Irika was interrupted by someone to speak freely, and immediately cast his gaze over, and found that it was Naruto Uzumaki who interrupted his words, and the mischievous thoughts in his heart stopped, so he immediately arranged for Naruto Uzumaki's first exam. No. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly got a bitter face. He was really a tragic child. Although he was very happy without having to test the avatar, he was not very good in other aspects. Although Shuriken and Kunao are the easiest among so many kinds of things, and he can learn the best among so many things, of course, this is best compared to his clone art, but it is reluctant for others. Strong, it would be good to be qualified. Chapter 11, shocked the audience. Hurry up! Irika scowled and said in a very serious tone, which immediately dissipated Naruto Uzumaki's last fluke. Come here. What are you afraid of? Look at how great this uncle is. Naruto Uzumaki put on a very chic pose, thinking that he can fascinate his favorite Sakura, but now Sakura is in a dilemma. Place. The difference from the original book is that she does not like Sasuke now. It should be said that she is wondering about who to choose. She is vacillating between Sasuke and Lu Hao. The current Sakura is still very naive. The same is true for Ino next to her. Not like it at all, but attracted by the handsome of the opposite sex. Who to choose? Sasuke is very handsome, has a good family background, and is a genius, so cool, but Lu Hao is also very good, that figure is really good looking, and there is that confident but a little bad smile. A chest full of security. Oh, I don't know what to do. Neither Sakura and Ino beside him have made a choice yet, so the two did not fall out in the original book. Forget it, let's go with the flow. Sakura and Ino made the same decision at the same time as if they had a good heart. They also showed the innocence they should have when they were 7. In fact, the two girls are still very naive now. Even if the psychology is a bit precocious, it is still naive in many ways. Take the idea of the two of them just now, that they like the good-looking and the best ones, just like choosing toys. Where do children look for unsightly toys? Of course they want the best-looking and funniest toys, so they at this time, there is no difference between choosing this and the other and choosing toys. They all want the best, and they don't think about other aspects at all, nor do they feel the need to think about it. Whoosh whoosh! Bang bang bang! Naruto Uzumaki threw out 3 inner swords. One of the 3 did not know where it was flying. One was in the center of the circle. The last one stood on the edge of the circle just on the line, just 1 millimeter away. Out of bounds. Naruto Uzumaki passed the shuriken exam. Iruka glanced at the narcissistic Uzumaki Naruto there. This was obviously due to good luck, almost out of bounds, but Iruka was still very professional. After Uzumaki Naruto was qualified, luck was also part of his strength. Did you see it? Sakura? I'm good. Naruto Uzumaki, who passed the exam, thought he was great and rushed to Haruno Sakura to show off, but Haruno Sakura hadn't even said that Iruka had cleaned him up. Uchiha Sasuke won all 3 points, full marks. Teacher Iruka, it's too fake, how could this stinky guy get full marks? He must be cheating. Naruto Uzumaki completely ignored Sakura's contemptuous gaze and rushed directly to Iruka to argue and replied. His fist was Iruka. Haruno Sakura won 3 points, full marks. Hinata won all 3 points, full marks. You girl hits 3 points, full marks. Nara Shikamaru passed the exam. This guy was obviously deliberately hiding a clumsy score to get the same grade as Uzumaki Naruto. Soon people started taking exams one after another. 10 minutes is not enough, and the exam is almost there, only the last one is left. Lu Hao is here for you. Ilika came to the last one and immediately called. Here, let's see which one is better, he or Sasuke, but even if Lu Hao gets a perfect score, they are still evenly divided. Oh, I don't know which one to choose. I have to say that Haruno Sakura is actually a bit narcissistic and naive. She is choosing others, and she doesn't consider her choosing others at all. At the same time, the person chosen by him is actually choosing others, but it is normal for her to be like this at her age. Relative to children of the age of the earth, any child here is precocious. Lu Hao is speechless. Such an exam seems too trivial for him. If it is a real battle between 2 people, he will definitely be very happy, but throwing a shuriken is really boring, and he is very boring against the shuriken. Kiwashi really didn't have much interest. He had prepared weapons for himself a long time ago, and he still let Bauma carefully craft it for himself. But no matter what, he still had to take the test, so he didn't go to the place behind the yellow line where the test required to stand. Instead, he continued to stand motionless on an uncle that was far behind the yellow line, and threw it away. 3-handed sword. Bang bang bang. With 3 loud noises, what made the audience sluggish was that Lu Hao not only hit the red heart but also penetrated through the 3 wooden stakes. This is too abnormal. Naruto Uzumaki trembles a bit when he speaks. Originally, he wanted to say that Lu Hao was acting cool, but he encountered such an astonishing scene before he could speak, and his words changed immediately. Up! How come? I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. He is just an ordinary person. How could he do better than me? No, he did better than his brother at the time. Now Uchiha Itachi has not annihilated the Uchiha clan, so Sasuke Uchiha has a very good relationship with him, even beyond ordinary gratitude, full of love. Wow! It's amazing! Various exclamations were spit out from the students' mouths. Obviously, they had never expected such a scene. Hey, Lu Hao, excellent! In fact, there is another excellent grade above the full score, but for so many years, no one has ever obtained it except Konoha Bose and others until now, even in the past. Kakashi, who was more talented than Uchiha Itachi, couldn't get it, but now Lu Hao got it. Of course, it's a peaceful age. The requirements for exams and the time available are very loose. The requirements for students are not as high as those of Kakashi and Konoha Bashiro in the war years, because at that time Kaka was the same age as Lu Hao. Zidu was already on the battlefield, and he had to take a fart test. It doesn't seem to be of the same level at all. At this moment, Sakura and Ino took Lu Hao and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is really far behind Lu Hao. It should be said that it cannot be compared at all. The child's mentality is in this way: before you have identified a thing, if you encounter a better one than before, you will not hesitate to choose a better one. It's like choosing a toy, but after the identification, the 9 cows can't be pulled back, and I identified Sasuke with the original Sakura. He has always admired him since he was a child. From the beginning, it was just like choosing a toy. Being in the same class, feelings are increasing day by day. It is basically difficult to change if there is no accident, and now Harano Sakura and Ino are the same. They have already believed that Lu Hao is the best. After the relationship is cultivated, even if they encounter better ones, they will not change. But Ino was taught by her father because of Kong Xiao. You can see the disguise of Ino's original work. It seems that she likes Sasuke, but in fact, she really liked a toy when she was a child. Later, she didn't even think about Sasuke at all. Seeing Sasuke said that Sasuke's expression did not change at all. Chapter 12, Annihilation. Compared to Harano Sakura, who was born in a big family, Ino is more precocious and sensible. After spending her childhood life, she will wake up at a certain age and find that she used to like a beautiful toy, of course. It is based on the premise that she has not cultivated the feelings like the original book, otherwise it cannot be guaranteed. Next is Kyowa projection. Ilika quickly recovered, and quickly continued with the topic just now. After all, the test is still to be tested. Kyowa projection is no longer as simple as the shuriken just now. Around a person around 360 degrees, there are 5 points that require hits in different positions. Not one shot after another, but 5 shots in a row. Fortunately, it was not so strict during the war. At that time, the exam was passed all at once. The shots were nothing but 5 consecutive shots, but at the same time. Out of 5, the 2 are different, but the difficulty of projecting the Kunao test is much higher than that of the previous shuriken. Naruto Uzumaki, you come. Today, Naruto Uzumaki is taking special care of Naruto Uzumaki, but Naruto Uzumaki's face is even more bitter, but under Irika's threatening gaze, he can only walk in obediently. If you die, let's fight it. Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth, pulling out Kyowa and projecting it 5 times in a row without stopping at all. Boom 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 boom. Naruto Uzumaki is qualified. Ilika's eyes raised, this is too fake. 2 of the 5 hit the red heart, 2 of them just pierced the circle line as before, and the last one was of course out of bounds. This kid really good luck today. Haha, I knew, how could a small exam stump me to become Hokage? Naruto Uzumaki yelled in excitement as soon as he saw that he had passed the test, completely forgetting that his legs had been sent 10 seconds ago. Soft. With the beginning of Uzumaki Naruto, 12 Xiaoqiang and other students soon started the exam. After the screening of the shuriken exam, fewer students took the Kyowa exam, but at least there are more than 20 or almost 30. But after the exam, only 20 were left. As for Lu Hao and Ilika, who had not taken the last one, he had already ignored him. Now Ilika would rather believe that Uchiha, Hyuga, and other big family students can't pass the exam. I believe that Lu Hao's evildoer is not enough. This time I thickened the stakes. I don't believe that you can throw 5 kunao that are several times the weight of a shuriken in an instant, and all 5 stakes can penetrate. If it is 1 by 1, Lu Hao will penetrate the wooden stakes through. Irika absolutely believe, but he projected 5 in one breath. It can be said that he divides the strength into 5 and shoots 1 for each. There can be no rest in the middle. It is so simple. You have to know. Lu Hao and others are not even considered forbearance now. Of course, this is just because they don't know. Lu Hao is not just someone who knows about cultivators. Every night after the end of his training, he will come to the basement to fight against the robots that Bauma gave him, specializing in combat, although these robots do not. Murderous aura is not as good as a real life and death battle, but Lu Hao slowly accumulates a certain amount of combat experience in the constant battle, which is a great advantage. Lu Hao shook his head indifferently, walked in, took a casual glance, and immediately threw out 5 kunao. 5 consecutive knocks immediately sounded without any interruption. This is true and false. It's even more enchanting than that demon fox. Some students who have a big prejudice against Naruto Uzumaki and don't know the facts reflexively said. Unfortunately, these students didn't know that the original work was when Pen was fighting. Relying on the demon fox to rescue them, of course it is the original work, the reality here is not known. I actually broke through? How much power and subtle power control is needed? Ilika took a breath. It was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing for a student after so many years, and the far side was peeping. The third generation of Hokage clearly saw this scene. I have checked his family, but it is just an ordinary family. At most it is a little more money. It has a clean background. It cannot be an undercover agent in another ninja village. Moreover, he has lived in Konoha village since he was a baby, so it can be reused. No, this is a good seed. The rare thing is that the common people born have nothing to do with those big families. As long as he is loyal to Konoha, the old man must protect him. The 3 generations of Hokage thought of the methods of those big families, those who follow me prosper against me, and those of Danzang who are more insidious and directly control people, immediately arranged the power in their hands to secretly protect Lu Hao, and not to other people. Take the opportunity. Of course, the third generation is not a good old man. Seeing that he is not very good to Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Naruto of the 4th generation of heroes, for the benefit and balance of the village, you can see that he is not a good old man. If Lu Hao's performance in the ninja school next if he fails to reach the goal of the 3 generations of Hokage's ideals, then he will definitely revoke all protections for Lu Hao. This world is such a reality. It should be soon. I and 12 Xiaoqiang are the same age. They are both 7 years old. The Uchiha clan will be destroyed before today is over. It seems that I have to start the writing wheel quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous. At least one more guarantee at critical moments. When Lu Hao returned home, he found that Bauma was still asleep. Maybe it was because she was really tired for herself yesterday. The peaceful sleeping face made Lu Hao unbearable to wake her up. From reading the original work, we can know that the reason for eye-opening is mostly inner fluctuations, maybe hatred or anger, etc., or it's a long time to exercise. I only merged into my genes last night, and now my internal genes are changing. According to Bauma, it will take me at least half a year to open the writing wheel, so I will exercise even more crazily in the past half a year. Lu Hao had planned a series of plans in his heart, but he did not have such a good brother to use his whole life to open his eyes for his younger brother. Lu Hao could only rely on his own efforts to open his eyes. Now that life is so stable and too much emotional fluctuations will not appear, so you can only open your eyes through long-term exercise, and at the same time, more diligent exercise should promote the speed of physical change. After making a decision, Lu Hao continued to live his boring but very fulfilling life. Half a year passed quietly. After getting up overnight, Lu Hao obviously found that the atmosphere in the village had changed, and there was a sense of murder. After returning to school, I saw that Sasuke Uchiha was absent. Lu Hao already knew what was going on. Uchiha's clan was annihilated. Although he knew that sooner or later, he would find out, but he didn't think about changing it. First, he didn't catch a cold or interest in Sasuke. Second, he didn't have the strength. It would be better to keep a low profile. It's a pity that Lu Hao completely forgot about his previous experience. The performance has been very high profile. Chapter 13, Science Opens Eyes. Have you heard that Konoha's first clan, Uchiha and clan, all died yesterday? Cut, you only know it now. I knew it a long time ago. I heard that it was made by that cool Sasuke's brother. It's amazing. He deserve it, only Suzuki is still alive now, so he dare not look down on us like he did before. There was a lot of discussion in the classroom for a while. Hinata, do you know what's going on? Although Lu Hao knew what was going on, he still had to show enough surprise, otherwise it would be too abrupt. I know, I heard from my father that it seems that Uchiha Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi killed the whole family, leaving only Uchiha Suzuki alone. Hinata yelled, then watched. When Lu Hao stared at him, his pretty face blushed, and he hesitated for a while before speaking slowly. Hehe, I can't see such obvious loopholes. Even if Uchiha Itachi has opened the kaleidoscope, how many times can the kaleidoscope be used in a day? Although the Uchiha clan is not as powerful as before, it's a ninja that exceeds the upper ninja level. There are also a few less than the shadow level. Even if Uchiha Itachi could kill them all, how could he kill them all silently and without disturbing anyone with his strength? Forget it, it's my anyway. Lu Hao pretended to have a sudden realization, and then he didn't care about it. Anyway, life is still going to be passed. After school, Lu Hao returned home as usual, but Bauma caught him in the basement as soon as he sat down on his front foot. Why Bauma? Lu Hao looked at Bauma in a puzzled manner. He knew that the fusion of blood succession boundaries studied by Bauma had not yet come to fruition, so why did he suddenly bring himself down? Idiot, of course it is to help you check your body and see if your body and genes have been transformed. After the transformation is successful, I will help you open your eyes. Bauma knocked Lu Hao's head angrily. Really? Can you open my eyes? Lu Hao looked at Bauma in surprise. One Guyu is still possible, one Guyu is the easiest to turn on. If you are not wrong, it is to produce fluctuations in your heart, maybe it is hatred or anger and so on. So as long as you have extreme emotional fluctuations, it is enough. As for Guyu from the beginning, there is no way to pass this method. You can only realize it in the battle, and Guyu is the easiest way to use this method to open it. While talking, Bauma checked Lu Hao's body. After half an hour, Bauma's detailed physical examination of Lu Hao ended, and she couldn't help but sighed slightly. It seems that you have worked harder than before in the past 6 months. Otherwise, your body will not be able to successfully integrate the genes of Shaolunyan so quickly, and it will be more perfect than I thought. Bauma said happily, after all, the stronger Lu Hao is, the happier she will be. Lu Hao did not speak, but just smirked on the table, so that he can definitely open the writing wheel. As for the kaleidoscope, those of the eternal kaleidoscope are too far away at present, let's talk about it when the 3-go jade writing wheel is opened. As for the blindness of the kaleidoscope, he doesn't have to worry about things at all. In addition to the idea that the boat arrived at the bridge, he believed that Bauma would have a solution, because he had already told Bauma everything he knew about Shaolunyan. Xiao Hao, what is the most profound thing in your life? It is that once you think of it, you won't become an emotionally fluctuating, is there any? Bauma asked a little worried. Bauma's method was very simple. It was to use electronic instruments to directly hypnotize Lu Hao without a trace of resistance or defense, so that Lu Hao recalled the most profound things in his life, and at the same time, it made Lu Hao's mind reproduce these pictures. Although not as exaggerated and true as the illusion created by Uedu, but directly recalling the most profound things, Lu Hao's whole mind is only those things without other unnecessary thoughts, as if the whole person has gone back to the past and was in that matter. This can open his eyes to a large extent, of course, only if Lu Hao has such a thing that allows him to produce violent inner fluctuations in order to succeed. It didn't exist before, but it should be there once I die. It's the scene at the time of death. People are afraid of death. I am the best. I am afraid of death. If I experience it again, I think I will definitely have a lot of inner fluctuations. Lu Hao recalled the process of his death. Although he passed out in a coma and the pain has been reduced to a minimum, the feeling of helplessness, darkness, loneliness, and fear still enveloped his body and mind. Very good. Bauma nodded in satisfaction, and the crackling button clicked immediately, and something that looked like a headset came to Lu Hao's temples from left to right. Relax your whole body without resisting. Once you start, you can resist. As long as you can break free from the fear of facing death brought by hypnosis, then you have a great opportunity to start a Guyu writing round. There is only one chance to live. If you fail the first time, there will be resistance in your heart. Even if you face this kind of thing again, you won't be of any help. If you fail, I won't be able to help you anymore. I can only rely on you in the future. Bauma said softly. Come on. Lu Hao relaxed. Bauma took a look, and made sure that Lu Hao had relaxed and did not resist, and then gently pressed the red button in front of him. The silent electric wave immediately stimulated Lu Hao's brain, and Lu Hao slowly closed his eyes when he was relaxed. He found that there were countless images in his mind, which were completely different from what he usually recalled. The scenes that appeared in my mind seemed to be watching a movie, as if I was immersed in it and watched as a bystander, and as if I had gone back to the past and proceeded again as an insider. Haha, it's 12 o'clock, it's time to go out for supper. 12 o'clock has passed, and Lu Hao in the picture in his mind begins to repeat everything from the beginning, but Lu Hao himself no longer seems to be an outsider. Look, his whole person seems to go back to the past and merge into the memory. Once again, he experienced it personally, and he knew his fate. He died immediately. He didn't want to die, he wanted to struggle, he wanted to resist, but he couldn't do it, as if there was an invisible big hand manipulating all this, because it's a memory. Lu Hao is just deeply immersed in his own memories and can't extricate himself. Snapped. Lu Hao's eyes widened. He knew he was going to die. Although he knew it would be like this early in the morning, he was already absorbed in the memories of the past, regardless of each other, as if the patient knew in advance when he would die, but there is no other way but to wait for the arrival of death in fear and helplessness. 0529201554:15 p.m. Chapter 14, The Challenge of Uchiha Sasuke. Lu Hao found that he had lost control of his body, and could only watch the cabinet in front of him infinitely magnify. Although this period of time was extremely short, it seemed to Lu Hao that it was as long as decades have passed. Sure enough, it's better not to know if a person is going to die. At least he doesn't know what he will die, and there will be so many fears. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Lu Hao cried madly in his heart, and outside Lu Hao's body was also frantically struggling, as if he was really facing death. His closed eyes suddenly widened, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. His eyes were full of horror, unwillingness, fear, and his heart fluctuated greatly. At the same time, the chakra in Lu Hao's body was operating, and the chakra in Lu Hao's body rushed into Lu Hao's eyes frantically without his control. I don't want to die. I finally met my favorite Bauma and lived with her. I promised to protect her. I don't want to die. Lu Hao suddenly yelled, but his sudden words made the corner of Bauma's eyes slightly moist, and his heart seemed as sweet as eating honey. Bauma did not expect Lu Hao to have such a deep obsession with himself, facing death. When I thought of myself, it was myself. Lu Hao yelled, and the whole person struggled out of the memory and returned to reality. A pair of black eye pupils flooded in with chakra crazily, just at the moment when Lu Hao woke up. Turned into a scarlet that makes people palpitating. Different from being used by Itachi Uchiha when he was 7 years old, only one eye opened the single Guyu at the end, and Sasuke still had no change in the other eye. At this time, both eyes of Lu Hao turned scarlet, a black dot appeared in the center of each pupil, and then a Guyu appeared in each of both eyes around the black dot. The first time I opened it, I used a Guyu to write round eyes, and both eyes were opened. Compared with Sasuke's 1-month reading, only one eye was opened for a single Guyu. Although it is not as good as the evildoer with soil, Both eyes are double hook jade when he opens it for the first time, but Lu Hao feels that he is very powerful when he thinks of the price paid by bringing soil to open the Shulanyan. Bringing the soil with self-blame and the pain that Kakashi became so painful, and then facing death, under the fear of death, the double hook jade was turned on before death. It is no wonder that such a big excitement. It's better not to pay so much to get the double hook jade. It's almost the same as when you had money and no life on earth. Even if you give you a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes, it's useless, because your life is gone, and it's useless in a powerful writing wheel. Hey, he. Lu Hao panted heavily, and it took about 10 minutes to calm down. Congratulations, you succeeded. Balma walked up to Lu Hao, holding a handkerchief very carefully and gently wiping the cold sweat on Lu Hao's face. Really? Lu Hao heard the words, and the residual fear in his heart was suppressed by excitement. He immediately took a look in the mirror and found that his eyes had changed, and both eyes had opened the eyes of a hook. Hey, it seems that I am not bad. I got the Shulanyan gene when I was 7 years old. I opened a hook jade Shulanyan at the age of 7.5, and opened Shulanyan for half a year. Which one can compare to me? Lu Hao laughed there like a neurotic person. Fortunately, the basement has a very strong soundproofing ability, otherwise it would really attract prying eyes. Okay, I think you are very tired, let's go, take a bath and rest. Yes, take this thing. Balma pushed Lu Hao out and took out a pair of things similar to contact lenses. Bring it to Lu Hao. What is this? Lu Hao asked loudly while taking a shower after returning to the room. This is the contact lens I invented. If you bring it with you, even if you turn on the writing wheel during the battle, your eyes will remain unchanged if others look at you. Before your strength is not strong enough, you can completely cover it so that people don't notice that you have the Shulanyan, and this will allow you to make full use of the Shulanyan to fight in the battle without being spotted by me. It's all for giving you use it to hide from the sky. Balma is not the girl from when the Dragon Ball plot just came out. She is very mature now. She knows how to protect Lu Hao and how to make Lu Hao's life more chic. At least Lu Hao's better not to take the invisibility before the opening of the 3-go jade. Glasses. Thank you. After Lu Hao came out, he put his eyes on. Outsiders looked no change at all. They couldn't see the existence of the glasses. He took a look at the mirror, and the eyes of the writing wheel were indeed covered. The outsiders looked like their own eyes. There was no change at all, and this contact lens was clearly designed by Boomer. It can be worn for a long time and has no effect on the eyes. It will not fall during battle. It is the same as if it is not worn. It is very comfortable. Do you still need to thank me? Balma pretended to be unhappy, and Lu Hao quickly said that he would never want it in the future. Balma put away his unhappy expression, but Balma was very happy in her heart. Especially when I remembered that Lu Hao was still thinking of himself when he was experiencing death. 99% of what a person said when he was about to die in the face of death was the truest portrayal in that person's heart. It is also the biggest obsession. Squeak. The next day, Lu Hao, who was sleeping, was awakened by the squeaking bird. Put on a suit and immediately walked to school after eating the breakfast that Balma had prepared for him. Today's class is different from normal times. It is on the training ground. Basically, the class on the training ground is either an exam or a battle. Yes, the teacher arranges a battle between students, in addition to letting teachers like Irika know that their students have arrived. What goes beyond that is to enhance the combat experience of both sides. Today is a battle class. You can fight in pairs. You can do whatever you can. There will be nothing wrong with me. Irika said very confidently, but what he said was a veteran Zongren, facing a group of people. It would be shameful for him if he couldn't stop the fight against the little devil who was not a ninja at a critical moment. Haha, isn't Zianin? It's a pity. After opening the writing wheel yesterday, my chakras have increased a lot. Now it has exceeded the amount of chakras owned by Xianan. Even if it is not as good as Zhongnan, it has reached the level of elite Xianan. To the point. Lu Hao found a place to sit down. He thought he would be the last one to come to him as before, but it was a pity that some people didn't want him to be so casual. Teacher Irika, I am not interested in other people. Let me fight Lu Hao. Sasuke Uchiha walked out and his eyes were extremely cold. Obviously, after experiencing the extermination, he is now very desperate for power, but in front of him there is Lu Hao standing in front of him. In his opinion, if even Lu Hao can't defeat him, how can he get revenge from Uchiha Itachi? He wants to defeat one. Compared with a stronger opponent, has more powerful power. 05292015 PM. Chapter 15, Battle. This Irika is a little bit big. After Uchiha's clan extermination, only the last 3 generations of Hokage are left. But let himself take good care of him, and Uchiha Sasuke's current mood is obviously unstable, he doesn't know what to do. Lu Hao, Sasuke Uchiha, I am challenging you, dare you accept it? Sasuke Uchiha walked up to Lu Hao defiantly regardless of Irika. Do you really like being abused so much? Lu Hao lay on the grass, without even looking at Uchiha Sasuke. What are you talking about? Sasuke Uchiha's face sank, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that you don't understand, so I'll say something you can understand. Do you like being defeated so much? Lu Hao said leisurely, not paying attention to Uchiha Sasuke at all. Humph, you are too arrogant. Don't think it was great that you broke the stakes in the last exam. The Uchiha clan is not comparable to you. Sasuke Uchiha was immediately furious. He only experienced the genocide the night before. Now he is full of fire in his heart. Although he is not murderous, his anger and murderous intent towards Uchiha Itachi is completely rejected by Lu Hao. I picked out the words I put in my eyes. Teacher Irika, since he likes to be defeated so much, I don't care, but if you don't approve it, I can't help it. Lu Hao shrugged and said to Irika. Ilika looked at Sasuke Uchiha, who was stubborn and stubbornly swearing to give up. He also knew that he wouldn't be able to do so, and deep down he wanted to see the son of the patriarch of Uchiha. Now only Konoha survives. How strong is the owner of Uchiha's bloodline, and you can also see how strong Lu Hao is. Wow, these two guys are fighting, it looks good now. A student said gleefully. Cut, boring. Inyazuke said disdainfully. He didn't look at Uchiha Sasuke at all, but the red dog in his arms barked twice, and Inyazuka's face immediately turned on change. What did you say about the red dog? You said that the one called Lu Hao is dangerous. If it is someone else, Inyazuka would definitely disdain it, but everyone in the Inyazuka clan has an unusual ninja dog. The sense of touch, the sense of danger, so when Akadog said that, he immediately changed to look at Lu Hao with an extremely solemn expression. Bark! The red dog screamed again, and only Inyazuka understood what it meant. You told me not to mess with him, otherwise it's dangerous? You mean that even if 2 people use secret techniques, they won't be his opponent? Inyazuka said in disbelief. You should know that he took the test at will when he took the test, and the high score in the test does not mean that his strength is strong. In his opinion, the strongest in the entire class is him. As long as he and Akainu use the family secret, even the Uchiha clan can only be defeated, but now Akinu tells himself not to mess with Lu Hao, how can Inyazuka not be surprised? The worms are trembling, what is it? There is a power hidden in Lu Hao's body that makes the worms feel dangerous. I secretly thought, and for a while, 12 Xiaoqiang had their own thoughts in their hearts. Lu Hao, beat that stinky Sasuke to death. Naruto Uzumaki immediately jumped out to support Lu Hao. Let's get started, but you will stop when you click. Irika could only let the 2 fight in the end. Humph, open your eyes and see how far you are from me, who has the blood of Uchiha in the same clan. Sasuke Uchiha took the lead in shooting a few shurikens that flew out at high speed. Obviously he wanted to test Lu Hao. If Lu Hao takes it, he immediately releases the strongest blow and ends the battle. If Lu Hao dodges, he will project Kunao on his left hand ready to block Lu Hao's dodge position. It has to be said that although Uchiha Sasuke has no combat experience, his combat talent is still good. It's a pity that he was destined to be disappointed, because Lu Hao stayed in place from the beginning to the end, and didn't use Kyowo to block him. When he wanted to mock Lu Hao and frighten him stupidly, he couldn't believe that he should say it. An unbelievable scene appeared. I saw that Sasuke Uchiha's shuriken was about to fly into Lu Hao's body, and Lu Hao's right hand suddenly protruded, and he caught all the shurikens in front of him like a dragonfly. That's right, he used his right hand to catch the sharp ones. Shuriken. How is it possible that this guy caught my shuriken empty-handed? Does his eyes have such a strong insight? Sasuke Uchiha was surprised. Haha, I thought that if you pick it up empty-handed, you should open the Shulunyan, but it seems that your strength has become stronger after opening the Shulunyan yesterday. Now even if you don't open the Shulunyan, you can still use the shuriken in the state of ordinary glasses. The trajectory of the movement can be seen clearly. After receiving a few swords in his hand, Lu Hao threw the shuriken in his hand aside, as if tossing out rubbish, and he understood his strength in his heart. Although he lacks powerful ninjutsu, illusion, and even physical skills, but with himself and the robot captain every night. Plus Bauma specially created for himself to attack only for killing people, he can completely match the average after turning on the writing wheel. There is no blood continuity limit and no secret skills in the ordinary Zongnin battle. If he has learned a few tricks of ninjutsu, illusion or physique, he will be able to overcome even if he faces a ninjutsu who has the limit of blood succession. After all, although Lu Hao now has a chakra who can be endured by the elite, he has not experienced cruel life and death battles, nor has he learned any ninjutsu, physique, or illusion. He relies on his fists and feet to fight. The effect is maximized. Is there only so much strength for you? Do you admit defeat by yourself or do you admit defeat after getting down by me? Lu Hao looked at Uchiha Sasuke expressionlessly. Let's look down on people, the fireball technique. Sasuke Uchiha didn't show any mercy. He threw 3 handfuls of Kyowo's plan to block Lu Hao's dodge route. Whether Lu Hao caught or dodges, he can only stop the original. In one breath, he lifted chakra into the air and spit it out suddenly into a ball of fire. Wow, that's a sea-level fire escape ninjutsu. I didn't expect that he learned it before graduation. It's too good. Now Lu Hao will lose. He hasn't learned ninjutsu yet. It's really a genius of the Uchiha clan. Although he can only use the art of fireball once with his current strength, it is already quite remarkable. Ilika was surprised by Uchiha Sasuke's strength secretly in her heart, and at the same time also ready to rescue Lu Hao. Boom! The high-temperature flame surrounded Lu Hao and continued to burn, but Sasuke Uchiha, who released this ninjutsu, stood coolly on the spot. Now you know how powerful the Uchiha clan is. This is how you look down upon the Uchiha clan. End. Chapter 16, Sasuke Hokkaido. Lu Hao, are you okay? Hyuga Hinata murmured in his heart as he looked worriedly at the boy who always cheered him up, and at the burning flame that Lu Hao could not be seen at all. Do you underestimate the Uchiha clan? No, I just underestimated you. Just then Lu Hao's disdainful voice sounded from the flames, and it didn't take long for Lu Hao to escape from the flames without incident. Walk out. You, how could you be okay? You obviously got the fireball technique. Sasuke Uchiha looked at Lu Hao in surprise. That one just now is the strongest ninjutsu he has ever known and is the only one. After using an offensive ninjutsu, he doesn't have many chakras anymore. Did you say that? Lu Hao pointed to the slowly extinguishing flame, but surrounded by the flame, it was a piece of wood that burned. Substitute technique. Suzuki Uchiha exclaimed, and Ilika also shrank his pupils. It turned out that Lu Hao knew what he was going to do when he was in Suzuki Uchiha Yuian. However, he didn't care. He wanted to see the knot print of the art of the fireball. Although he is just a Guyu writing round eye and cannot replicate it, he opened it at the slow speed of Uchiha Sasuke's current knot print. It is still possible to write the wheel to see what seal he has made. At the same time, he also wrote down the seal of the Haohuabal in his heart, and learned this ninjutsu when he returned. Don't you know? 3 Shenjutsu is simple, but it is one of the most practical ninjutsu in battle. For people who are not ninjas, it is enough to use the 3 Shenshu to fight, but you are an idiot. I'm afraid that others don't know that you can use ninjutsu foolishly to use the fireball technique. Now I think you don't have chakras. Even your body is exhausted because of chakras. I am very depressed. Can you really be called a genius by such an idiot? Lu Hao walked slowly to Uchiha Suzuki while talking, and Uchiha Suzuki could only helplessly project kunao or shuriken, but unfortunately he didn't have much kunao and shuriken. No matter how he projected, Lu Hao easily caught it and threw it aside. You dare to humiliate me? Suzuki Uchiha was an extremely inferior and proud person. Hearing Lu Hao said that he was an idiot as a genius, he immediately summoned his remaining strength and punched Lu Hao. Lu Chongkong snorted, holding Uchiha Sasuke's fist with one hand, and using force suddenly. Uchiha Suzuki immediately screamed in pain. How to be a ninja with such a bad body? An idiot uses ninjutsu. The 3 Shenjutsu technique is not solid and cannot be used in actual combat. I can't use illusion technique. The body is so bad. You don't know how to be a ninja. Lu Hao squeezed Suzuki Uchiha's fist and suddenly pulled him up, then threw it aside vigorously. Boom! Suzuki Uchiha couldn't control his body at all, he could only come into close contact with the earth, banged, hit the ground, and screamed again. He who had never experienced this kind of battle as a young master immediately passed out in pain. After doing all this, Lu Hao returned to the grass where he was just lying on the grass and chatted with some Hyuga Hinata who was sitting next to him, completely away from the sluggish gazes of other people present. Okay, next one, Uzumaki Naruto and XX will play against each other. After all, it was Irika, who was a teacher, who quickly recovered and wrote down the process of the 2 battles in his heart, and then proceeded to arrange the next round of competition. Hina, was I very good just now? Have you been conquered by brother's charm? Lu Hao started a new round of ridicule. Don't say that, I don't have it. Hinata had Lu Hao, but no more. Just like the original book, because he was unhappy, he didn't appear because Naruto Uzumaki worked as hard as he did. She hoped to be recognized by others. After all, she wanted to be recognized by her father and noticed Naruto Uzumaki, and did not silently write down Naruto Uzumaki like the original book. She is very happy now. When she returned to school and was with Lu Hao, she got happiness that she didn't have at home. Although Lu Hao often made herself ashamed, she was very happy in her heart. Simple, just want to be with Lu Hao, because with Lu Hao, she can get the happiness she didn't have before, and she won't feel bored and depressed in her heart. The little girl's mind is really simple. Now she and Naruto Uzumaki have not said much, and of course there is no plot of the original story. She is now firmly attracted by Lu Hao. Although Lu Hao is an otaku in his predecessor, his experience of picking up girls is equal to 0. But coaxing a 17-year-old girl and she is still unhappy in the big family like Hinata, a very innocent little girl is not able to catch it. After the battle with Uchiha Suzuki, more than 4 years have passed without knowing it. During these 4 years, Lu Hao has been doing heavy exercises day by day, as well as constantly digging and using the writing wheel. But the writing wheel is open all the time. Until one's own chakras are exhausted, they can't be kept in storage, so that they can continue to practice chakras, and they can also dig the writing wheel, exercise the writing wheel, and enhance the opening time of the writing wheel. It can be said to be a multi-purpose sentence. Lu Hao's goal is to strive to be able to open the wheel for a long time, even for a whole day. Although this goal is far away for him at present, there is a goal to have motivation. In the past 4 years, Suzuki Uchiha has challenged him every month. Although this guy is arrogant, and inferior, it is undeniable that he is really smart, and the genocide has made his mental age develop at a high speed. His peers were mature, and Naruto Uzumaki, who had been competing with him in the end, didn't know which muscle he drew, but he tried to challenge Lu Hao like him. For 2 flesh shields to abuse oneself every month, check whether the results of your exercise have improved, and if you are injured, you don't have to compensate yourself. Of course, Lu Hao likes it. Today is not only Lu Hao's 12th birthday, but also the graduation exam. In the past 4 years, Lu Hao has gained a lot. He exercises unremittingly every day and fights against robots in the evening. In addition, the ninja school also taught a few basic attack ninjutsu. He has acquired a lot of combat experience in the continuous battle with the robots. He has become more proficient in the use of ninjutsu, and the speed of the seal is getting faster. Now it can make 5 prints per second. As for the writing wheel eyes, apart from the excessive emotional fluctuations when the eyes were opened, it has not appeared until now, so it has not evolved until now, but Lu Hao has a hunch that he only needs a little external stimulation. For example, in a life and death battle with other ninjas, he can definitely turn on the 2-go jade, because Lu Hao has already thoroughly eaten the 1-go jade, and he has been at the peak for a long time, but he has always lacked the opportunity for evolution, and this opportunity is fighting. Chapter 17, Graduation Exam. Therefore, although Lu Hao still maintains a Guyu jade, he continues to use and excavate. The opening time of a Guyu writing wheel is very long, and the ability to use a Guyu can be described as a peak. If Uchiha's tribe who started a 1-go jade fight with Lu Hao, even if it was a 1-go jade, that Uchiha's tribe is definitely far from Lu Hao. Lu Hao knows the importance of a solid foundation. Lu Hao's current the strength can be said to be able to defeat the heroes, even facing the freshman Hyuga Ningji and others can defeat. Moreover, Lu Hao thought of Helix Pill, which is the easiest and most difficult to learn. He has been learning Helix Pill secretly for the past 4 years. As for the results, it is unknown. After 6 years of getting along, you left the ninja school after today. As a teacher, I can teach you so many outstanding students. I am very proud. I hope you can become an excellent ninja after graduation. The clone technique and the 3-body technique. Irika's words made Naruto Uzumaki a tragedy. In these years, Naruto Uzumaki hit every promotion exam. There was not a word of Avatar, but this time it was Avatar, so Naruto Uzumaki is destined to be a tragedy. The first Inyazuka tooth. Oh, it's a small point. Inyazuka walked out, and his third style made a mark, and with a bang, the smoke cleared, and a clone identical to Inyazuka appeared beside him. Very good, full score. This proves that you are the head guard of Shinobu. From the time you got this head guard, you have been the official Shinobu of Konoha village. Irika smiled with satisfaction. Although Inyazuka Tooth is in class, either sleeping or feeding the dog, or skipping class, but the grades are nothing to say. Next, Hyuga Hinata. Very good, full score, this is your protection. Next, Suzuki Uchiha. Full score. The next Nara Shikamaru. Full score. Soon after 6 years of enrollment, only the remaining students in this class passed, and only the last 2 were left. Lu Hao. Ilika drew a tick on the list of exams in front of him, and felt a little bit reluctant after discovering that there were 2 remaining. After all, it was fake that he had not been emotional for 6 years. Lu Hao, who was teasing Hinata, could only walk out with an unhappy expression. When he came to the podium, Lu Hao didn't stop at all. He didn't see any movement of Lu Hao at all. Lu Hao stepped on the podium, one with Lu Hao. A clone that looks exactly the same has appeared. At the same time, Lu Hao directly picked up one of the last two forward guards on the podium and turned and left. From walking on the podium to walking down, Lu Hao never stopped at all, as if he didn't need the seal at all. That's a fast speed of printing, even if there are not many of Konoha's upper shinobi that have such speed of printing, at least 5 printings per second. How old he is, 12 years old. And he has always grown up in a greenhouse. Unlike children in the war era, they would behave so enchanting in the greenhouse. If he was born in the war era, his success may now be high. Irika's heart could not be calm for a long time. 5 seals per second is already close to the limit of the speed of the ninja seal. Basically, there are too few ninjas that reach 6 seals per second. Even many shadow-level ninjas may not have one. With a speed of 6 times per second, it is no wonder that Irika was so surprised to see Lu Hao's performance. It's amazing. I just opened my eyes and couldn't see it. Is this Lu Hao's strength? I'm far from him. Hina Tian opened her eyes secretly just now, but it's a pity that she couldn't see Lu Hao's speed of Jian at all, and she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. She was far from him, but she soon cheered up with watery eyes. Looking at Lu Hao secretly, his eyes were full of determination. The last one, Naruto Uzumaki. After a while, Irika recovered and knew that she wasted a lot of time, so she hurriedly called out the last student, which caused her the most headache. He was a student who loved and hated Uzumaki Naruto. Look at this uncle's performance, avatar technique. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly rushed to Chakra, who was far beyond Xiaoren, and Lu Hao was very envious. Damn, I worked so hard to refine chakras every day, and constantly exercised the chakras with the writing wheel eyes. Now I have the quality of the chakras at the Zhongren level, and he is paralyzed. This guy has not practiced at all, but he is playing chakras every day. Bo. The amount of chakra is amazing, but the technique used is very poor to control, because Naruto Uzumaki is next to a clone that is paralyzed on the ground and seems to be dying at any time. Ilika, who was so happy to see that Naruto Uzumaki had such a powerful chakra and full of expectations, suddenly twitched his eyes. Excessive anticipation in the face of the sudden blow made Ilika have a hatred of iron and steel. Can't help but yell. Naruto, unqualified, you bastard, you are either skipping class or sleeping during class. Sure enough, Naruto Uzumaki was tragedy. Everyone left with their foreheads. Only on the swing where Naruto Uzumaki was devastated, the whole person looked very sad and not something a 12-year-old boy could have. Hey, this guy, if he was born on the earth, he would definitely be a loved one. It's a pity that he was born in this Hokage world full of murderous crimes, and he is a muscle that can protect his 4 generations. Hokage and Whirlpool Kushina have died again, and the 3rd generation of Hokage has completely ignored the old feelings and completely regarded him as a weapon, so being good to him is just a kind of charity. As his father's master, Jiraiya has been out for a long time. He rarely comes back but is as concerned about Konoha's interests as the 3 generations of Naruto and Danzo and others' blockades, worrying that Uzumaki Naruto will be out of control, and the ninjutsu handed to him is also very serious. It's limited. Lu Hao glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, but didn't intend to comfort him. Although Lu Hao hadn't become hard-hearted yet, he had adapted to the world. Knowing that he wanted to live longer and more comfortable, he made his heart cold. 1 point, this is not the world in anime. Even in the hot-blooded world of anime, people will die. What's more, it's not hot-blooded at all. It's just that there is a sense of crisis everywhere in Konoha village, and those near Uzumaki Naruto are very dangerous and will be affected by Konoha. Surveillance of the village. The reason why the 12 Xiaoqiang was not monitored is because they all have their own powerful families behind them. Konoha dare not mess around with the heirs of the future big family like the 12 Xiaoqiang. Chapter 18, Book of Record Seal. Why didn't you just leave me to graduate? At dusk, Naruto Uzumaki looked at the beautiful scenery in the past, but now it was a bit dull, and he sighed very lonely. In fact, Irika is fatherless and motherless just like you. He does this because he wants you to keep improving. Why not? Maybe I can make you qualified, and I will tell you a secret. Mizuki sat in the whirlpool. On the surface of Naruto's side, he smiled very gently, but in fact he said with a knife hidden in the smile. With Mizuki's persuasion, Naruto Uzumaki immediately jumped up excitedly, but neither of them knew that Lu Hao was hiding from the side and looked at them with a sneer. The Book of Sealing, haha, what I lack most is ninjutsu. In addition to a variety of shadow avatars, there should be many powerful forbidden techniques. Helix Maru should also have them. Hey, I thought it was very simple when watching anime, but when I did it myself, I realized that it was not easy at all. No wonder it took the 4th generation of Naruto for 3 years to get this ninjutsu. It was the easiest and the most difficult. That's right, Lu Hao intends to take this opportunity to hide on the side, and use the remote recorder that Bauma gave him to hide everything on the side when Uzumaki Naruto opened the Book of Seals. Write it down. At night, Naruto Uzumaki stole the Book of the Seal as in the original work, but Lu Hao knew that this was the guilt of the 3rd generation of Naruto to the 4th generation of Naruto. He had never taken care of Naruto Uzumaki, so he gave it out of guilt. Naruto Uzumaki gave him a chance to successfully steal the sealed book. As for how much you can learn, it depends on the good fortune of Uzumaki Naruto. Therefore, this is the only opportunity for Naruto Uzumaki for the 3rd generation of Naruto. It is a kind of compensation. Fortunately, Lu Hao also knows that the 3rd generation of Naruto is only peeking through the crystal ball, so as long as you are careful, you will never be discovered. Haha, I really am a genius. The Book of Sealing also said that the guards are very tight. I got it right away. Hurry up and take a look first. Naruto Uzumaki came to a clearing and immediately opened the Book of Seals, hiding in Lu Hao, who had been following Naruto Uzumaki, immediately took out a telescope-like device. Looking at it, even at such a distance, the information in front of the Book of the Seal can be seen clearly. At the same time, Lu Hao clicked on the button on the telescope. This is a record function. Everything you see will be clear. Record it so that you don't forget it. It's a pity that Naruto Uzumaki is only half opened, it's not enough. I saw too little ninjutsu. Lu Hao said very uncomfortably. He completely forgot what to do as a human-hearted snake-swallowing elephant. But there are almost 10 ninjutsu recorded. And it's not a Book of Seals. It's not just a record of the ninjutsu's not seals and names, as well as the annotations and explanations of the ninjutsu, how to learn better and faster, and even the tricks to use. The record should have been made by the 4th generation of Hokage. It's a pity that Konoha's senior officials are worried that the ninjutsu of the Book of Seals will be spread to Konoha's other ninjas, which will make those ninjas too powerful and uncontrollable. Otherwise Konoha's strength will definitely be stronger. Everything is selfish. But although the above ninjutsu has 4 generations of Naruto's annotations, it is not something that everyone can learn. In addition to talent and comprehension, there are also physical issues. For example, who can learn the above mutant ninjutsu other than a generation of Naruto? Even if it is spread out to make people remember, they won't be able to learn it. Forget it. I'm satisfied. I can learn these 10 ninjutsu except the 2 mutants I saw. The most important thing is that the Helix pill notes that I need are all there. Lu Hao quickly realized his mistake, so he put away the recorder, turned and left. After all, this is a place of right and wrong. After a while, there will be many ninjas coming, so it's better to go back quickly. Xiao Hao is back, did you get it? Just as the front foot entered the door, Bauma's voice had already been heard. It's a bit troublesome, but I got 10. 2 of them are beyond me, but it's enough. Lu Hao handed the recorder to Bauma, and Bauma immediately went to the basement to upload all the images of the recorder. Go to the computer. According to the annotations of these ninjutsu, as well as the analysis of your physique, comprehension, talent, and learning situation. These 3 ninjutsu are currently the most suitable for you, and they are the fastest and most suitable for you to learn. Quickly analyze what Lu Hao needs most. Needless to say, the spiral pill, I have already learned the 2nd stage, and what is missing is the 3rd stage. Here is just the comment I need. With this, I should be able to complete the one-handed spiral pill in the past few days. That's right, what Lu Hao learned was not the spiral pill made by Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clone at the beginning, but the one-handed spiral pill like the 4th generation of Naruto and Jiraiya, plus no one's guidance. He completely relied on his own exploration and original work. It is only a few words to learn what you know in it, and you learn so slowly. However, if you let other ninjas know, you will definitely be horrified, because this kind of learning speed is very slow in Lu Hao's opinion, but if it is known by other ninjas, it will be absolutely terrifying in their opinion, knowing that nothing is possible. Just know a little thing, almost always have to explore it by yourself. Let a student at the ninja school who have never graduated from ninja school to learn the A-level ninjutsu that no one teaches, and I haven't seen it. I simply explored it on my own, and it was only the last step to complete. It was really scary. This is water escape ninjutsu and the other is fire escape. Hey, why my chakra attribute is not wind attribute? If it is wind attribute, I know a little bit more and take a lot less detours. At this time, Lu Hao deeply felt the pain of self-study without a teacher. Fortunately, he had Buma to help with the analysis. Saving a lot of effort, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. Just save it, don't be silly. If you let others know that there are 3 natural attributes of your chakra, you will definitely be jealous of you. Bauma said angrily. Of course, Lu Hao could only smirk when he heard it. Maybe the old man didn't lie to him, he really turned around, or he was here, since he met Bauma, it was the beginning of the transfer. Although his talent is not very high, his luck is very good, because he is born with 3 attributes. Compared with many genius ninjas, he has a lot of advantages, and the choice and scope of ninjutsu is even wider. 3 years ago, he went to the ninja store and bought chakra test papers for testing. Chakra test strips may be expensive for ninjas below the level of ninja, but for Lu Hao, a family who doesn't lack money, he can buy as many as he wants. The result of the test surprised him with the fact that he actually has 3 types of tests. Properties. Hey, it's a pity that the water attribute is biased towards assistance. Fortunately, I also have 2 offensive attributes, the thunder attribute and the fire attribute. If it is the earth attribute, I really don't know what to do. I don't like the earth attribute very much. Chapter 19, The Shrewd Jagged Kai. In the office of the 3 generations of Naruto at this time, a lot of Shangnin and even elite Shangnin gathered at this time. It can be said that it is a rare lively scene. Master Naruto, why did you call us? Heiji Kakashi said lazily. The students who graduated this year are all Konoha's future. I have a headache. How are they divided into classes? If there are 12, it's okay to say, but it happens to be 13. A student? That would be a waste. The 3rd generation of Hokage rubbed his forehead, and it was obvious that Lu Hao's arrival made the 12 Xiaoqiang who happened to be evenly distributed into 13. So the 3 generations of Hokage didn't know how to do it well. Hokage-sama, just let one of the teachers bring one more. K is very energetic, and all of the students he leads are graduated for a year. It doesn't necessarily have to be difficult for him to take care of one more. Kakashi really deserves to be Taiga damaged friend, and he actually takes care of Taiga like this. Kakashi, how can you be like this? Youth doesn't allow you to be so lazy. You should burn your youth, Hokage-sama. Kakashi has been muddled and lazy these past few years. For Konoha's future and Kakashi's rejuvenation, I strongly recommend Naruto Master to arrange a unique class for Kakashi and let him teach 4 students at the same time. In this way, I guarantee that Kakashi will never be lazy. Who said that Exukai only knows passion and youth? His clear words made everyone present, including the 3 generations of Hokage, look at him with admiration. This kind of seemingly wise and foolish person must not be offended, and watch Kakashi's fate. You know, Kakashi is so shrewd that he was pitted by Jisukai at critical moments. What you said is too reasonable. In that case, Kakashi, these 4 students will be handed over to you. 2 of them are problem children. I prepared them specifically for you. The 3 generations of Hokage seemed to be affected by the youthful breath of Taisukai, and the whole person seemed to be more than 10 years younger. He was very energetic when speaking, but it was obviously deliberate to see his treacherous and proud appearance. Damn K. Kakashi was depressed. He was already depressed when he knew that he was going to teach students. He couldn't sleep. Now he still teaches 4 children. 2 of them are still problem children. This is not for him to sleep. Is there no time for it? Okay, it's so decided, the meeting is over, you will go and lead your own students. The 3rd generation of Hokage was afraid that Kakashi would refuse, so they quickly gave orders, which really crushed people at the senior level. Although Kakashi is a very high status in Konoha, it is still a long way from facing Hokage, so I can only see the iron blood with a grudge before leaving. Kai, let the nerve-wrenching Ji Shuekai numb his scalp before leaving. Kakashi, what problem child can make the 3rd generation of Hokage such a headache? Asuma walked over and said very gossiping. Let me take a look, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura, and this Lu Hao, this name is rather unique, it's really rare. Although Hagaki Kakashi looked very lazy when he saw the first name, there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Obviously he thought of his teacher, but when he saw Uchiha Sasuke I thought of Uchiha's taking soil. As for the latter 2, he really didn't know his life comparable to that of an otaku. Kakashi, you must pay attention to this kid. Yurihong suddenly walked over and pointed out a name on the list in Kakashi's hand. It was not Naruto Uzumaki, not Sasuke Uchiha but Lu Hao. What's wrong? What's special about him? It seems that the name is a little special. Heiji Kakashi looked at Yurihong blankly, the speechlessness almost made Yurihong pass by. You do not go out, you must go out to Shinobu. Of course, you don't know about the ninja school. You may all think that the best student in this class is Sasuke Uchiha. In fact, it is not. Sasuke Uchiha has no ability to resist in front of this student named Lu Hao. I have heard 3 generations of Hokage say by accident that the strength of Lu Hao may be compared with those of Ningji and Xiao Li who graduated last year. Must be stronger. It is rare for Xirihong to show a serious expression, but the expression on her charming and coquettish face makes her even more beautiful. So amazing. Heiji Kakashi's eyes changed slightly, but it said that Lu Hao was just a born civilian. Although civilians also often appeared genius ninjas, they were still a certain amount compared to the genius ninjas with blood inheritance limits. There was a gap, so Kakashi thought that Lu Hao was just a trick at the time, but now it seems that Sasuke Uchiha is the trick. Yes. Xirihong nodded, without a hint of joking. Now even Tai Shuekai was serious about it. They all knew that Tai Shuekai's student Ning Ci was very talented, and he learned Gossip 64 by himself. The palm is still back to heaven, but such a character actually said that Lu Hao might be better than them. You must know that these students are just flowers in the greenhouse, and they have not been baptized by war. They are different from the time when Kakashi was in. If the person who said this sentence was someone else, they would never believe it, but there is Dr. Ninja. The 3 generations of Naruto known as Shinobu came from his Kakashi, but they had to take this little ghost named Lu Hao seriously. Maybe in the future, Konoha's future may be uncertain, but they know how high the vision of the 3 generations of Naruto is. If every ninja he admires does not die and there is no accident, the worst in the future will be the existence of Quasi-Kage. Look at the 3 generations of Naruto. The 3 disciples taught Kin C1 or 2. It's great. If you let Xiao Li know, then his youth will definitely burn more vigorously. In order to celebrate Xiao Li having such an opponent, he will go back and run 500 laps around Konoha. Tai Shuekai swung, his eyes burned with flames, and rushed back excitedly, causing Kakashi and others behind him to be covered with black lines. Lu Hao? Let me try what you have today. Kakashi Heiji, who didn't have the slightest interest, also raised a trace of curiosity, and the pace of the road was a little faster. Of course, this a little faster is relatively normal. Compared with other Shangren, it is obvious that the ants walk as slowly as possible. Everyone is already shinin, and you will be divided into classes from today. After graduation, you will have a teacher who will guide you in your practice. Great, with Shinobu's guidance, I will definitely become stronger at that time. Uchiha Itachi, wait, and soon my brother, who seems to you to be a waste, will come to you for revenge. Uchiha Sasuke's teeth clenched his lips, his fists clenched his heart, and shouted. Chapter 20, Sorting. Unishino, Inyazuka Toa, Hinata. Ilika announced. His words made Hinata very disappointed, and he did not team up with Lu Hao. Nara Shikamaru, Akuma Dinji, Yamanaka Ino. Ino was depressed. Why should I be with this lazy guy, and that fat guy who only knows how to eat? Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Harano, Sasuke Uchiha, and Haolu. Sakura was excited, Ino was annoyed, Hinata envied, and Naruto Uzumaki broke out. Teacher Irika, why do you want me to be in the same group with this ass? Naruto Uzumaki feels very good about himself, completely ignoring that he is the tail of a crane. Shut up, Uchiha Sasuke is the second in the class. It is to take care of you that I arrange you with him. Irika did not hesitate to veto Uzumaki Naruto's words, making Uzumaki Naruto looking at Uchiha Sasuke very uncomfortably, while Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a wicked smile. Obviously the two were still as good as the original. Difficult brothers. Seeing the appearance of Uzumaki Naruto, the murderous Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but twitched his mouth, and almost couldn't help laughing. He didn't even notice that he had unknowingly had the tail of his crane. Love. It turns out to be like this. I thought it was a single group. I didn't expect to become 4 people. It doesn't matter. It's better. What I want most now is to fight against people who don't kill people like this. That cold murderous aura will definitely allow me to quickly blend into the battle, and it's time for me to evolve. Lu Hao secretly said in his heart that he didn't care about what class he was divided into. Anyway, he didn't expect Kakashi to guide him. This lazy guy didn't even teach the son of his master's 4th generation of Hokage, how could he care about him? Damn it, let Sakura take my place. Ino angrily thought that as for the kiss between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto just now, she didn't seem to have seen her. Soon their respective Shangnan teachers came and took them away, but before leaving, these Shangnan teachers were all secretly glanced at Lu Hao. Why only our teacher has not come for so long? Why don't we trick him? Naruto Uzumaki waited for a long time without seeing Kakashi coming, and immediately arranged traps, and Harano Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke apparently treated them too. The Shangren teacher was very dissatisfied and did not stop it. Half an hour later, Heiki Kakashi was late. As soon as he opened the door, the oncoming paint hit his head, but Sakura pretended that I had stopped Naruto. In fact, in my heart, Naruto yelled well. The 3 of them seemed to be unable to hide Kakashi, but Lu Hao clearly noticed that Kakashi glanced at the position of the paint the moment he came in. Obviously he had noticed it early in the morning. Nothing to hide. My first impression of you, how do you say it, hate it? Heiji Kakashi said nonchalantly, leaving Naruto Uzumaki and the others speechless. They were so casual after being tricked, but no matter what, they are unable to change the teacher. I can only follow Kakashi to the rooftop. Introduce yourself, your name, your favorite things to do, dreams, etc. Heiji Kakashi looked at the four little ghosts in front of him, and finally turned his gaze to never say anything and lay on the rooftop after coming up. Lu Hao was half squinted and asleep. It's a pity that he was a little speechless because the kid ignored him, making him wonder whether Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were problem children or Lu Hao was a problem child, but Lu Hao knew everything about him a long time ago. Of course, he didn't expect anything. The things that Heiji Kakashi would teach him ninjutsu Lu Hao had already learned all by himself. He never graduated in advance for the sake of letting those Shangren teachers take him with others. The village may be fighting against Shinobu, for example. He is looking forward to the battle with no slash anymore like now. Therefore, for a teacher Lu Hao who knows that he can't help him in other aspects except for saving himself at a critical moment, it is of course rare to take care of him. It is better to close your eyes and refine the chakra. Wait, before the teacher tells us to introduce ourselves, you should introduce yourself better. Naruto Uzumaki could not calm down for a minute. All right. My name is Kakashi Heiji. What I like and what I don't like. I don't want to tell you about my future dreams. Interests are also diverse. When it comes to you, you can do it first. After Sakaki Kakashi finished speaking, Harano Sakura couldn't help but whispered a word, saying that was equivalent to not saying it. Of course, Sakaki Kakashi directly ignored it. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I like. Naruto Uzumaki crackled and said a lot of the same things as in the original book. My name is Harano Sakura, and my favorite person is. Harano Sakura said. Here she glanced at Lu Hao who was sleeping, and the rest was the same as the original book said. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like too many things. I don't like anything. I am ambitious, and I'm not talking about that. My dream is to rejuvenate the Uchiha family and no matter how difficult it is. To kill a person. Sasuke Uchiha said coldly. Naruto Uzumaki's growth career should be very interesting. As for Harano Sakura, forget it. A girl her age is like this. I don't know what love is. Its true love is bigger than ninjutsu. As for Harano Sakura, it's more important than ninjutsu. In the end, Sasuke Uchiha was a problem child. Hey? Why it seems that one is missing. Heiji Kakashi immediately turned his gaze when he noticed that one was missing, and found that Lu Hao didn't know when he changed from a half-squinted state to a real sleep, and actually fell asleep directly. How does he practice? Just sleep every day? But he has been leading me so much. Sasuke Uchiha looked at Lu Hao who was sleeping in an unbalanced heart. Hey! Just when Heiji Kakashi was about to wake up Lu Hao, he found that a line of words appeared on the ground beside Lu Hao, saying, You already know the name, what I like and what I don't like. Just tell your loved ones, the dream is the same as above. What is this? Naruto Uzumaki glanced down at the fonts and slowly read it out. Kakashi Heiji was speechless. This is the biggest problem child, but he became curious about this kid. Heart, good head. Wait, Heiji Kakashi seemed to have noticed something. He looked at Lu Hao's index finger on the floor and compared it with the fonts on the floor. He was immediately surprised, and at the same time, he understood that there is absolutely no moisture in what Yurihong said. Chapter 21, Fighting in Groups. It was actually painted on the hard floor with the index finger, and after the marking, there was no damage or even change in the finger at all. It is such a delicate control of chakra. He actually learned to check without anyone teaching. Carrot is attached to all parts of the body for use. Heimu Kakashi stared at the Lu Hao who had slept, and thought to himself. Hey? Use index finger to portray? How is it possible that his fingers are so hard? He just slept next to me, the sound produced when portraying would definitely attract my attention, but if it weren't for Mr. Kakashi to look at me I don't even know that a line of fonts was painted around me. When was he? If he wanted to kill me. Thinking of this, Sasuke Uchiha was in a cold sweat, and he was able to write so many words without consciously by his side, and he still used his fingers to paint on the hard floor. Forget it, the field survival exercise will start tomorrow. Don't underestimate this matter. You must know that every student in the class will do it, but the failure rate is up to 66%. If you fail, even if you get the ninja, he can only go back to the ninja school to continue studying. The words of Heiji Kakashi changed the expressions of the three people present. They didn't want to go back to class. As for Lu Hao, already got up and left, of course he had to go back to prepare. Kakashi also minded, but was very curious about Lu Hao tomorrow. What's the performance? Obviously he has already seen that Lu Hao has gone back to prepare. The next morning, except for Lu Hao, everyone else came to the place agreed with yesterday hungry. As for Lu Hao, of course, after eating breakfast, he was only 2 hours late at the agreed time. Arrived long overdue. Hey? Why are you so early? You don't know that Heiji Kakashi is Konoha's famous lazy person and the late king. He said to gather at 5 o'clock and don't come until 8 o'clock. As for what you said you will vomit up late at breakfast, so do you believe it? Ninjas are always on the verge of death. They have to face death without fear to be a powerful ninja. If they are afraid of vomiting and don't eat, what if they don't have the energy to meet unexpected events? And compared with death, nausea is just a small thing. Such tricks scare you? Lu Hao didn't have the consciousness that he should have as a latecomer, but his words changed the expressions of the three Naruto Uzumaki slightly. Obviously they all understood what was going on. Really smart kid, but sometimes too smart but will die very quickly. Heiji Kakashi also came at this time. You are late again. Sasuke Uchiha, full of grievances, roared immediately. Oh, I'm sorry, there is a reason, a black cat walked in front of me just now. Forget it, let's talk about business. Heiji Kakashi said embarrassedly, but the masked face didn't let people see any embarrassed expressions. If you are not smart, you may die immediately, die quickly, and die immediately. I choose to die faster. Lu Hao said calmly. He felt that Kakashi was not pleasing to his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, this teacher was too irresponsible. You would know by looking at the performance of his original work, let alone teaching ninjutsu. Even if he was no longer responsible for the students' responsibility, at least none of the three students can teach well. Every time he hugs his feet, he only starts teaching when he has to teach. This kid is really true. Where did I provoke him? It seems that he sees me very uncomfortable. By the way, his house seems to open a bar and a hot spring, but there are many ninjas there. No wonder he knows me so well, so miserable. He knows what I am. At this moment, Kakashi Hagaki's face was really embarrassed, and he finally understood why Lu Hao looked at him unpleasantly. Obviously, he also knew he was lazy. It seems that this kid who does not miss his hands will not put me in his eyes, or, wait and see what his capital is. Heiji Kakashi thought to himself, and at the same time took out 2 bells, and then said the rules of fighting. No, those who fail must be eliminated and go back to school. Teacher Kakashi shouldn't do it. Yesterday, you couldn't avoid both paintings. Don't be so serious. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno changed their faces after hearing Hagaki Kakashi's determination to kill him even with shurikens and other shurikens, and Naruto Uzumaki screamed directly. Stand up! Hey, that's what the incompetent people say. We don't need to pay attention to what those crane tails say. Heiji Kakashi said on purpose. Sure enough, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't make a move just now, and he was immediately stimulated. He rushed over, but unfortunately was easily subdued by Kakashi. I didn't even say why you were so anxious at the beginning, but you did have the determination to kill me just now. That's fine. If you don't have such determination, you won't be able to grab these 3 bells. Kakazakane replaced the 2 bells with 3 on his waist. After all, he was 4 people now. Alright, let's start. As soon as Heiji Kakashi's words fell, even Lu Hao, who was upset by him, took it seriously. He wanted to see how strong Heiji Kakashi was an elite ninja. Although he knew that even if he tried his best, he couldn't hurt Kakashi even with the surgery he had just completed, but Lu Hao still wanted to try it. If he didn't feel it personally, how could he know how strong Shang Ren was? Yes, everyone is hiding well. Heiji Kakashi looked at the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, and the corners of his eyes suddenly cramped. Is this really his always child? Why is the gap so big? Okay, now is the time to solve you, and I will decide the victory or defeat. Uzumaki Naruto shouted stupidly, standing in place. Naruto, is there something wrong with your head? Heiji Kakashi said silently. My head is absolutely fine, but your hairstyle is very problematic. Naruto Uzumaki rushed over immediately, but the speed is really a bit slow, and when Heiji Kakashi put his hand on the small bag on his waist, Uzumaki Naruto thought Kakashi stopped immediately with a ninja. Okay, now let me teach you what is called physique. Heiji Kakashi said very seriously, but it was a pity that he took out the intimacy heaven, which made Uzumaki Naruto worry in vain. Don't worry about me, just attack directly. Heimu Kakashi said while reading. Unreasonable. Naruto Uzumaki yelled, rushing directly, and an elbow hit Kakashi Heiji. Chapter 22, First Battle Kakashi. Without looking, Kakashi Heiji stretched out his right hand and easily slapped Naruto Uzumaki's elbow, but Naruto Uzumaki was obviously serious this time. One hit failed and another hit came again, and he kicked and swept away. In the past, it's a pity that Heiji Kakashi escaped easily. Damn it! Naruto Uzumaki stomped on the ground, and the continuous attacks came out again, hitting the straight uppercut, but Kakashi disappeared without passing his fist. Let me teach you. A ninja can't turn his back to the enemy at any time. Kakashi Heiji squatted behind Naruto with his hands together and said. No, it's just for Naruto. Is it necessary to make seals? Harano Sakura thought. This gesture? Is it to use fire escape? Is it because Kakashi-sensei intends to hit Naruto with a heavy hand? Uchiha Sasuke thought. Kakamai Kakashi's secret technique 1000-year kill. Heiji Kakashi pushed it with both hands and directly pierced Naruto Uzumaki's buttocks. He immediately stabbed him out of the sky, rising and falling into the river. Inside. Both people have problems. Sasuke Uchiha looked at Kakashi and thought. Suddenly, a fist wind hung over, and suddenly attracted the attention of Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura, and even Uzumaki Naruto, who fell into the river. Boom! The two fists intersected, and the powerful force caused a burst of noise in the air, and I saw that Lu Hao and Heiji Kakashi had already intersected their fists. Sure enough, this kid's strength definitely surpasses the lower level of ninjutsu, has reached the middle level of ninjutsu, and his body is very powerful. If he learns a few powerful ninjutsu moves, it will be very powerful. Heiji Kakashi felt the power coming from his fist. Although he didn't pay attention to it, he was still not surprised by the strength Lu Hao had at this time. After all, there is a comparison to show the strengths and weaknesses. I saw the performance of Naruto Uzumaki. Compared with Lu Hao's performance, Kakashi was so surprised by the gap between the two. Drink! Lu Hao yelled, chakra inside his body rushed to his fists, and the sudden impact knocked Heimu Kakashi back a few steps. Is the chakra's outbreak? This kid's fighting talent is really surprised. He actually figured out the use of chakra by himself, attaching chakra to his fist, hitting chakra on the opponent's fist at the moment of attack, and detonating it, producing a huge. The impact is a bit like a steel fist. If you let Kai see it, you will definitely take it as an apprentice. Heiji Kakashi looked at Lu Hao in a little surprised, and at the same time analyzed Lu Hao's strength. You actually beat Kakashi-sensei? That's the upper ninja. Sasuke Uchiha looked at Lu Hao incredulously. He was also a newly graduated ninjutsu. He had a lot of ninjutsu materials from the Uchiha clan and had been taken from a young age. Family cultivation, but so far from Lu Hao. Very good strength, it seems that your body is doing well. Heimu Kakashi continued to hold the affectionate heaven, but his eyes turned to Lu Hao. Really? Lu Hao smiled, his figure flashed, and he came to Kakashi's front. The speed was so fast that Kakashi could see clearly, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Harano. Sakura couldn't see a shadow at all. Lu Hao does not actually know Konoha's physical skills, but he has been in numerous physical fights with robots and he has also figured out his own fighting methods, such as straight uppercuts, side kicks, round kicks, and so on. The simplest and most direct combination of moves. The offensive that turned into violent storms pressed towards Kakashi. It's just that Kakashi simply doesn't retreat in the face of such an offensive. His body seems to be swaying in the wind, no matter how dense the attack is, he can easily dodge and counterattack at the same time. Bang bang bang! After evading Lu Hao's attack, Heiji Kakashi immediately hit a side kick. Lu Hao conditionally fired with both hands. However, even if Heiji Kakashi kept his hand, the strong power should make Lu Hao stand back. A few steps away. Come again. After taking a few steps, Lu Hao suddenly stepped on the ground, using the rebounding force to make his speed a few points faster than before. Your physique that hasn't been systematically learned can't cause any harm to me. Is there so much ability? Heiji Kakashi said tauntingly, but soon his face changed slightly. Because Lu Hao, who rushed towards him, suddenly stopped when he came in front of him, he quickly took the lead with his hands, and the speed of 5 stamps per second made Kakashi Heiji unexpectedly. The technique of fireball. At such a close distance, a group of high-temperature fireball immediately submerged Heiji Kakashi in the fireball. The art of the fireball? When did he learn it? I remember that there is no record in the book, how could he do it? Sasuke Uchiha walked out because of surprise and asked directly. Idiot, when you first fought with me, the speed of Ji-yin was as slow as an ant's walk. It is not difficult to write down your Ji-yin. Lu Hao said, looking at the burning flame. You. Sasuke Uchiha's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that his ninjutsu would be learned by the other party once he was seen. What is even more ironic is that his family's ninjutsu can replicate the enemy's ninjutsu, but now he doesn't have it. Copy others. On the contrary, the other party learned his own ninjutsu with normal eyes. How could he not make his face look ugly, thinking that he was 12 years old and he hadn't opened the writing wheel eyes, and his face was gloomy as water. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke still didn't know that one of his eyes had opened Shanguyu. It's really good. I didn't expect your Ji-yin speed to be so fast. Even a lot of Shangren can't do it. It's just a trick for me. Kakashi Heiji's voice was behind Lu Hao. It sounded, but the 1000-year kill directly pierced Lu Hao's ass. Bo! The stabbed Lu Hao turned into a piece of wood with a sound. Suddenly, Heimu Kakashi noticed that a hand holding his foot pulled him into the ground, and Lu Hao, the boat of 1 second, was on the ground in front of him. Up here. 2 Dun's decapitation in his heart. Lu Hao looked at Heiji Kakashi, and placed a shuriken on Heiji Kakashi's neck. He actually defeated Teacher Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha looked at Lu Hao in surprise. It's amazing, it's really Lu Hao. Xiao Sakura looked at Lu Hao with beaming eyes. It's really amazing. I think you are all very proficient in the 5D level ninjutsu recorded by the ninja school. The method of decapitation in the heart of 2 Dun is used well, and the timing is good, but the strength of Shangnan is not the current you. Imaginable. Heiji Kakashi finished speaking and turned into a cloud of smoke. Obviously, he was fighting Lu Hao just now as a shadow clone. Chapter 23, The Bell is in Hand. Sure enough, as I thought, what I was fighting against just now was Kakashi's shadow clone, and he himself was hiding from the side to observe me. Lu Hao took back the shuriken, but he knew it a long time ago, because Kakashi deliberately kept his hands on himself, so the speed of Kakashi was not used the fastest, so he barely saw the flag. Kakashi uses the shadow clone technique. I think you are the strongest among the students in this class, but you still don't understand the purpose of this test, so it is difficult for you to pass. Kakashi Heiji shook his head and walked out of the woods. Come out. Really, look what this is. Lu Hao opened his palm, but there was a bell in his palm. When Heiki Kakashi looked at his waist with conditional launch, but found that all 3 bells on his waist were there. It's not easy to be fooled. Heiji Kakashi secretly said that it was not good, but it was too late. The art of fireball, the palm of the wind escape gale. A C-level ninjutsu, a gale palm that can be learned in a D-level ninja school are combined, and the fire takes advantage of the wind to make the fireball art burn more vigorously, becoming even bigger, and drowned Kakashi in it again. I'm just waiting for you to come out. Lu Hao said with a shrug. Feng Dun and Huo Dun combined? How much did he surpass me? Seeing Lu Hao, who was able to fight Kakashi independently, the unwillingness in Sasuke Uchiha's heart became stronger, and his desire for strength continued to grow. It was beyond my expectation, but it was still not enough. Heiji Kakashi resorted to a substitute technique at a crucial moment, and then came to Lu Hao using the instant technique. His eyes changed a bit. He didn't expect that he would. Being fooled by Lu Hao, he almost capsized in the gutter. Millennium Kill. The physique of stabbing was used again, Lu Hao was stabbed again, and the whole person flew out. Lost. Harano Sakura couldn't believe that Lu Hao, who was just now majestic, actually lost the next moment. It's normal to lose. He is also a high-level ninja. He is just a low-level ninjutsu who has just graduated. The amount of ninjutsu he can learn is limited, Kakashi said. I'm sorry to lose you. Lu Hobeo in the sky turned into a cloud of smoke, and Lu Hao's voice came from behind Heimu Kakashi. Crap. Heimu Kakashi avoided thinking about it, but it was a pity that it was too late. A thin line had already hooked one of the bells away and fell into Lu Hao's hands. You actually learned the shadow avatar technique. Heimu Kakashi looked at Lu Hao incomprehensibly. This was not something that ninja school could learn. You taught me yourself. Lu Hao was also very surprised. Fortunately, he opened the writing wheel at that moment, and Kakashi deliberately kept his hand, otherwise he really couldn't see Kakashi's body. The trajectory of the technique's movement, so he set a trap and left an invisibility technique. I was using the earth to escape, hiding aside, waiting for Kakashi to hook away the bell with a thin wire at the moment when Kakashi used the Millennium Kill. What? Heiji Kakashi denied, except that Lu Hao said that he had learned Uchiha Sasuke's powerful fireball technique before, and then thought that he had used the shadow clone technique once, and he looked surprised. Looking at Lu Hao. Yes, the most test of the shadow clone technique is the control of the chakra. You assign your chakra to the shadow clone, and you have been controlling your own strength just now, otherwise I would have been killed by you in seconds, so the speed of Jian is not as fast as when fighting against the strong of the same level, and the Jian of the shadow clone is also very short. There is only one seal, and unfortunately I saw your Jian. I think I have good control over the chakra, so it is not surprising to learn to be a shadow clone. Lu Hao just opened his eyes and talked big, but Kakashi had to believe that with the art of fireball as a lesson from the past, what Lu Hao said is indeed very reasonable, and the mystery of the shadow avatar art is to as for the control of chakra, learn to seal, as long as you have a certain degree of chakra control, you can use it. However, the reason for the forbidden technique is not that it is difficult to learn, but that after the shadow clone is made too many and released, there is no Uzumaki Naruto, which has a 9-tailed monster fox body and a huge chakra. Others are likely to lose their lives. Therefore it is forbidden. It's not how great this technique is or how difficult it is to learn, but because this technique is dangerous for many ninjas. If it's really so precious, then it's not hard to learn. Most of Konoha's middle ninjas and above include middle ninjas. The ninjas inside would all give in, so I just saw Lu Hao's strength, coupled with Lu Hao's chakra control, so Kakashi was fooled by Lu Hao. You are amazing, you are qualified. Although Kakashi Heiji wants to test the students' team cooperation, but there is no way. He has just said that as long as he grabs the bell, he is qualified. Now Lu Hao grabs it, and he did it back then. Similarly, he also grabbed the bell alone. Therefore, when Heiki Kakashi saw Lu Hao at this time, he had a feeling that he saw himself as a child, whether in public or private. Lu Hao was indeed qualified. Since we are in the same class, lest you hold me back in the future, I will tell you a secret. For you, this so-called test is actually a test of teamwork, not an individual. As long as you show the spirit of teamwork and understand this, then even if you can't get the bell, you will pass the level. After Lu Hao stopped paying attention to the sluggish 3 Naruto Uzumaki, he went directly to a big tree and turned over and lay there to sleep. The battle just consumed a lot of chakras. He is not Naruto Uzumaki, he didn't. Nine-tailed chakra, after using it as much as possible, it is gone. He has to wait for the chakra to recover, so he seems to be sleeping, but in fact he is recovering the chakra. Really a smart but very cautious kid. Heiji Kakashi thought to himself. He obviously saw that Lu Hao was recovering chakra, but for Lu Hao's caution, his strength is best at all times. The practice at the peak state is very satisfactory, such a person can live a longer life as a ninja. Ms. Kakashi, is what he said true? Naruto Uzumaki was also shocked. He did not expect that the gap between himself and Lu Hao was so big. The other party not only saw the purpose of this postgraduate entrance examination, but also I got the bell alone. Yes, the purpose of this test is indeed the same as he said, but if you can also get the bell alone like him, then you can pass the same level. Kakashi Heiji was not concealing it, but confessed directly. Chapter 24, The Long-Awaited Task. Half an hour later, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura worked in a team with Heiji Kakashi's release, and finally grabbed the bell like the original book. Because of Lu Hao's words, they also all know what the purpose of this test is. Therefore, they all said in unison to go back together, and in the end this field survival test can only be over. He really said that. Inside the Hokage office, there was smoke. Obviously the third generation of Hokage was smoking a pipe, and the third generation of Hokage was silent for a while before speaking to Heiji Kakashi. Yes, I can see that Lu Hao has guessed the purpose of this test since seeing these bells, but he did the opposite and did it independently, and what I saw in his eyes there is only self-confidence, not the arrogance of Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously he believed that he could do it early on. Heiji Kakashi told the third generation of Hokage about the details of the battle yesterday. After all, the third generation of Hokage secretly asked him to pay attention to Lu Hao. If all this is really the same as what you said, then he is indeed the same as Oshimaru, no, even a rare genius who has surpassed Oshimaru for hundreds of years, and Wu Shizi Tong actually walked in front of everyone. Just relying on the D-level ninjutsu of a few ninja schools can actually defeat one of your shadow clones. In addition, he can continue to learn the opponent's fighting skills, even ninjutsu, during the battle. He does not have the ability to copy round eyes, and he can actually do this. It is a pity, if he has the blood inheritance limit, it would be very good. It's perfect. Observe him, and after completing some tasks, see if he is just an ordinary ninja or a genius. If his strength continues to improve as he is now, then you should focus on training him. He is innocent. There is no force behind it, and it is very likely that he will be loyal to Konoha. The three generations of Hokage thought for a while before they spoke. I see, Lord Naruto. Heiji Kakashi nodded, and an instantaneous spell disappeared in place. Lu Hao? I hope you can be loyal to Konoha, otherwise I don't care how talented you are, but you are just a forbearance now. If you are not loyal to Konoha, then I will definitely ruin you at all costs, but as long as you loyal to Konoha, I will give you the greatest resource to train you and make you an outstanding ninja. Lu Hao had no idea that he was valued so much by the 3 generations of Hokage at this time. If he knew it, he didn't know whether he should be proud or depressed. Mr. Kakashi, can you stop doing such a simple task for us, and when can you get us a little more legitimate? It has been more than a week after the field survival test. During this week, under the leadership of Kakashi, I did a lot of the most boring D-level tasks. Not to mention the impatient guy Uzumaki Naruto, even after 10 Lu Hao, who had been boring and exercising for several years, was already bored, just wasting his time. I can't help it. The boss at the top arranged this way. Heiji Kakashi thought depressed, he actually didn't want to be a teacher. It was so hard that he didn't even have time to sleep. I really have no choice but to be annoyed by Uzumaki Naruto. This is the only child of my teacher, and I have not taken care of him for so many years. I am very guilty at first, do I have to punch it by myself? Kakashi could only throw this big baggage to the 3rd generation of Hokage, and signaled Uzumaki Naruto to talk to the 3rd generation of Hokage. Naruto, you idiot, you are just a fresh graduate. The ninja is to start from a low level and slowly accumulate experience. Unfortunately, Iruka was also in the Naruto office today, and when he heard Naruto Uzumaki's words that he did not know the heights of the sky, he suddenly broke out. In fact, he also loves and hates deeply. It can be said that Konoha village really has no benefit to Uzumaki Naruto. It's not Jiraiya, it's not Kakashi, it's not the 3rd generation of Hokage, but this Iruka. But, Mr. Iruka, the task you arranged for us is really boring, oh. Naruto Uzumaki had a pain in his head halfway through his words, and was hit by Kakashi. Don't be here, you are crazy. Heiji Kakashi blew his fists, but in my heart he thought to myself that you are yelling and yelling here. Of course it's cool. After that, he and the 3rd generation of Hokage are alone. When we were together, I would be scolded again. Obviously, it was not the first time that Heiji Kakashi was greeted by 3 generations of Hokage for failing to teach his students well. Well, Naruto, since you are so confident, then I will arrange a C-level mission for you to protect one person. The 3rd generation of Naruto took a look at Kakashi, and the idea of mischief in his heart burst. This flag Kakashi became lazier and it was time to beat and beat, so the 3rd generation of Naruto deliberately arranged a C-level task for Kakashi, that is, let the card stop being so lazy, Cassie. Wait, Lord Naruto, they just graduated not long ago. Iruka, who was worried about Naruto's problem, immediately came out to stop him, but it was a pity that the 3rd generation of Naruto stopped him before he could speak. Really? Really? Who is it? Is it to protect the daimyo? Or the princess? Naruto Uzumaki immediately stood up happily, and looked around, but he didn't see the person he wanted to protect. Click! The door opened, and a middle-aged man in plain clothes and drinking a bottle of wine came in. He found that it was a few children who were protecting him. He thought that he was hiding from Konoha because he wanted to take some powerful ninjas back. Now I see these. He was obviously still an imp ninja, but he was not at ease at all. No, they are obviously little ghosts, so they can be regarded as ninjas. Especially the short winter gourd with blonde hair that looks silly. Dasna said. Haha, blonde hair, short winter melon, I'm going to kill you. Naruto Uzumaki glanced at the 3 people around him. Lu Hao didn't say that he developed ahead of time, but when he was 12 years old, he was just over 1.6 meters and a few centimeters away. At 1.7 meters, the other 2 were obviously taller than him, and he was the only one with blonde hair, and suddenly rushed towards Dasna. Fool, he is the person you want to protect, how can you kill him? Heiji Kakashi said irritably. He already had a foreboding that he would definitely be very hard in the future, and his leisure time had already left him. Listen, I am a super master bridge builder. I want you to protect me back to the country of waves until I finish building the bridge. Dasna also knows his situation, so he can only pin his hopes on his teacher. On Heiji Kakashi. Chapter 25, Kill the Ghost Brothers. So that's the case. I didn't expect the 3 generations of Naruto to be great. On the route to Nami country, Kakashi Heiji gave a few people insights into the ninjas of other countries. Naruto is so amazing. Are you guys questioning the 3rd generation of Hokage? Heiji Kakashi didn't know if it was intentional, but the 3 of Uzumaki Naruto shook their heads quickly. The old man is so powerful, who dares to question him? Are you coming? First Ghost Brother, then Peach Land, then Don't Cut It, haha, okay, even if I often fight with robots, I have accumulated actual combat experience, but after all, it's different from life and death battles. After all, I haven't seen blood. Who knows if you will vomit later? If the powerful murderous aura of his as a shinobu exudes when I don't cut it anymore, I don't know if my feet will be weak. No, I must first see the blood, and completely integrate into this world of either killing or being killed. Lu Hao didn't want to face him before he was slashed. The only way was to let himself kill. As long as he saw blood and killed someone, then even if he didn't slash, he would face his cold murderous aura. Don't be afraid. It didn't take long before Lu Hao saw a puddle of water. He knew that he was going to make a move. He felt a little overwhelmed in his heart. It had nothing to do with his strength. After all, Lu Hao was an ordinary otaku in his previous life. But if he hadn't killed anyone, his heart still hadn't completely changed, and he knew it. So he knew that he had to let his heart complete the transformation, either by himself or by being killed himself. Thinking of this, he put his right hand on the belt of his right leg, but inside was his favorite weapon, specifically for Bauma. Help yourself to build a weapon whose hardness and sharpness is absolutely no less than that of the big snake pill that the Kusanara sword and the 3-generation Naruto ape turned into a stick weapon. My own suit was specially made by Boomer, which looked like ordinary casual clothes, a little higher than ordinary flat floor shoes, specially made for combat boots. But in fact, the quality of these clothes and shoes is beyond the ninja vests in this world, and the flexibility and defense are very good. The defense against large attacks is stronger than those of the body armor on the earth, and it is thin and no different from ordinary casual clothes. It does not affect any highly difficult combat fierce movements at all as if you are not wearing clothes. Lu Hao just doesn't want to wear those Ninja Ma's family, it is too unsightly, and those sandals, I feel that wearing sandals during battle is very unsightly and unsightly. Flutter. Heiji Kakashi and his party just walked through the pool of water. The surface of the water fluctuated. One head bounced out of the water, and then threw a chain with sharp spikes at Kakashi. The 2 of them worked together. Kakashi helped, and then pulled in the opposite direction, directly tore Kakashi's body apart. Ms. Kakashi. The first time I saw this kind of scene, Haruno Sakura, who thought Kakashi Heiji had died, screamed for the first time, and Naruto Uzumaki was even more frightened. You are the second one. The Ghost Brothers rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto in cooperation. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to take a shot, a figure passed in front of him. The speed was beyond his ability to catch up. A sharp white light flashed. I saw Lu Hao suddenly shot, holding a weapon that Sasuke Uchiha had never seen before. If the people of Country Z, especially those military fans of Country Z, would definitely yell, "Wow, the bloodletting king!" That's right, the weapon in Lu Hao's hand is the Z56 type military stab that he asked Bauma specially to build for himself. After Bauma's processing, the power is far more powerful than those of the Z country that have retired but have made countless enemies fearless. Lu Hao doesn't like to use those shurikens and has nothing to fight. Instead, he likes to have a 56 style 3-road army thorn from country Z. It's a pity that Lu Hao didn't have much money before. Even if he has enough money, let's not say genuine products. Even imitations are difficult to buy. Now comes the Naruto world. With this manpower and material resources, coupled with Boomer's high-tech products, it is not a problem to make a 56 style triangulated army thorn that is stronger, sharper, harder, and stronger in bloodletting. Let me take you to the top of this world. I don't know if he has been trained for a long time. After entering this life and death battle, Lu Hao didn't panic. Instead, he played a normal role, although the role of a 56 style military assassination. It's very single, except for the thorns, the power of slashing is very small. But this weapon is just its terrifying bloodletting ability and the role of stabbing, so that it can become the king of cold weapons in the new era of Country Z. You can see how terrifying it is. It doesn't need too much effect, just need stabbing someone is enough. Lu Hao has already played against the robot countless times with this 56 style 3-road army thorn, and it can be said to be handy to use. Puff! The sound of breaking the muscles and penetrating the muscles immediately sounded, and saw that the 56 style 3-sided military thorns in Lu Hao's hands had left a 3-sided wound on each of the Ghost brothers. Blood was bleeding desperately, and the Ghost brothers had no time to scream. He fell straight down. It is necessary to know that the weapon in Lu Hao's hand only needs to penetrate any part of the human body about 8 cm to kill the opponent instantly. Obviously, the 2 hapless Ghost brothers have been penetrated through the body. Unlike other weapons, they will never be taken out. The internal organs and muscles of the body are stuck. Pulling out completely is the same as stabling forward in the air and pulling it backwards. It is effortless to pull out the stab from the body cavity that can eliminate the negative pressure. Hey! Lu Hao, who killed the enemy for the first time, was very calm in his heart, but later watched 2 dead bodies fall under his feet, the scarlet blood. I killed them myself, thinking that Lu Hao felt a sense of guilt that he had never felt before. However, after thinking about the rules of survival in the Naruto world, the psychological quality brought by Lu Hao's boring exercises over the years is manifested. The guilt quickly disappeared. In addition to a little nausea, he was a little pale. The complexion also returned to what it was at the beginning. At the same time, Lu Hao felt that an invisible shackle in his soul was broken. Lu Hao knew that his heart had completely changed, and it had been completely integrated into the life and death battle, and he would never kill the enemy in the future. Any uncomfortable feelings? What kind of weapon is this? I really haven't seen it. Where did you get it? Heiji Kakashi didn't know where he came out, letting Uzumaki Naruto and others breathe a sigh of relief, but he ignored it. Ghost Brother, instead, looked at the unprecedented weapon in Lu Hao's hand with great interest. 56 style 3-sided army thorn. I don't like the battle of shuriken and kunao. Those 2 kinds of endurance will make me feel in the way when fighting. This is a weapon specially designed for myself in my heart. Chapter 26, I and number 039, LL never cut again. The Type 56 Army Spear? It's a strange name. I don't know how you came up with it. Kakashi Heiji didn't pay much attention either. Obviously he didn't notice the horror of this cold weapon king. As long as it can penetrate into the enemy, whether it is a shuriken or kunao, the enemy can be killed. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to the power of this weapon. Maybe one day if the 2 of them were on the opposing side, maybe he would personally feel the horror of this weapon. You must know one of the materials used to build Hao's weapon was Asema's chakra knife. The chakra can be integrated into the weapon, and it can create a chakra blade that can easily penetrate the stone with a knife, and Lu Hao's weapon can also integrate the chakra into it to grow the weapon and form a chakra blade. Of course the shape of the blade is also formed in different shapes according to the needs of the weapon and the user. If you really want to increase your combat effectiveness, and you are a commoner, you don't have the resources to be superior without a big family. Someone teaches that you have a lot of ninjutsu, illusion, and physique to learn, but you want to gain your own strength. Becoming stronger can only be compensated with your head. Lu Hao pointed to his head and looked at Heiji Kakashi with deep meaning, making Heimu Kakashi a little surprised. The first time I killed someone, he recovered completely in a flash, and he was already overcome by his appearance. From now on he will be a qualified ninja. Does he mean he wants me to teach him illusions and physical skills? Ninjutsu? Interesting kid, just let me see what your next performance is and whether it's worth teaching you. In fact, as long as Lu Hao's next performance satisfies the 3 generations of Naruto who have noticed him, even if Heiji Kakashi does not teach him, the 3 generations of Naruto will arrange for other ninjas to teach him, otherwise Konoha will come out for so many years. Where did the ninja-level civilian ninja learn advanced ninjutsu? Of course, they showed that Konoha village pays enough attention to the qualifications worthy of teaching them. Konoha village will arrange for people to teach them these ninjutsu. Therefore, Lu Hao didn't know that he didn't need Kakashi to teach him, as long as he could keep getting stronger, so even if Kakashi doesn't teach him, someone will teach him. After solving the Ghost Brothers, Heiji Kakashi originally planned to give up this task, but Naruto Uzumaki Snozy, plus he hopes that he won't be standing in place as stupidly as before when he encounters a battle. Being able to perform well, Kakashi, who knew this, decided to continue after some consideration. After all, although the mission this time is a bit more dangerous, it is definitely not comparable to the money brought by completing the mission to give Lu Hao and others insight. On the other side of the country of Nami, in a mist-covered forest with heavy water vapor, he didn't stop looking at Cardo, who was chirping at him, suddenly pulled out the decapitating knife and scared Cardo back. At the same time, he decided to take action personally. See who dared to hinder his work. Naruto, stop playing, it's just a rabbit, scaring me to death. I thought there were ninjas coming to attack us. Harano Sakura let out a sigh of relief, and the second personality broke out immediately, and for a while he forgot to be in. Lu Hao kept the lady's performance in front of him, and punched Naruto to his head. So this snow rabbit should have been raised to be a stand-in. I didn't expect that there were actually enemies coming back, and they came so quickly. Kakashi Heiji glanced vaguely at the big tree on the side. Apparently he had discovered that no longer was hiding there and peeping at them. It's no wonder that the Ghost Brotherhood failed. It turned out that I met such a master. I didn't expect Dazna to invite such a master. Konoha village copied the ninja riding round eye flag Kakashi. If you don't see Heiji Kakashi looking at him, you also know that the other party has found him. Then you can't be surprised. It's better to come out generously, and at the same time pull out the decapitation knife and throw it out as a gift for yourself. Meeting ceremony. Get down. Heiji Kakashi was prepared for a long time, and immediately yelled when he noticed the move not to cut. When Lu Hao and others heard this, it was the first time that they heard Kakashi speak in such a harsh tone. With the strong wind coming from behind, they also knew that someone had attacked, so they immediately lay on the ground and escaped dangerously. The decapitated broadsword revolving in the air. I'm sorry, please give me the old ghost behind you. Don't cut a try and say to Kakashi Heiji by chance. After all, he is a traitor now, and it would be troublesome to kill him in a Wujin village. Heiji Kakashi's strength is the worst with himself, and behind him is the powerful Konoha village. If possible, he would choose not to be an enemy of Kakashi, and although Danaz is middle-aged, he has worked in the field for a long time, building bridges in the sun, so although he is only middle-aged, he looks a bit old. I really didn't expect to encounter the riding wheel eyes here. No longer said in a deep voice, and Uchiha Sasuke was immediately shocked when he heard the words, and he was the only member of the Uchiha clan, but he hadn't opened his eyes yet, so he turned his eyes. Looking at Heiji Kakashi, he found that he was actually going to open his blindfold. In addition, the person watching without cutting is Kakashi Hagiki, and Suzuki Uchiha immediately understands that the person without cutting is Kakashi Hageki, but what makes him puzzled is how Kakashi Heiji can write round eyes. If I remember correctly, you are the betrayal of Wurin village, and the peach land will not be cut. While preparing for the battle, Kakashi Heiji ordered Naruto Uzumaki to guard Danaz. As for Lu Hao, although he faces it's no good not to cut it again, but self-protection is more than enough, so he doesn't worry much. What are you talking about, Shilanyan? What is Shilanyan? Uzumaki Naruto found that everyone at the scene ignored him, and he couldn't stand the pushy. Zailunian is a pupil technique that can see through all illusions, physiques, and ninjutsu in a very short time, and find weaknesses and bounce back. It is a kind of blood inheritance limit. Uchiha Sasuke's face is very strange, but as a member of the Uchiha family he still feels that it is better for him to explain for the blood of his clan. That's right, but compared to the ability to see through all weaknesses, Sharingan has a more terrifying ability, that is, to see through illusion, physical ninjutsu, and use the other side's ninjutsu, illusion. The physical skills are copied and turned into their own skills. I remember your information. You are a man who claims to be able to copy all ninjutsu. No longer said. Chapter 27, Do not cut the first battle. Replication? What? Only a few people in the Uchiha clan can have this kind of copying ability. How can Kakashi-sensei actually have it? Uchiha Sasuke was even more surprised at this moment. He could see that Kakashi was an outsider, but he could actually open the writing wheel to the three-gold jade, and he had a copy of the physique. You should know that not all the writing round eyes of the Uchiha tribe have the physique of copying ninjutsu, illusion, and physique. Only a few tribes guess they can have it. What makes him feel ironic is that an outsider Kakashi actually owns them and very few people. With the copy physique, it is no wonder that his face is so weird. Duplicate? I think my pair of 3 pairs of writing wheel eyes fused together, the writing wheel eyes awakened by genes should be able to have such a physique. Forget it, my blood has already boiled, and I feel like one of mine. Guyu writing round eyes will evolve today. Lu Hao didn't know that he had such a belligerent character before. He found that when he faced a powerful enemy, not only was he not afraid, but he was excited. A pair of eyes had quietly opened up and turned into a Guyu writing round eye. It seems that I have to defeat you to kill that old man. Without cutting his figure, he came to the river beside him, stepping on the water like a flat ground, and exuding a powerful chakra. What a strong chakra! Hanaki Kakashi couldn't help saying that chakra who had changed the nature of water without cutting his body. I can actually step on the water. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of surprise, as did Haruno Sakura on one side. Teacher Kakashi, can he give it to me? At least before I lose my combat effectiveness. Lu Hao said as he walked towards Nostalgia. In Heimu Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki, under the surprised gazes of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Inaz, Lu Hao stepped on the water as easily as no more. When did you learn to tread water? At this moment, Heimu Kakashi was already sure that Lu Hao was definitely a genius, and he was not a general learning genius, but a kind of self-taught ability to make himself become according to all external conditions. A stronger genius. I have learned from the moment this man called no more / stepped on the water. Although Lu Hao didn't know that the senior Konoha had been watching him, he knew if he showed enough talent, then Konoha will not behave to herself, but will make herself stronger on the premise that she is loyal to Konoha, teach herself more powerful physical skills, phantom ninjutsu, at least when the 3rd generation of Hokage is still alive. This is so Lu Hao deliberately said that he learned it instantly, just to achieve this goal. No one knew when he learned to tread water anyway. Learn it in an instant. Even if an outsider doesn't cut it, he knows what's going on. He immediately looked at Lu Hao, who had thought he was just graduated, with a surprised look. Interesting, I didn't expect to encounter Konoha's genius ninja, Kakashi, you said Konoha would regret it if I killed this genius. In fact, the most favorite thing is to kill some geniuses, especially the geniuses who are against him. His eyes have already appeared cold and murderous, and at the same time, a murderous intent as cold as the north wind actually enveloped Lu Hao. Is this the so-called murderous aura? How many people have to be killed to have such a murderous aura? It seems that my previous decision was correct. If I hadn't killed the ghost brother just now, I might be able to play 30% of the fighting power against this murderous aura. Not bad. Lu Hao's eyes contracted slightly, but his complexion remained unchanged. The murderous aura is actually an impact on the soul and spirit. If a person with a bad mental quality or a person with weak mental power faces a strong murderous aura, he will be severely affected. Frightened stupid, generally it will be too scared to move when relaxed, or it will affect the exertion of strength. Very well, just want this kind of feeling. Under the pressure of the powerful killing pressure, Lu Hao felt that the flow speed of his chakras seemed to have begun to increase, and at the same time, the turning speed of his own eyes, Guyu, was also slowly increasing. His blood has boiled. He knows that he will use the concealment technique if he does not cut it. If he is allowed to use it, he will not have to fight with a great difference in strength. He is not fighting to win, but to evolve Shulanyan and make his strength even better. Strong, so Lu Hao decided to act first. The water vapor is very heavy, but there is no way, the fire escaped the big fireball technique. Lu Hao completed the seal in 1 second, spraying a big fireball to evaporate the nearby water vapor, and at the same time, the thicker fog that was thicker and denser was relieved. The narrow vision has also been relieved. Use the fire escape to evaporate the nearby water vapor? But unfortunately, there is a river under your feet. I was born in the battlefield and Vunan village with water, and you are just looking for death. That's right, if a ninja who is good at water escape can fight in a place where there is a river or the air is rich in moisture, a serious person who is good at water escape can definitely play a 150% strength. Mystery fog. Don't think about it, the palm of the wind, the palm of the fire, the fireball technique. Lu Hao released 2 consecutive ninjutsu, relying on his own speed to surpass the speed of Jian without cutting. Completing the 2 knots in advance is very simple. Ninjutsu. With the help of the wind. The fire suddenly burned to no Zhan. Even if he didn't stop, he didn't dare to directly take his body to be burned by the flame. Good boy, I can actually use ninjutsu to enhance the power of ninjutsu, and you can't keep you. Without a shout, he stood on the water and used Shuixian to speed faster and came to Lu Hao's back in the blink of an eye. The decapitated knife suddenly cut to Lu Hao's head. Behind Lu Hao, Harano Ying was the first to remind, a heart that could be said to have mentioned her throat. The gap with Shangren is too big. It's not that simple in the life and death battle. Heiji Kakashi has decided to take action. After all, the gap between the 2 sides is too big. In his opinion, Lu Hao will not succeed in blood limits. There are too few skills to continue, there is really no way to continue. Qian. The roar of the sword and metal collision immediately sounded. Lu Hao could barely see a trace of movement without cutting with the eye of a Guyu riding wheel. Fortunately, he paid great attention to exercise, so his body reaction followed the reaction of the eyes. And he drew out the Type 56 triangular army stab dangerously to block the beheading broadsword that would not be beheaded anymore. But even so, as the strength of Shangren, Lu Hao's whole body was pushed to fly nearly 10 meters away before he barely landed safely. Chapter 28, Evolved Ergu Jade. Good boy, it's not bad, since you, a ninja who has just graduated, can be called by my hand for such a long time. You will be stunned even if you die. Although he was admiring Lu Hao for not cutting, the murderous aura in his eyes became stronger. The better Lu Hao was, the more he wanted to cause Lu Hao to die. Look clearly, this is Shangren's strength. Lu Hao's eyes changed slightly if he didn't cut it again. He didn't expect that his attack just now was playing, and he didn't move real fire at all. If this is the case, he is in danger, but the more dangerous he finds that his heart becomes calmer, but his emotions are getting more and more excited, not fear, but ecstasy and excitement. Brush. The person who didn't cut him anymore had disappeared in the same place. Lu Hao stared wide, but he couldn't see any movement. It's over, kid, I want your head. A cold voice came from behind Lu Hao. At the same time, a sharp crackling sound that pierced the air accompanied Lu Hao's neck slightly. A bit of cold wind came from behind, and it goes without saying that the decapitating knife was slashing towards his head. Boom! Lu Hao's head flew immediately. Harano Sakura almost fainted without being frightened, and Kakashi Heiji's expression remained the same from beginning to end, but his three gold jade riding wheel eyes were staring at him. Lu Hao's body. Bo! The flying head and Lu Hao's fallen body turned into a piece of wood with a bang, and Lu Hao's voice came from behind without cutting. The art of fireball. Time is too tight. Lu Hao doesn't have time to complete one more ninjutsu. Let alone a second between battles, it is possible to tell the victory or defeat by 1/10 of a second. Lu Hao didn't dare to release two ninjutsu like the beginning. A ball of high-temperature fire directly surrounded the body that would not be cut anymore, and continued to burn with a sneer. Even the water in the river underneath was evaporated. Whhhhhhhhhh. I almost died. Is this the strength of Shangnan? If I do my best to take my life, if it is not to escape fast, it is not an enemy of one, and there is no need to use ninjutsu at all. Enough to kill me with one move. A slight cold sweat leaked from Lu Hao's forehead, staring at the center of the flame. He himself couldn't believe that he would not be cut if he hits. After all, with his own strength, he could perform a substitute in the situation just now, and he shouldn't be cut. It's okay. Boy, okay, very good, I can actually resist, but can you escape once or twice? You just graduated from Konoha's stinginess. Maybe you didn't give you any powerful ninjutsu. Substitute. How many pieces of wood do you have? Die. After the flame disappeared, there was no body that he could not cut again. Lu Hao already knew that he would either use a water body or a water substitute if he didn't cut it again. After all, both of them are very good at not cutting again. Still can't see? No, I can't hide anymore. I will die sooner or later if I hide again. I will definitely be able to see it, I will definitely be able to. Lu Hao heard the sound of not cutting and knew that the other party was going to use the attack just now. His subconscious mind was to avoid it, but this thought was suppressed by Lu Hao as soon as it came up. Instead, it was crazy and determined. Don't hide? Do you know that sooner or later you will die? Very well, I will make you die a little easier. The voice of not being cut again sounded, but it is strange that it is indeed impossible to tell where he is from all directions. Even if he hadn't used the fog hiding technique now, his ability to hide his figure was still very strong, and his speed was still too fast compared to Lu Hao at this time. I must be able to see it. Lu Hao roared crazy in his heart, and a pair of Guyu riding wheel eyes began to spin at a speed beyond the usual limit. The chakra inside his body started spinning frantically, and then poured into his eyes. Lu Hao, I only felt a pain in my eyes, and then there was a very comfortable cooling sensation in my eyes. Lu Hao only felt that the world seemed to be clearer than ever before, with a wider field of vision, farther and lighter vision than before. Many subtle things that I could not see before can be easily captured by myself, and even Lu Hao has a feeling that he can clearly see his opponent moving at high speed in battle. You can even predict where your opponent will be at the next moment. Die. Little devil. It's too late to say that it's fast. Even though I said so much just now, 1 second is not enough. If you don't cut it, it has already rushed behind Lu Hao, and cut to Lu Hao in the same way as before. It's a pity that the result was different this time, because Lu Hao's riding wheel had evolved to Erguyu. Not only that, besides evolving to Erguyu, his mental energy is stronger, and at the same time there are more chakras in his body. Lu Hao feels that his comprehensive strength has almost been improved with the evolution of Shilanyan. I saw it. Lu Hao said inwardly, moving with his heart. The three-row army thorn in his hand was like a treacherous poisonous snake, and he stabbed behind him in advance. Boom! When the stabbings collided, the decapitated broadsword that was not cut was pierced by Lu Hao's triangular army, and a hollow hole was pierced, and at the same time, the arm that was not cut was scratched. How is it possible? Without cutting his eyes, he looked at Lu Hao incredulously. His performance was completely different from before. Not only did he not hide, he could even react and even hurt himself. What he couldn't believe the most was that the strange weapon in Lu Hao's hand actually pierced his decapitating sword. This is the Mystera Seven Swords. Although it is not comparable to a divine weapon, it does not necessarily lose anyone compared to the Ashimaru's Kuzainaru's sword. Teacher Kakashi, it's a fake. How could Lu Hao hurt Shangren and even fight against Shangren? Uzumaki Naruto smiled reluctantly. I'm sorry to tell you that what you saw just now is the truth. Not only did he see through the action of not cutting in advance, he even made a counterattack ahead of time, seizing the opportunity to shoot. Plus I did not expect that his weapon would actually it's so sharp, it looks like it's useless other than a stab, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Heiji Kakashi also stared at the three Gyuriting round eyes. He had of an urge. Although he said that he did not make a mistake, he would despise Lu Hao, and he used repeated moves in the battle, but no matter what, he didn't cut it anymore. It's the real Shangren who crawled out of the blood of the corpse. How could Lu Hao hurt him? Not only that, Heiji Kakashi had a kind of just now, and now Lu Hao had a change he couldn't tell from Lu Hao in the previous second. Yes, it was just that the look in his eyes had changed, and Lu Hao's eyes were murderous. If Lu Hao, who just came out of Konoha village, is an unqualified ninja, after killing the ghost brothers and seeing the blood, Lu Hao is a qualified ninja, then Lu Hao is now a qualified ninja. Very good ninja. Chapter 29, Take Kakashi as a shield. Well, what I lack the most is ninjutsu. If you don't cut it anymore, hurry up and fight with me with ninjutsu. That's right, after evolving Gyuriting round eyes, what Lu Hao wants most is not to cut and use water dunnen. Surgery. Because one of his chakra attributes is water, he has been learning about the changes in the chakra nature recently, and he believes that he can definitely replicate the water escape ninjutsu without cutting it. Little devil, report your name. If it hurts me, I won't cut it again. You are qualified to let me know your name. I didn't cut a glance at the wound on my arm that could not heal in a short time, but it was just scratched. Using chakra to seal the wound himself couldn't heal him. What makes me palpitations is that if I don't use chakra to block the wound, I will probably bleed wildly. This is just a very slight puncture wound. I just pierced the skin and pierced a little bit of muscle. It was actually able to flow. Bloody, that weapon is too terrifying. Lu Hao. Lu Hao threw out his name very concisely, and he was also mentally prepared, because he could see that his eyes changed when he was stabbed by himself. In addition to killing intent, it is serious, which is the seriousness that can only be taken by the strong at the same level. Lu Hao, right? In order to show my respect to you, I will use my water escape ninjutsu to bury you in this river, the secret technique of mist hiding. Without cutting, he made a strange posture. One hand was raised to the sky, and the other hand was white on his chest. The weather that was not too refreshing at first began to become foggy. The field of vision that Lu Hao's riding wheel eyes can see has become much narrower, and the thick fog created by not cutting it will even affect Kakashi's three-gold jade riding wheel eyes to a certain extent, because all sides are covered with investigations. Carrot, blocked the line of sight of Shilanyan, let alone Lu Hao, who was still Erguyu at this time. Worse, Lu Hao, come back quickly. This is a silent killing technique that won't be cut anymore. Kakashi Heiji yelled and rushed out at the same time. It's late, Kakashi Heiji. The sound of not cutting again came from the dense fog, and at the same time the sound of metal collision sounded. It was obvious that Lu Hao's three-road army stab collided with the decapitating broadsword that was not cutting again. Oh? Can you actually block it? It seems that you have broken through, really a genius. The voice of not cutting is slightly surprised, but it calmed down in an instant. There. Hearing the voice, Kakashi rushed forward immediately. At the same time, Kakashi felt a strong wind coming from his right hand, and he didn't even want to stop it. Very well, if you don't cut it, your opponent will be me from now on. Heiji Kakashi said with satisfaction. You think I really want to fight you? That little ghost is very elf. He has escaped before you rushed over. Just now I was fighting with a shadow clone. If you don't say anything angry, it is obvious that he was deceived by Lu Hao's seriousness. He looked at Lu Hao and thought that Lu Hao would fight with him. Who knew he had slipped away secretly, making Don't Jean extremely depressed, and at this time, seeing Heiji Kakashi rushing in, the depressed person took Heiji Kakashi as a vent without thinking or wanting. This kid is really shrewd, and he actually used me as a shield. Kakashi was speechless, but he didn't expect to become a shield. Mr. Kakashi, my goal has been achieved, and now it's over to you. Yes, Lu Hao's biggest goal is to open Erguyu. He has done it now, and he also understands that Shangaran's strength is not his current self. What can be defeated, unless the technique is used to carry out a sneak attack, and it is still necessary to succeed in the sneak attack. As for copying ninjutsu, where do you need to fight? Just stand aside and watch it yourself, so that you can get familiar with your Erguyu's ability to write round eyes. You said that you would fight with you, and it ended Heimu Kakashi. The sound of not cutting it was like a ghost. It was on Heimu Kakashi's side a second before, but this second came. There Danaz. That's it. The expressions of the three Naruto Uzumaki who were protecting the surroundings of Danath changed drastically. They didn't know what was going on, and they would stand silently among them if they didn't cut it, and they were actually a little bit. They also didn't realize that if they didn't stop talking, they wouldn't know that this was the real silent killing technique. However, Heiji Kakashi seemed to have known for a long time that he would not be cut again. The three-guyu jade riding wheel was so far away, under the influence of the thick fog, that he stared at him and stopped cutting, as if he had locked his whole person. It became normal, and then he swiped a circle at a speed faster than Lu Hao's current rotation of the Erguyu riding wheel. He has already copied the water body that will not be cut again. Yes, he just saw that the water body is not cut again, so he used the riding wheel to copy it, and at the same time, he planned how to fight in the next second. Don't think about it. Hanaki Kakashi rushed to the front of No More Cuts like a sharp arrow, and actually used such a small kunao to block the no longer beheading knife. Not only that, but also blocking the beheading knife. At the moment, Heiji Kakashi didn't turn around in his hands, and suddenly pierced into the body that would not be cut. When Heiji Kakashi rushed over, the three Naruto Uzumaki trembling voices looked at Nostalgia and Kakashi. This level is simply not what they can intervene now. Damn, I can't resist at all. I can't even control my own life. I don't even know how I died. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan and have the blood of Shayaleya. Lu Hao is just an ordinary person. We are the same age and graduated at the same time. Why can he fight with Shangaran's no slash for so long, and he can still be injured so much that he doesn't slash? Why is the gap so big? Uchiha Sasuke yelled unwillingly while he was afraid. It's just that the wound that Heiji Kakashi pierced when he did not cut his body did not flow out bright red blood, but water. Teacher, back! Naruto Uzumaki yelled when he saw Heiji Kakashi behind him without cutting the condition to launch. Take it to death. I was a little excited if I didn't cut it again. After all, being able to kill Kakashi Heiji would be a blow to Konoha. If the crime he committed were not really too great, even if he was a traitor, Vunin village would forgive him for his sins and let him return to Wernan village. Unfortunately, the sin he committed was to assassinate Wu Dishui. Cage, where will Terumi Ming's iron hand let him go? Sneer. No more slashing with a huge decapitating knife. Kakashi Heiji was chopped off at once, but unfortunately the smile on his face didn't hold for a few seconds before it was solidified, because Kakashi Heiji was chopped in the same way as he was just now. It's just a water body. Water body technique. Could it be that he could replicate my ninjutsu just now in such a thick fog? No more shocked thoughts in his heart, and at the same time his mind was lost. He subconsciously became a little afraid of Heiji Kakashi's writing round eyes, and it was this moment that he gave Heiji Kakashi the opportunity to hypnotize him. Chapter 30, Copy. See also copy. Don't move. Heimu Kakashi stood behind No and put a handful of kuna on No's neck, believing that as long as there is no change in No again, it is death. It's not bad. I finally copied the first ninjutsu. Lu Hao, who was standing not far away, said excitedly. The feeling of copying ninjutsu was so cool. It's a pity that he is the 2-go jade writing round eyes, and his insight is not as good as the 3-go jade. Otherwise, as long as it is not the ninjutsu of the secret technique and the blood inheritance limit, even the A-level ninjutsu can be copied, and now Lu Hao is still the 2-go jade, copy of course. Ninjutsu such as the water body technique is very easy to catch. But it's a bit reluctant if it's an A-level waterfall technique. Fortunately, the knot printing speed is not too fast if you don't cut it. Therefore, even if you can't instantly copy and use it like Heiji Kakashi, after seeing it once, it doesn't take long for yourself. It can also be used. If you reach the 3-go jade, your knowledge of ninjutsu will be improved, and you can definitely be like Heiji Kakashi at that time. Even the super advanced A-level ninjutsu can be instantly copied and used instantly. But Kakashi, don't be too proud. I have been immersed in water escape for many years. Don't think that your copied ninjutsu can defeat me. If you don't cut it again, you can only see Kakashi Heiji's. Behind it, there was another do not cut. Teacher, his is also a water body technique. Naruto Uzumaki said. Not good. Heiji Kakashi suddenly solved the moisture in front of him, and at the same time he immediately squatted down and escaped. Don't think I met so easily. Kakashi hid the knife that didn't cut it, and slashed it to the ground, but his body art that didn't cut it was obviously also very powerful. A hand on the handle of the knife can actually be used as a point of borrowing. A spin kicks Kakashi Heiji into the air, and then pulls up the decapitating knife and quickly rushes towards Kakashi Heiji, who is about to fall into the river. Rob Kakashi settled the flag before he landed. It's just that there are a few nails blocking his way on the road, making it boring to swear inwardly, but these nails are a bit useful, because the time to rush to the past is not enough. Heiji Kakashi had fallen on the water, but there was one more plan. This man's physique is so powerful. Uchiha Sasuke thought. Mr. Kakashi was actually lifted into the water by him. Why do I feel that the teacher is inferior to Lu Hao? Sure enough, my Lu Hao is the best. After 6 years of getting along with Haruno Sakura's idea that she just liked a fun toy, Haruno Sakura has gradually changed from a pure love of beautiful and awesome things into a true crush. Why the water is so heavy, it seems to be dense. Heimu Kakashi only felt that he was not in the water, but as if he was being held down by the earth. It was very heavy. It's an idiot, you are in the trick, water escape water prison technique. No longer cut to the back of Heimu Kakashi, taking this opportunity to use the water prison technique to trap Heimu Kakashi in one fell swoop. It's a mistake. I originally wanted to hide in the water. Heiji Kakashi said uncomfortably, but he didn't worry too much, because if the water prison technique traps himself, the opponent cannot move, otherwise the water prison technique will be used. Will leave and be lifted, as long as he attacks himself, then his Heiji Kakashi can also use the substitute technique to hide in this moment. Your account will be calculated with you later. When I kill the old man, I think that when the old man died, you don't have a reason to fight. He said without complacency, and immediately used water again. Clone technique. He, you think you are very proud when you wear a headscarf, you think you are a ninja, but the so-called ninja is a person who has countless births and deaths, that is to say, someone who has the ability to be famous in this uncle's hunt down book. Can be regarded as a real ninja. It seems that you little ghosts who are stinky are not qualified to be called ninjas, but you, Lu Hao, are powerful. Although you will definitely die today, I will record your name in the hunting book. If you don't cut it anymore, you still don't know your own words. Once again, Sasuke Uchiha's inferiority and pride is hurt. Boom! Although the water body that didn't cut it was only 10% of his strength, it was enough to kill Danath by the technique of mist hiding, and when he passed by, he kicked Naruto Uzumaki away. It's really useless, it's simply vulnerable. No longer cut the water body, stepping on Uzumaki Naruto's forehead and said disdainfully. You guys, hurry up and leave here with Mr. Danaz. You will definitely die if you stay here. Kakashi Heiji said loudly. We have no choice at all. If we escape, we will never escape. This ninja who can kill silently can kill us even if it is just a water body. In order to survive, we can only save you. Sasuke Uchiha made it. A correct choice, immediately rushed to the avatar that would not be cut again. He did not believe that he could not even win an avatar. Too naive. Without cutting it, he easily blocked Sasuke Uchiha's shuriken, and then pinched Sasuke Uchiha's neck with one hand. Sasuke! Naruto Uzumaki shouted, thinking of his cowardice and incompetence, the strength of Lu Hao, and the bravery of Uchiha Sasuke. He stood up. Hey, don't be so pessimistic, okay, have you forgotten me? Lu Hao's slightly joking voice came from the side who didn't cut his true body. When? No longer said in surprise, because a Lu Hao's body appeared in the river under his feet. The triangular army stabbed at the arm that was not slashed. Whether he had suffered a loss from the triangular army or was not hurt, he can only avoid it. You actually learned my moisture body technique? How could you copy it to my ninjutsu if you didn't write the round eyes? If he didn't swear in his heart, he had secretly planned that this shrewd kid would come to stop him, but he didn't expect this kid actually knows how to hydrate the body. So in the case of mental arithmetic and unintentional, I can only watch Heiji Kakashi being rescued. At the same time, because he is no longer distracted, the thick fog has begun to thin out a little, at least the line of sight is much clearer. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that when I was playing against Lu Hao, there were a lot of simple ninjutsu, which he could learn only once. Heimu Kakashi was also relieved, and at the same time he admired Lu Hao's learning ability, but he didn't know where Lu Hao was so good. Although Lu Hao had the ability to learn and comprehend quickly, if he didn't write if you take a turn, how can you learn and use it in such an instant? This kid is really troublesome. I knew I should kill him with all my strength. He regretted not cutting him anymore. He had a hunch that if Lu Hao grows up, he will probably be killed by him. This kid's genius, the degree has threatened myself. The stinky boy die for me. Without a roar, blue veins appeared on the muscles of his body. He clenched the decapitating knife and flew towards Lu Hao. Obviously he planned to divide Lu Hao. The distance was so close. A bit dangerous. Chapter 31, The battle is over. It won't hurt me. Lu Hao was directly cut across by the beheaded knife without dodge, but his body was also turned into a puddle of water and fell into the river at the same time. The cutting weapon flew unabated to a big tree on the shore. It's the hydration body again. I didn't expect Lu Hao to learn the hydration body in such a short period of time, and even more so that the hydration body could not move less than the Kakashi just now, and both were hydration. It's amazing. Naruto Uzumaki's pupils contracted and looked at Lu Hao incredulously. Did this person really graduate with him? Why is the gap so big? With Lu Hao's shot, he and Sasuke's joint performance did not have a chance to appear. Chien. Higaki Kakashi's Kakashi suddenly stabbed and didn't cut it again, but if he didn't cut it again, although he lost the beheading sword, he was not a vegetarian. He used a water substitute between the electric light and flint, and directly hit in the river. The other side rushed out from the bottom of the water. The change in the nature of the water attribute chakra is really too subtle, especially here is an island, the air is very rich in moisture, and without cutting the foot is a river, his strength has been greatly increased. What do you say? It's useless to use the same type of ninjutsu on me. Heiji Kakashi's eyes were terrifying. Sanguya had already quietly hypnotized before he wrote Lunyan, but before if you don't think that you are sure of winning, the effect of hypnosis is not obvious. But over time, if the hypnotized person does not find that he is hypnotized, even if the effect of hypnosis is minimal at first, it will gradually become more obvious over time. Now that I don't see Heiji Kakashi getting out of trouble, I am very afraid of Xiao Lunyan. Now I open my eyes and stare at Heiji Kakashi's Xiao Lunyan. The eyes have the greatest effect on the eyes, and they are hypnotized at the same time. The effect can also be maximized. Humph. Zhou Shen Mao Zi Hai Yu Zhou Wu Yu Zi Yin Su Yin Si Zhou Wei Si Hai Wei Zi Ren Shen Yu Zhou Wu Wei Yin Si Zi Shen Mao Hai Chen Wei Zi Zhou Shen Yu Ren Zi Hai Yu, the technique of Water Dragon Ball. If he didn't cut his heart, he felt a little hairy, but on the surface, he didn't believe in evil, and his body leaped back. What surprised him was that Kakashi Heiji's movements were the same as him. When he just started to seal the seal, he looked towards. What surprised him even more when he was in Heiji Kakashi was that Heiji Kakashi's Ji-Yin movements were the same as him, almost completely synchronized. Zhou Shen Mao Zi Hai Yu Zhou Wu Yu Zi Yin Su Yin Si Zhou Wei Si Hai Wei Zi Ren Shen Yu Zhou Wu Wei Yin Si Zi Shen Mao Hai Chen Wei Zi Zhou Shen Yu Ren Zi Hai Yu, the technique of water escape and water dragon bullets. Hanaki Kakashi and Zaibuzan completed this water run ninjutsu at the same time. Two slender water dragons full of ferocious aura woke up like a sleeping water dragon, rushing out in the river at the same time, and they intertwined under the control of the two. When they collided, the two water dragons disappeared at the same time. Very good, another one. Is the B-level ninjutsu the limit I can copy at present? A-level ninjutsu can only copy the gestures of Ji-Yin at most, but it can't be copied and used synchronously. Fortunately, the one who doesn't cut it is water dung. Otherwise, I really can't copy and use it synchronously. Lu Hao has been hiding from the side, staring at him and staring at it again. The writing wheel's eyes shrunk a bit, and he has replicated the B-level water escape technique. I don't know when I got back the beheading knife and Kakashi's kunao collided with each other, obviously competing for power. It's the same just now? Not only is the ninjutsu used, but there is no error in the time. This is the copying ability of Xiao Lunyan. No longer Zhang Xin became more and more frightened. At this time, his heart was already facing Xiao Lunyan. The fear of emotions had already determined his defeat, and now he is being hypnotized more and more. Could it be that his writing wheel eyes can really? Impossible. Without cutting the decapitator, put away the big knife behind him, and move his feet, but with every movement of his appearance, what makes him more and more unbelievable is that Heiji Kakashi actually did exactly the same action with him at the same time, and the time was exactly the same. This person, actually really took every action of mine. It's all copied over. Heiji Kakashi said this sentence for him before he didn't cut his forehead anymore, and the blue veins appeared in his forehead, and his heart appeared panic. What? Does he have the ability to see through my thoughts? He didn't cut back in secret, his eyes really. You must be thinking that the look in my eyes is really annoying, you must think so. Heiji Kakashi said while doing the same action as if he didn't cut it again. Humph, you are just copying, you can't beat me just by doing this, so save it. This alone can't beat me, save it. Both the actions and the language are synchronized again. Suddenly, there was a no slash at the back of Heimu Kakashi, which made Nojon think that this was an illusion. Immediately, Heimu Kakashi completed the seal before he didn't cut, and released ninjutsu, Shui Dun Great Falls the technique. A wave of water formed on Heiji Kakashi. With the continuous output of Heiji Kakashi chakra and the continuous flooding of the river at the foot, a huge bang appeared immediately like a waterfall from a height. The water flow produced by the fall generally contains a strong impact force and will no longer be involved in the bottom of the water. Impossible, I just thought of using this trick to clean up Kakashi. I was hit by a big waterfall on a tree, and before he could make any moves, several kunai quickly flew over. Nail the limbs that will not be cut to the tree. Can you really see through my thoughts? And my future? Don't cut my heart decadently thinking. Yes, I did see through. Your future is death. Heiji Kakashi once again took out a handful of kunai, ready to understand the time when it will not be cut. 2,000 books suddenly appeared in the sky. Without cutting his body, it seemed that he had died suddenly without aura. Chapter 32, You Owe Me a Life. Who are you? Kakashi Heiji turned his head to look at the location where Chiban was launched, and found a ninja wearing a mask that looked about the same age as Uzumaki Naruto and others, and he was indistinguishable from being a male or female ninja standing on a branch. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to kill Dai so easily and not cut it again. The masked ninja did not directly answer Heiji Kakashi's words, but changed the subject. It should be Mizuki Shiro, very good. I have never been able to find anyone to protect Boomer. This Mizuki Shiro is the best choice at the moment. Her talent is definitely no less than that of Uchiha Itachi, Heiji. For geniuses like Kakashi, all she lacks is time and a good teacher, plus she can make seals with one hand, and she also possesses a powerful Bing escape blood succession boundary. That is the boundary of the bloodline that is level with the bones and veins. You must know that Ashimaru is actually more possessive of Junmaro's body than the body of Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously, he values the bones and veins more than Sharonin. Cultivating alone to have such strength without the guidance of anyone, then she awakens the blood succession boundary at a young age. It is the fastest awakening among all those who have the blood succession boundary. If she does not die in the original work, if she develops like this, if Uchiha Sasuke is taught by a teacher like Ashimaru, it is not impossible for her to reach the shadow level. Lu Hao thought that although Bauma possesses a lot of high-tech weapons, if someone specifically assassinates her, Bumiko still has no time to take out the weapons. Although the possibility is not high, people must have near-term worries without far-sightedness. Okay, the worst plan is better, and Lu Hao has already thought about how to conquer Water Uiba. Listen to her voice, and the figure should be about the size of Naruto. This kid is definitely not easy. Heiji Kakashi stretched out his hand and pressed it on the neck of No More Slash. Although his heartbeat was gone, Heiji Kakashi had already seen that Shui Uiba was not here to kill and never kill, but to save and never kill, but he didn't. Speaking, instead pretending to be ignorant. Because he used the writing wheel Yan consumes too much, he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, and forcibly pressing the writing wheel Yan, he can't fight for a long time at all, so even if he knows it, he can't say it, because now he will not cut it anymore if he loses his fighting power, he will soon, so he not only can't make a public announcement, but he also cooperates with Shui Uiba to let him take it away and not cut it. You should be the chasing of Vunin village. Kimu Kakashi looked at Mizuki Shiro and said. That's right, I'm the chasing team in Wurin village. Shui Uiba was also relieved, after all, she was still young, and if she wasn't wearing a mask, she would have seen the flaws. You are too much. Naruto Uzumaki has a problem with his nerves, he even cares about this little thing. Don't worry, Naruto, he is not an enemy. Heiji Kakashi is a little helpless, why the teacher's children don't even have a tenth of the teacher's ability. But at the same time Heiji Kakashi was also fortunate that Naruto was not as shrewd and powerful as the fourth generation of Naruto, otherwise Naruto Uzumaki would not be able to live until now, that is, his neurotic performance can make Kimha village so relieved. I'm not talking about this, I'm saying that we have put in such a great effort just now, and now we have been killed by him like this, as if we are fundamentally idiots. You say how can I swallow this breath? Naruto Uzumaki was uncomfortable. Said. You were an idiot originally. Lu Hao couldn't help but said. What did you say? Naruto Uzumaki would have rushed past if it hadn't been caught by Heiji Kakashi. Forget it, I understand your feelings very well, but it happened if it didn't happen, don't care too much. There are young people in this world who are younger than you, but may be stronger than me now. Heiji Kakashi said that he thought of his father Hagasu Shige, who made the legendary Sunin only give way to 3 points of white teeth. At the young age of Naruto Uzumaki, White Fang has been able to compare with the current one. Compared to even stronger strength. Shui Uiba glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, and did not speak. A mighty prestige with a few fallen leaves ate on Shui Uiba's body. Shui Uiba passed away with the wind, and suddenly came to the front of Shui Uiba. Holding him up. The technique of water escape and water dragon bombs. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind, and everyone present was shocked, especially Heiji Kakashi. His face changed greatly, because this voice was Lu Hao. Those knots are simple. The ninjutsu that can be learned with only the subtle control of chakras. Lu Hao can see it once and instantly learn that he can barely accept it. However, the water dragon bullet technique is an advanced water escape technique, which already includes the changes in the nature of the water attribute chakra. How can Lu Hao? Maybe you learned it in an instant? Has Lu Hao already mastered the changes in the properties of water? But even so, it's impossible to learn by watching the enemy use it once, right? The seal of the water dragon bullet technique is very complicated. How come? Sasuke Uchiha yelled unwillingly in his heart. He had already found sadly at this time that the genius he had done was not worth mentioning in front of Lu Hao. At the beginning, his father taught him how to make fireballs. He learned about the technique in detail once, and learned it after a lot of hard work. But Lu Hao learned the art of fireball in an instant after seeing him once. At that time, he was able to comfort himself by surpassing Lu Hao after he opened the writing wheel, but now Lu Hao actually learned the art of water dragon bombing in an instant. It made him feel ironic. That's bad. Shui Uiba's face changed slightly, but she was the least afraid of Shui Dun, but she was afraid of being dragged by Heiji Kakashi and could not leave. Then she would be in trouble. But she didn't even know. At this time, Heiji Kakashi was just the end of the battle. Shui Uiba's technique of water dragon bombing. Shui Uiba pulled up with one hand and didn't cut it again. He jumped into the air. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, he completed the water dragon bomb technique with one hand and completed the water dragon bomb technique very quickly. Under the bite, they disappeared at the same time, but the falling water flow blocked Shui Uiba's whole body, making it unclear whether she had left or not. Don't be nervous, this water dragon bomb technique is just for not wanting people to see what I said before you. Lu Hao brushed to Shui Uiba's face, and said a little funny when she saw her guard. Time is running out. I will tell you one thing before the water flows down. I will not stop you from saving and not cutting, but you remember that if I let you go, it is equivalent to letting you go and not cutting your life again. If I procrastinate if you don't let you leave, even if I can't defeat you in a short time, I can completely prevent the injured from dying because of the injury. Lu Hao made the face under the white mask of Shui Uiba very ugly like a devil in hell. Remember, I know that you are a tool that will not be cut anymore, because when you were a child, everyone didn't need you. As long as he needed you to be his tool, so you can die for him. I hope you remember that you are human. It's not a tool, you remembered it to me, You must not die before you return this life to me. Well, let's go you. Chapter 33, Practice. Although Shui Wuiba is very puzzled, she also knows that her current injuries will not be delayed unless she is cut off, and must be dealt with as soon as possible. In addition, she also knows that Lu Hao is right, and at the same time, because Lu Hao understands everything about herself so well. Surprised, but now is not the time to speak. Therefore, she didn't say anything, but just nodded to Lu Hao, which was considered to have agreed to Lu Hao's words, and then disappeared in the same place as the water flowed down. Lu Hao, Mr. Kakashi said that he is not an enemy. How do you attack her? What if you fight again after a while? Naruto Uzumaki still had a grudge at Lu Hao, who called himself an idiot. Shut up, if you don't understand, don't talk too much. If you talk too much, you don't know how to die. The reason why Kakashi teacher said she is not an enemy is because now Kakashi teacher has no extra combat power to deal with this person. If it wasn't for Heiji Kakashi to stop you just now, it would be a problem if you were going down and she would kill you. Lu Hao actually didn't hate Uzumaki Naruto, but he was upset with his so many mouths and very long-winded cock. He was not decisive, and he didn't have any ninja style at all. Fortunately, he kept saying that he wanted to be Naruto. Ah! Harano Sakura immediately exclaimed and looked at Lu Hao in disbelief. Apart from Heiji Kakashi, everyone else was the same. Uzumaki Naruto changed his face and stared at Heiji Kakashi. Hope. Heimu Kakashi told himself that Lu Hao was not lying. Naruto, Lu Hao is right. Mizuno is different from Konoha. If you continue to talk about it just now, it is really likely to kill you. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the ninjas in Mizuno village are the coldest-blooded. Each of their ninjas is a cold-blooded killer, and she is indeed here to save without cutting. I don't have much strength to stop him. If I don't follow his words, you will all die here except Lu Hao. After Kakashi Heiji finished speaking, his body actually fell backwards, but fortunately, Danaz on one side was quick to support Kakashi Heiji with his eyesight. Sure enough, before I woke up, the captain of this team was Lu Hao. Remember, you must listen to his orders. After finishing talking, Kakashi Heiji closed his eyes and passed out into a coma. Lu Hao, since you know she is an enemy, why do you want to attack her? Wouldn't it be nice to let her go? Harano Sakura said puzzledly, as did the others. Hey, it seems that if you live with an idiot for too long, people will become sluggish. Lu Hao first stimulated Naruto Uzumaki, and made him almost run away before slowly speaking. Since she is the enemy, it means that the next time we meet, we will face not only not cutting her again, but also her, and now she does not know that Kakashi teacher will pass out at any time. In addition, she needs to be treated as soon as possible if she does not cut it, so she must leave quickly. So I tried to test her, hoping to get some information about her, and I would be a little psychologically prepared when we meet next time. Lu Hao is so smart. Sakura's eyes turned into a love pattern, and she said with a look of admiration. Even Danath looked at Lu Hao in admiration. Although he was young, except for Kimukaka, he is the most reliable in Westway, compared to the other 3 little ghosts. In his opinion, Lu Hao can be regarded as a real ninja. I thought of so much all at once. The plan is good. Am I really inferior to him? No, I am Uchiha's genius. As long as I open the writing wheel, I will definitely be better than him. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were extremely complicated. He found that he and Lu Hao were really far behind, not only in strength, but also in his head. Naruto Uzumaki was already speechless, and now he is no longer able to speak. The idiot also knows that Lu Hao's doing this is a good thing, but it seems that he has been here as a jumping clown like an idiot. Mr. Danatz, lead the way. I think it will take a week to heal from the injury that will not be cut. Lu Hao lifted the flag tree Kakashi, and supported the flag tree with the strength and endurance he has trained for many years. Kakashi is simply a breeze. Because of Heiji Kakashi's instructions before the coma, and Lu Hao's impeccable head, strength, or performance, it is true that if he is the captain, the chances of survival of the team are the greatest. So in Danaz the four of them hurried on the road quickly and finally arrived at Naz's house before dark. Heiji Kakashi woke up the next morning, because he had already explained that he would never die again, so he didn't need to say it again like the original book. Teacher Kakashi, you finally woke up. Lu Hao said that if you don't cut it, you will come again in a week, and then there will be the masked person. Is it true? Naruto Uzumaki saw Heiji Kakashi wake up. Immediately said anxiously. Naruto, you are not young anymore. Can you calm down when things happen? Yes, based on the analysis of the injury, he will heal in about a week, but you can rest assured that I will heal in about a week. So don't worry. Hagaki Kakashi was worried that the morale was low and Naruto Uzumaki and the others had no determination to fight. Such words were very dangerous. Because of Lu Hao, the three of Naruto Uzumaki had never performed as in the original work. That's okay. Danaz on one side was also relieved, but he had heard Heiji Kakashi copy the ninja's name, and at least feel relieved if he is there. But didn't you say that the person about our age is very strong? Then you will fight no more. What shall we do? Harano Sakura asked Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto's inner thoughts. They don't want to stand aside and just be a spectator, they also want to fight. I don't think you guys want to be a burden that would just stand by and watch others fight and be protected by others. In this case, of course I have to teach you to practice. Kakashi Heiji took the two from Danaz. With a walking stick, Lu Hao and his party came to a forest. Heiji Kakashi explained the mystery of chakra once, and then began to explain the things to be practiced. I think you should understand by now. To skillfully use chakra and use ninjutsu, you must have subtle control over chakra. Otherwise, you won't even be able to use ninjutsu. Even if you can use it, the power will be greatly reduced. Wait, teacher, we don't know anything about it, so why can Lu Hao use that water dragon bomb technique? Naruto Uzumaki interrupted Kakashi Heiji and asked puzzledly, as did the others. It's very simple, this ninja has never lacked the existence of geniuses. There are many ninjas who are geniuses in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, but some of them are more geniuses in the eyes of genius ninjas, and Lu Hao is obviously no longer a genius. The category of ninjas, even many genius ninjas can only be eclipsed in front of him. Chapter 34, Kakashi and Number 039, S Rare Teachings. What, it's really that amazing? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Lu Hao jealously. Why is this guy so lucky? No, Mr. Kakashi, I think you got it wrong. I'm not a genius. On the contrary, I'm just a little clever person at best. Lu Hao shook his head, and now Kakashi was also very curious to look at Lu Hao. From Kakashi's point of view, Lu Hao is definitely a rare genius in a century or even 1,000 years. Such a complicated ninjutsu, after seeing it once it can be used, and it is very proficient in use. If there is really a genius in this world, I can only be regarded as a hard-working genius. I am cultivating while you are sleeping, and I am also cultivating while you are playing. When you were playing a ninja game, I was thinking about how to make myself stronger. I don't have any scrolls of ninjutsu. The only things I can use are weapons and chakras, so I can only be in chakras. Starting with it, in my opinion, even the genius ninjas are nothing more than a waste if they don't make efforts to practice and fight, plus no one teaches them. So even those who are geniuses have nothing to be proud of, because these so-called geniuses are just a little higher than ordinary people, as long as ordinary people pay several times or even dozens of times more than their efforts to surpass the so-called genius fundamentals. It's not impossible. Lu Hao said. Really? But if your talent is not a genius, it is really difficult to find the so-called genius. Forget it. It is no wonder that you have always performed so well. Your words are like a friend of mine, that's what he said about himself, and even he taught his disciples that way, a hard-working genius. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Heiji Kakashi thought of Tai Suikai, and couldn't help but be more pleasing to Lu Hao. This kid is not only talented, but also crisis-conscious, flexible, and has no arrogance at all. He even knew that a genius could not be a genius. Eating hard is the most important thing. Okay, sir, don't pull farther and farther, what on earth do you have to do to accomplish what you said? Naruto Uzumaki said anxiously, and Suzuki Uchiha's face grew darker and darker. He felt that Lu Hao was mocking himself when he said that he was not a genius, because he had always regarded himself as a genius, and now he heard people so much better than himself say that he was not a genius. Isn't that irony? It's very simple, just climb the tree. You can't climb the tree with your hands, Lu Hao, do it once, said Heimu Kakashi. Lu Hao shrugged his shoulders indifferently and walked directly in front of a tree, and step by step, his feet seemed to be glued to the trunk, and he walked to the top of the tree. Climbing a tree first, by treading water, if you can send and receive freely, then you can basically control chakra to a certain extent. Heiji Kakashi glanced at Lu Hao with satisfaction. This kid had nothing to say about chakra's understanding and control. That's it, but if you just look at it, you may think it is very simple. Listen to me here, that theoretical knowledge is not enough. Take this coup now and do it yourself and you will understand. No shot reached the feet of the three, indicating that they could start. Oh! As soon as Uzumaki took a step, he fell to the ground holding his head and shouted pain. On the other side, Uchiha Suzuki climbed almost halfway before falling down. Naruto, have you seen it? This is the so-called gap between a genius and an ordinary ninja. Take you and Suzuki as an example. He did so much better than he did the first time, but you have to repeat it many times to achieve it. His effect may not even be achieved for a lifetime. The same genius above genius is equivalent to the comparison between Suzuki and Lu Hao. Kakashi Heiji knew that Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki Uchiha and others must be stressed if they want to learn as soon as possible, and there is also a competitive motivation, so he exported them to stimulate them. Damn it! Suzuki Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki looked at each other, and there was a feeling of sympathy. It's not that difficult. Harano Sakura's words immediately attracted the eyes of everyone except Lu Hao, and saw that she was already sitting on the tree. Although she can't hang upside down on a branch for a long time like Lu Hao, the control ability of Chakra who can climb to the top of Harano Sakura for the first time is good, but it may be the first time, so what she lacks is as long as Lu Hao. It's time to maintain it. Oh! I didn't expect that you two boys can't compare to Sakura and a girl. It seems that Sakura's theoretical knowledge and practical experience are equal. It seems to the person who only knows that he is going to become Hokage. There is no chance. The other so-called Uchiha genius turned out to be inferior to a girl. Hagaki Kakashi continued to stimulate the two of them, and it was good to say that he lost to Lu Hao, a man, but Harano Sakura, who has always been weak and protected, is not as good as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki. Look, I'm the one with you Lu Hao, Harano Sakura said with a beautiful fantasy in her heart. Teacher Kakashi, these practices seem to be of little use to me now, there are still 7 days, don't you plan to let me spend it here these few days? Lu Hao said boringly, obviously he intends to extract more ninjutsu from this ninja who knows so much ninjutsu. That's it. Heiji Kakashi also had a headache. If everyone can teach together at the same level, there is obviously a top-notch Lu Hao here, and he can't be lazy. Well, I think you should be short of ninjutsu. Come with me and I will teach you some ninjutsu. Heiji Kakashi thought for a while. After observing Lu Hao for so long, he was basically certain that Lu Hao is definitely a genius, and a genius better than Uchiha. As for whether he is loyal to Konoha or not, it's hard to say, but seeing Lu Hao grew up in Konoha, even if he is not loyal to Konoha, he wouldn't betray Konoha. As long as he is loyal to Konoha, it's okay, so Kaka West definitely taught Lu Hao some ninjutsu, otherwise he would make Lu Hao very dissatisfied with Konoha. Kakashi believed that he would be very satisfied with his decision to make the third generation of Hokage. What, Mr. Kakashi, how can you be so partial to teach Lu Hao? Naruto Uzumaki was the first to jump over and complain. You still have to finish climbing the tree. If you have the strength of Lu Hao, I will definitely teach you. Don't forget that you don't seem to have any outstanding performance from the start until now, except for fear. Even if you teach you ninjutsu, you can't learn it. Heimu Kakashi refused mercilessly, and led Lu Hao to the other side of the forest. Chapter 35, Secretly Learn Chidori. Damn, the gap is so big now, and his ability to learn is so strong. Ninjutsu is learned only once after seeing it. If he learns ninjutsu, he will definitely be stronger. When will I be able to learn ninjutsu? Turn on. Sasuke Uchiha's mood is not much better, and it can even be said to be very bad. He thinks of the gap between himself and Lu Hao, plus Uchiha Itachi scolds himself as not worth killing, and says he is useless. So far, his riding wheel is all. It was not turned on, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Lu Hao, tell me honestly, when did you learn to change the nature of chakra, and you have actually mastered it well? You must know that mastering this is one of the prerequisites for forbearance. Kakashi had a little tone of voice. Said seriously. You said this. Lu Hao's body suddenly turned into a puddle of water, lying on the ground, and then regaining its original shape after a short while. The water attribute chakra's change in nature is the most useless among the 5 attributes. The least aggressive. But Lu Hao knows that goodness is like water. Water can nurture and destroy all things. Everything is just a fine line. Therefore, he is very serious about the changes in the properties of water. It can be said that it is one of his 3 changes in nature. The fastest to learn. Not to mention just the fact that the known water attribute changes in Naruto world are suitable for morphological changes, which can become fog to hide the figure, or become a tsunami to block others, etc. It has a very high effect. Secondary effects. If you add your own understanding that the goodness is like water, then it will definitely be a very powerful characteristic, and it will definitely surpass the ninjas who are good at changing the nature of water, because they will never know what the goodness is like water, let alone the negative meaning of the water. Yes, how did you learn it? Heiji Kakashi really couldn't figure it out. Ninjutsu can be learned once and no one can do it, so he can accept it, but the change in nature is not that simple. Remember the pair of ninjas I killed on the road? Lu Hao said pointedly. You mean? Heiji Kakashi seemed to understand. I said that I have always been worrying about how to become stronger, and the only thing I can have is chakra. The premise of the release of ninjutsu where I know everything is chakra, and there are various types of ninjutsu. After that, I was thinking that there should be a certain reason for the ninjutsu that turned into various attributes after chakra was released. Otherwise, why the chakra I released would not have any attributes? It was definitely not as simple as a not printing problem, until I got out of Konoha and saw the Ghost Brothers actually put their bodies into the water, although their strength was average. But everyone has something worthy of me to learn, so I have been thinking about how to do what they do. On the way here, I have been groping in secret until I don't cut it again. I broke through in the battle. I also realized that, sure enough, it is better to travel thousands of miles to read thousands of books. Lu Hao had already figured out the countermeasures, so he immediately pretended to say. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Haha, I understand. No wonder you are so good. You have such insights and can say such incisive sentences. It is not difficult to learn the knowledge you need directly from others. What? Heiji Kakashi sighed, is this kid really an evildoer? Such insights can actually say such things. If you don't be a ninja, you can definitely become a scholar. How did he know that Lu Hao is half a bucket of water, and he did not graduate from high school. This sentence was also seen on the internet, just to pretend that he is very knowledgeable. Yes, it really flickered Heimu Kakashi. This kid's genius is no longer simply limited to the ninja's talents. He can actually learn what he needs through ordinary life and nature. Even if I don't teach him, he continues to compete with all kinds of ninjas. You can also experience various ninjutsu in battle. Let his knowledge be broader, and he will become a talent one day. In that case, it is better for me to complete him in advance, so that he will become a powerful ninja in the future and I will be grateful to Konoha. Heimu Kakashi had already made a decision, so he actually guided Lu Hao on the issue of nature changes. Of course Lu Hao is very happy. Although he lacks ninjutsu, he has explored the changes in his nature. He only has some insights into the water attribute. The other two fire attributes and thunder attributes are general, so he has all the problems he needs. Ask it out. Heiki Kakashi really deserves to be a ninja who has learned more than 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu. The problem of changing nature can be solved easily, but I don't know that Heiki Kakashi's heart becomes more frightened when he hears Lu Hao's questions. To describe it as a genius, it is simply a genius, an evildoer. Well, I already know the theory. What is missing is the practice, Mr. Kakashi, now you can teach me ninjutsu. Remember that I want to be practical. Lu Hao didn't want Heiki Kakashi to fool himself with some ninjutsu, and at the same time he guessed why Heiki Kakashi was so lazy and would teach him. It was nothing more than showing enough talent that Kimha village valued. They have begun to cultivate, so of course Lu Hao, who are all taking advantage of each other, are not welcome. This kid really can't fool him. It's too smart. Heiji Kakashi had no choice but to come up with 3 practical ninjutsu. It seems that Lu Hao is best at water escape, so teach him let the water escape. Lu Hao didn't let Kakashi down, and quietly opened Urguyu's writing wheel, because none of the ninjutsu reached A level, and the highest was only B level. Therefore, Lu Hao all replicated in an instant and learned to make Hamuka in an instant. Cassie was very easy to teach, and at the same time, the secret way was fortunate to teach Lu Hao. If it was Naruto, it would be really hard for me. Teacher Kakashi, I heard from other ninjas that you are very powerful, and your strength is definitely not just as simple as when you are fighting with no slash. You seem to have another nickname besides copying the ninja, called Konoha No. 1 Technician, right? When Lu Hao saw Heiki Kakashi wanted to leave, how could he let him go? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, he had to seize it well, and even he wanted to learn all Chidori secretly. He knows more about Helix Maru and Chidori. Although he doesn't know if it is the same as his own, if he can see it with his own eyes, he believes it will be easier to explore. He knew that Kakashi would never teach himself Chidori, because even Uchiha Sasuke could learn Chidori entirely because of his sloppy writing round eyes, otherwise Heiji Kakashi would never teach him Chidori. So in order to have more nirvana, I can only learn it by stealth. Chapter 36, Desolate, Lonely Kakashi. What do you want to say? Heiji Kakashi was obviously pretending to be a fool. Don't think that I am Uchiha Sasuke and the 3 of them are so ignorant. You should know what shop my house is. There are so many ninjas there. I have heard them talk about you before. That's why I treat you like that. To understanding. In addition to writing round eyes, the reason why you became Konoha's No. 1 technician is because you seem to have created a powerful ninjutsu in your own way. What kind of bird is it called? Lu Hao deliberately described Chidori as a little bird, in order to pit Kakashi. It's Chidori, it's damn. A tic-tac-toe appeared on Heiji Kakashi's forehead. This kid said that his proud ninjutsu was a bird. If he said nonsense that his fame would be gone, he couldn't bear it. Staying right now, but he knew it was bad when he opened his mouth. Sure enough, Lu Hao was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. It turned out to be Chidori. Teacher Kakashi, I know this trick is your secret technique. You will never teach it to anyone other than the disciple who enters the room. Therefore, I am not so greedy, so you don't have to worry that I will let you teach me. I just want to see where I am. I want to know how big the world is and how strong ninjutsu is. I don't want to learn how much ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is great. Lu Hao pretended to be very humble, making Heiji Kakashi embarrassed to refuse. How can I say it? In fact, Chidori is not that I don't want to teach you, but that even if you learn it, you can't apply it in battle. Heiji Kakashi didn't lie this time, and he didn't have a discerning eye to learn from Chidori, because it hit the target, especially the high-speed target. Why? Lu Hao deliberately showed a puzzled expression. Didn't I tell you just now? The changes in the nature of the thunder attribute chakra can be applied to the body. If the feet are stimulated to activate the cells of the feet, then the speed will increase, and the Chidori is better than the puncture. In terms of speed, you can't lock the target without a pair of insightful eyes. Kimu Kakashi said. That's the case, but I didn't plan to learn it, just want to see it, so I can see what is really powerful ninjutsu. Lu Hao gave me the momentum that you don't need to show me. Lu Hao again, I don't want to learn, but I just want to see it. It's really hard to refuse Heiji Kakashi. After all, this is not a difficult request, and although he knows that Lu Hao's learning ability is very strong, he still has a lot of confidence that Lu Hao is absolutely impossible to learn once after seeing it. If you know that his Chidori is even Sangu Jade, even the writing wheel eye of the kaleidoscope, or even the eternal kaleidoscope, cannot be copied. In addition, Lu Hao's reasons are so sufficient, he also wants to show off. After all, Lu Hao seems to him to be too shocking. If he doesn't show his hands, how can he convince Lu Hao? So Kakashi will definitely be released once for many reasons. Just not more at once. Okay, just once, my body is still recovering, no more. Zi, Wu, Shen, Wu, Mao, Lei Dun Chidori. Kakashi Hagaki's five-finger claws, palms up. Chidori, the upgraded version of Lei Che, is too consuming chakra, and Lu Hao wants to see Chidori instead of Lei Che, so Heiji Kakashi is also happy to do so. Suddenly in the woods, there were clearly at least 1,000 birds singing, which was very pleasant to the ears. I saw a dazzling thunder in the palm of Kakashi Heiji, and a sphere of thunder and lightning had formed. This is the Chidori. Heiji Kakashi sighed and dissipated the Chidori. His head was a little dizzy, his body is still recovering, and it is indeed a bit troublesome to use super advanced ninjutsu. This seems to be a change in the shape of chakra. Is it concentrated on the palm of the hand? Lu Hao recalled what he had observed just now by writing round eyes, plus what he had learned when he watched anime. In the past, some of his incomprehensible points were also resolved, but Heiji Kakashi saw Lu Hao's actions the same as himself just now, and heard Lu Hao actually said that chakra's shape changed, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Hunch. Is that right? Zi, Wu, Shen, Wu, Mao, Lei Dun Qiandiao. Lu Hao brushed the seal, then controlled the chakra in his body, concentrated in his hands, and slowly changed form. A large number of chakras condensed in Lu Hao's hands are already visible to the naked eye. It's just strange that these chakras formed the shape of 1,000 birds, but there was no thunder and lightning, but the pure blue chakras became the shape of 1,000 birds, there was no thunder light, no bird calls. Monster, just look at it once and I reached the prototype when I designed the Chidori. Heiji Kakashi had an idea of leaving Lu Hao far away. This guy is simply a monster, no matter how advanced the writing wheel is, it can't be copied. Lu Hao's perverted learning ability reached this point after seeing it once. Hey, it's not as simple as I thought, but I feel that my direction is right. Teacher Kakashi, I didn't let you teach me. I just watched you once and learned your movements. This forbearance. The technique is very handsome, not bad. Lu Hao left contentedly, leaving behind the very depressed figure of Heimu Kakashi. The ninjutsu developed by decades of hard work, this kid learned so much at the first glance. Fortunately, he didn't learn it all at once, otherwise I would be miserable, but according to his ability to understand, he will continue to explore it. Will complete Chidori, 3 generations of Hokage. I don't want to, but this kid is too enchanting. Heike Kakashi burst into tears in his heart, and now he has realized what it's like to fight with him and be copied by ninjas. Although Lu Hao is not a copy, he is more shocked than copying. In fact, it is entirely because Lu Hao is born with thunder attributes, plus he has a high control over chakra, and he knows best as a traverser. The most known ninjutsu is Chidori and Helix Maru. Helix Maru is a little better. The simplest and most difficult ninjutsu is very unique. If you know the 3 learning steps of Helix Pill, Lu Hao can learn the second step by self-study, but if Chidori doesn't see it with his own eyes, and he doesn't know so much in advance, even if he has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, Heiji Kakashi, it is impossible to learn how many releases in front of oneself. In addition, Lu Hao has not learned the Chidori now. It is just a prototype. Focusing on the chakras, and then using the exquisite control of the chakras to make morphological changes and constant compression, there is still a lot of distance to get the real Chidori. At the point of a bird, and Lu Hao knows that there are still many steps to complete a real Chidori, one of which is to be energized by lightning a lot. Chapter 37, No Longer Cut and White Counterattack. Because your speed is not enough, you must make your body strong enough, and your body must be sufficiently resistant to the lightning formed by the thunder attribute chakra. It can even be said that lightning will not cause any damage to your body at all. Hurt. Activate the body's cells and muscles, complete the chakra shape change to the point of 1,000 birds, complete many conditions to complete the real 1,000 birds. Now Lu Hao is just the beginning, if not he knew the 1,000 birds many things. Just by watching Chidori once, you may not be able to learn for a lifetime. It may have been a blow. Since the last time Kakashi released Chidori, every time I saw Lu Hao, he hid away like a ghost, leaving Naruto Uzumaki confused and wondering about Kaka. Why was so afraid of Lu Hao? Of course, they didn't know that Kakashi Heiji had been hit hard. And Lu Hao can only rely on himself after knowing that he can't start from Kakashi. After all, he knows enough. Kakashi's utmost care is to not kill himself, and if he is letting Kakashi release it once, then, isn't Sima Zhao's heart known to passers-by? It can be said to be curious to see it once, but to have ulterior motives the second time, so Lu Hao is very good at grasping this degree, and controlling it so that Heimu Kakashi will not think that he has ulterior motives, and he will not be disgusted with him. So in this week, in addition to the necessary practice, Lu Hao practiced Chidori secretly every day, and had Heiji Kakashi's first acting. Lu Hao clearly remembered the appearance of Chidori at that time. Of course it was just the appearance, so every time he was learning Chidori, he would take his unfinished product Chidori and Heiji Kakashi at the time. Compare the look of Chidori in my own eyes, and keep improving. A week's time has passed in an instant, and Heiji Kakashi's body has completely recovered, and at the same time he is ready to fight, so he followed Danaz to repair the bridge and protect Danaz at the same time. Why? What's the matter? Except for Naruto who was still sleeping, Lu Hao and his group had already arrived on the bridge, but all the workers were injured and screamed on the ground. Suddenly, the sky that was clear and clear began to slowly appear in heavy fog, and it didn't take long for it to be densely foggy. Sure enough, I didn't die, get ready, I didn't die again, and this time he will never be defeated as easily as last time, and the kid next to him is definitely not a simple thing. Sasuke, you two protect me well. Naz, Lu Hao, go and deal with that kid. Of course, if you are not your opponent, Sakura, you and Sasuke will join in to help. Heiji Kakashi's orders made Uchiha Sasuke very upset. In his opinion, he would definitely be stronger after a week of practice. Kakashi, Have you waited for me for a long time, but you are really the same as before, with so many children? The voice of no longer being cut came from all directions, and at the same time, many water bodies appeared. Suzuki, don't do it yet. Heiki Kakashi's words made Uchiha Suzuki very happy, and immediately shot. These moisture bodies were quickly resolved. That's right, you actually defeated all the water bodies. It seems that you kid has made a lot of progress compared to before. Bye. It seems that today you have this kid besides the person named Lu Hao. Don't point at Uchiha Suzuki again. In the original book, Mizuaki Shiro, Uchiha Suzuki, and Naruto have never been ruthless in the battle. They are always merciful. Otherwise, they would have died n times, this time. With Lu Hao, Shui Wuiba couldn't keep her hands. Originally, I thought I could keep my hands, but now it seems that I have really met a strong opponent today. Mizutoki Shiro did not look at the current Uchiha Suzuki. Although it has improved a lot, it is not qualified enough. Even if Uchiha Suzuki opens the writing wheel, he can only rely on the writing wheel eye's insight to block Mizuruzuki Senbon, and can Uchiha Suzuki be the same as the original work? It is still a problem to open the writing wheel here. Unexpectedly, you still intend to keep your hands on the enemy. This is not a good thing. The tone of not cutting again was a bit harsh, and Shui Wuiba's body trembled, and she knew not to be angry anymore. The opponents she has always faced are actually merciful, including the original face of Suzuki Uchiha and Naruto, and Suzuki, who opened the writing wheel, is also merciful. Otherwise, she has so many ice escape secret techniques that have killed Suzuki who opened the writing wheel. She knows that today, whether it is because of the order not to cut again, or because of Lu Hao's powerful strength, she cannot keep her hands for any reason. Unless she wants to die. Hey, Lu Hao, she will leave it to me. Suzuki Uchiha is typically a villain mentality, his strength has become stronger, and he immediately feels a little ecstatic, thinking that he is the boss, but Lu Hao doesn't care and let this idiot suffer. Fortunately, he knew that this time Shui Wuiba would never leave his hands everywhere like the original. If you are a strong enemy in normal times, but I am very embarrassed, I can't keep my hands this time, and I must deal with you immediately. Shui Wuiba's voice suddenly became a little heavy. Obviously, she knew that she had to be serious this time and tried her best, because there was also Lu Hao who had also become stronger around her, and she had to get rid of Uchiha as soon as possible. Suzuki can fight against Lu Hao seriously. Hey, don't underestimate me. Suzuki Uchiha drew out Kunao and rushed over. Mizuki Shiro's speed suddenly drove to its maximum. According to the original work, she showed a speed that was higher than that when she did not use the magic mirror ice crystal. Suzuki is going to be slower, but this time she is serious about making a move, and she doesn't show mercy anymore. 1,000 books completely suppressed Uchiha Suzuki, while the other hand squeezed his fist and hit Uchiha Sasuke's face at an astonishing speed. At the beginning of the original, Mizuki Shiro was hit because he kept his hand. Instead of keeping his hands on his face, Suzuki Uchiha was hit in the face. It's fast. Suzuki Uchiha, who had improved his cultivation skills, was immediately awakened. Fortunately, he was complacent just now. It turned out that he was so far away and he was still too weak. The other party hadn't used ninjutsu yet, he saw. It was concluded that Mizuki Shiro was good at ninjutsu, otherwise he would not be able to use the B-level ninjutsu that he could not use. Hey, little genius, do you still have the strength to fight again? If not, I'll take action. Lu Hao said a little funny. Hey, fireball technique. Suzuki Uchiha snorted coldly, stood up, and quickly sealed the seal. His innate pride as the Uchiha clan did not allow him to shrink from fear. Chapter 38, Respective Progress. I don't want to waste extra chakras. Mizumi Shiro dodges the arrogant fireball technique with a single water, and suddenly came to Uchiha Sasuke's back at a speed that Suzuki Uchiha couldn't see, and pressed one hand. On his shoulder, the other began to make a seal with one hand. What is this? One-handed knot seal, isn't it? I've seen it for the first time. Heiji Kakashi looked at Mizuki Shiro in surprise. How sacred this masked ninja is. The secret technique of water escape kills Shui Xiang. Shui Wuyuebai obviously wanted to end the battle in one go, and the ninjutsu that he produced was more advanced than the original 1000-kill Shui Xiang, and the sky full of ice stabs Uchiha Sasuke. It's time to show the results of the training. Sasuke Uchiha concentrated chakra on his feet, speeding up immediately, evading the killing Shui Xiang. Now I'm here to attack. You can only defend. He started to be self-righteous again. He completely forgot that he could concentrate chakra on his feet and increase his speed. Couldn't Shui Wuyueba, who is good at speed, couldn't? You must know that Shui Wuyuebai has not used the magic mirror ice crystal until now, but also has not used chakra in her feet. This is not even used by her in the original work. It can be seen that Shui Wuyu how many times did Bai stay in the original work? Concentrate chakra on your feet? If it's normal, you might actually be able to get there, but now I can't keep my hands. Shui Wuyueba's tone remained unchanged, her figure flashed, and her speed was compared to it was faster before, and suddenly came to midair and appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's body. Is this the speed you are proud of? It's not that great. Mizumatsuki turned over and kicked Uchiha Sasuke, who couldn't react in the future, kicked out from midair and hit the ground. It hurts a lot. Ahem. Sasuke Uchiha coughed and wanted to stand up, but Mizumi would not give him this opportunity, because Mizumi had already come to him. Mystery 1000 kills Suisho. Mizuki made a seal with one hand, and brushed all the ice all over Sasuke Uchiha's body. Ah! Sasuke Uchiha screamed and fell to the ground. Although he did not die, he was determined to lose his combat effectiveness. Sasuke! Heiji Kakashi called worriedly, but Lu Hao stopped him when he wanted to rush to help. It's okay to let this idiot suffer a little bit, he always thinks he is great, Uchiha haha, it's just a family that has been annihilated. Since it is annihilated, there is nothing to be proud of. That stupid pride is not enough. It's not just what an idiot is. Lu Hao's words caused Kakashi Heiji to stop, and he actually thought it would be better to let Sasuke eat a little to get rid of his arrogance. What did you say? Sasuke Uchiha heard the words and barely turned his head and glared at Lu Hao. I said you are an idiot. No matter how brilliant the Uchiha family is in the past, it has become history. If you put it nicely, you are born in a good family. If you put it awkwardly, you are just a trash under the shadow of your ancestors. No matter, I know that the writing wheel is very powerful, and it is a very powerful boundary of blood succession. But what? Now that you don't have the shadow of your family, you don't have a fan, and your strength is poor. I really don't understand why you are an idiot so high profile and so proud. What is it that you are so proud of? Lu Hao's merciless irony made Sasuke Uchiha's face unsightly, but he couldn't refute it because everything Lu Hao said was true. However, he has always been superior to others. He was so humiliated that he was unwilling in his heart, and he had lost many times to Lu Hao. The jealousy towards Lu Hao all emerged, strong unwillingness, jealousy, and anger under his eyes. Changes began. Thank me, idiot, if it weren't me, could you open the Shaolunyan? I wonder if you think it's great after practicing as you did before. Will it be amazing now because you opened Shaolunyan? Superior. Lu Hao smiled, stepping over his body to the face of Shui Wuyueba. I opened the writing wheel this is writing wheel Sasuke Uchiha also found his own change, and he was ecstatic, but thinking of Lu Hao's strength, the joy in his heart was suddenly extinguished by a basin of cold water. However, he turned his head and watched Lu Hao and Shui Wuyueba fighting with his writing wheel. He wanted to see how great Lu Hao was, and at the same time to see if he could keep up with their movements when he opened the writing wheel. Obviously, he had suffered so many losses, and he was not so stupid and arrogant. He seems to have known that the writing wheel eyes will open like this early on. Did he deliberately irritate Suzuki so much? Kakashi, who opened the writing wheel eyes to the three Go Jade, of course also knew that writing wheel eyes were opened, and what was needed for evolution. There is a feeling as if Lu Hao knows Xiao Lunyan well. Kakashi is only half right. Lu Hao understands Shaolunyan and knows more than Suzuki Uchiha at this time, but he is definitely not helping Suzuki, but he is really upset at this guy's performance. If he is unhappy about Naruto's verbosity and talk, then he doesn't like, or even hates, this stupid, inferior, and arrogant idiot, Suzuki Uchiha. How can Lu Hao help such a person? Shoot with all your strength, I'm not him. Using such physical skills is useless for me. Lu Hao is right. His writing wheel is Erguyu, and his physical fitness, speed and strength can keep up. The eyes react quickly, so there is no situation where the eyes can keep up and the body can't react. He has always paid great attention to his physical exercises. In addition, he has been learning Chidori for the past 7 days, and of course he has also used thunder and lightning to beat himself. He also wants to see how fast he has been after 7 days of hard work. In the original book, Kakashi taught Suzuki to learn Chidori's body after being tortured by thunder and lightning, and the speed was comparable to that of Xiao Li, who did not open the door after a month. Now my speed wasn't much worse than Xiao Li before I had studied with Chidori. After the torment of lightning, although Kakashi himself taught and helped Suzuki release lightning, the effect should not be much worse. So Lu Hao wanted to know where he was. I know, if you were a jackal a week ago, then you are now a tiger. Shui Wuiba was silent for a while. No, it's only been a week. Could it be that Lu Hao has improved so much? Suzuki Uchiha looked at Lu Hao in disbelief. No matter how idiot he was, he knew the difference between a jackal and a tiger, even if Lu Hao learned more ninjutsu. It's impossible for a week to change that much. Chapter 39, vs Water Without Moon White, Part 1. It's fine if you know. I don't want our fighting quality to be lowered. You don't need to keep your hands on me. It's best if you can kill me, otherwise it would be too boring. Lu Hao said, moving his feet and moving forward. Ching, the whole person has disappeared in place. Boom. Sonic boom. No longer Jean's face flashed with a haze. Although he knew that Lu Hao would become a major enemy sooner or later, he did not expect such a big change in a week. The speed that burst out in an instant actually broke through to the speed of sound. Although Lu Hao could not maintain the speed of sound for a long time, he could only maintain the speed of sound at the moment of the sudden advance. The time to maintain the speed of sound was only an instant, but it was already terrifying. The floor is cracked. Heiji Kakashi's pupils contracted a circle, and he did not expect Lu Hao to be so fast in a week that this explosive force reached the speed of sound, although it could only be exploded. It was reached in an instant, but it was already terrifying. I can't see it. I can't see it at all. Suzuki Uchiha's eyes were dull, and there was only one thought left in his heart. But when Lu Hao moved, he couldn't see it anymore. So fast. Shui Wuiba's voice was slightly sharp, and suddenly a huge force came from her lower abdomen. Lu Hao appeared in front of him with a bang, and punched her in the lower abdomen. Flutter. The hit Shui Wuiba immediately turned into a pile of water. Obviously, she had used the water body technique early in the morning, and she didn't know where she went. Sure enough, my body is still a bit reluctant. I can only reach the speed of sound 3 times in a battle, and my body can't bear it 3 times. Lu Hao has already analyzed in his heart what his speed has reached, and at the same time analyzed his own one. The main points that need to be paid attention to in battle. To deal with you, I can only do my best. Don't blame me, Bing Dun Magic Mirror Ice Crystals. Shui Wuiba's voice came from the other side, and water began to condense into ice in the air. forming blocks of ice mirrors hanging. Surrounded Lu Hao in midair. What kind of secret technique is this? How come I haven't seen it? Heimu Kakashi didn't expect to be so powerful with the child next to know. Bai Kei is the only bloodline of the Shui Wuyo clan, with Bing Dun's blood inheritance boundary. Once she uses this trick, even Lu Hao will be very troublesome, but Kakashi, I think you will not just stand in place. Look, our battle has begun. No longer saw Heiki Kakashi being distracted, he immediately used the silent killing technique, hiding his figure in the thick fog. He has found a way to deal with the writing round eyes, that is, using the characteristics of his silent killing technique, close the eyes fight with Heiji Kakashi, so that he can never hypnotize himself. What? Isn't Shui Wuyo exterminated? No wonder, only the Shui Wuyo family can use ice. This kid is really a genius. Following you, the rebel, he has such a powerful strength at such a small age. It's really amazing to use it to such a point when there is no one to guide and not have all the family information scrolls. While tempting Kakashi to stop talking, he concentrated, opened the writing wheel and secretly noticed all the movement around him. With Lu Hao, that ninja with no moon white should not be able to attack other people in a short time, so as long as I can defeat it again and don't cut everything, it will be solved. Heiji Kakashi took a deep breath and looked at him. Become extremely firm. Is this your blood succession boundary? Lu Hao looked at the ice mirrors around him, and he said this in a leisurely manner. Yes, I can use Bing Dun's ninjutsu, you can take it, I won't treat you like other people before, this is my best shot. Shui Wuiba shot countless ice thousand books, the number and speed of shooting are not comparable to the original abuse Naruto and Sasuke, and the places where these thousand attacks are different from the original ones are not critical places. Now they are all aimed at Lu Hao's body fatal. Attacking from the position, if you accidentally get hit by one, you will probably die instantly. Water escape wall. A cylindrical water wall protected Lu Hao and blocked all the Bing Qianben flying from all directions. B-level ninjutsu, water formation. Is this the Kakashi teacher gave it to him? Although Uchiha Sasuke had long known that Lu Hao would become stronger, he didn't expect to become stronger so fast, which made him a little jealous. Lu Hao also felt that Heiji Kakashi was a bit eccentric. Chapter 40, vs Water Without Moon White, Part 2. It's a pity that he completely forgot that his strength was not strong enough, so he didn't have the ability to learn it. Sometimes people are like that. It is clear that he is not qualified, but he puts the responsibility on anyone else. Kakashi, it seems that you have taught him a lot of ninjutsu these days, but what about it? How many chakras does he have to keep him in the waterfront? He will be over after using it a few times. Surprised, Shui Wuiba, who was not merciless, was so powerful, the frequency, number and power of that attack was really amazing. It's about to end the battle soon. Kimu Kakashi thought, taking a look at Lu Hao, who was surrounded by magic mirror ice crystals. Kakashi, it's not a good thing to fight with me and get distracted. Even though I closed my eyes, I seemed to be able to see all the changes in Kakashi. I felt that Kakashi was distracted and suddenly appeared. He slashed in front of Kakashi. Sneer. A slender wound sputtering a lot of blood was formed immediately. Although Heiji Kakashi had avoided the critical point and had minimized the injury, it was still injured. No, I can only rely on you, Lu Hao, I hope you don't let me down, I will solve it as soon as possible without cutting it. Heimu Kakashi knew that he had no time to take care of others, so he could only solve it as soon as possible without cutting it. Boom! Suddenly a few shurikens flew past the ice mirror, but Shui Wuiba didn't get out of the ice mirror this time, so such a sneak attack couldn't hit it at all. A sound of smoke appeared, and the idiot Uzumaki Naruto appeared on the stage with a high profile. Now that the uncle comes on stage, the protagonist usually comes on stage at the latest. I will definitely defeat all enemies immediately when I appear. This idiot, Didn't he become an archery target? Sasuke Uchiha thought madly, but at this time, he was covered with ice, so he couldn't even move, so he could only lie here and watch in embarrassment. Why are you like this, Sasuke? Could it be that the masked ninja beat you like this? Naruto Uzumaki noticed Uchiha Sasuke's situation, saw Sasuke's wounds all over, and looked into the mirror Lu Hao, who was using the water wall to defend him. I also roughly understand what's going on. You should take care of yourself. Depending on the situation, Lu Hao is also at a disadvantage. If you join him in the defeat, then you will be up to you later. I suggest you run away quickly. He still has a deep foundation for Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 41, Chidori Debut. Chi, Sasuke, don't make me as useless as you think. Let me see how I clean him up and give you revenge. Now I will rescue Lu Hao, haha, he will be very grateful to me and let him I know how good I am. After Naruto Uzumaki said, he walked into the mirror, and it was too late for Sasuke Uchiha to stop him. This idiot! Although he was scolding Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes were fixed on Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes full of worry. Is it him? Uzumaki Naruto. Shui Uiba encountered Uzumaki Naruto while picking herbs on the mountain, and he also had a good impression of him. However, I can't keep my hands now. I'm sorry, Naruto. The beautiful eyes under Mizuki's white mask flashed with murderous intent, and Bing Chimoto immediately projected over, and Naruto Uzumaki couldn't react to it. Hedgehog, lying on the ground like Uchiha Sasuke. It's really useless. What are you doing here? Lu Hao said irritably. Unless this guy likes to show off, he is the most troublesome for others. Don't hinder me, get out. Lu Hao's hands were struck by lightning, and the sea under the bridge began to surge, and a water dragon rushed out and slammed into the ice mirror, hitting 4 or 5 mirrors at once. It was broken, and Naruto Uzumaki was kicked out at the same time. It's all about the tail of your crane. What are you doing here? If it weren't for saving you, a guy who would only cause trouble for others, I would have left. Lu Hao yelled at him, but he didn't even think about going out in his heart. He was in the researcher's magic mirror ice crystal. Of course he didn't want to learn, because he knew that he couldn't learn, but just wanted to see all kinds of secret techniques, blood succession limits. Naruto Uzumaki opened his mouth wide. He couldn't say anything except one word I said. He knew that he was dragging Lu Hao just now. He didn't know why he liked to be pushy, maybe it was related to his childhood life. I hope that others will notice him, but completely ignore the trouble that others have caused because of his actions. Naruto, can't you be quiet? We don't intend that you can protect everyone, but you can't settle down a little bit and don't trouble Lu Hao. Harano Sakura also followed up with Naruto Uzumaki. Hey! Sasuke Uchiha didn't know what to say. Although he was defeated like Naruto Uzumaki, he was also beaten as a hedgehog, but at least he did not become a burden to others, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he did not allow him. Become a burden by yourself. Am I really that useless? Naruto Uzumaki asked himself, but his eyes couldn't help but looked at the ice chiban who had saved himself just now and was holding the 3-road army thorns to block like a torrential rain pear flower. Lu Hao, compare and find that he is really useless. This Naruto. Heiji Kakashi sighed. He usually doesn't care about the trivial things, but he didn't expect Naruto Uzumaki to do it during the battle. Didn't he know that he would do it if he was not careful in the battle? Kakashi, is this your student? Haha, he is really better than the one. That black hair is actually from the Uchiha clan. He is also pretty good. If you start the riding wheel before the battle, it will be fine. I can support it for a while, but how do I feel that the yellow-haired man has a problem with his head? Without cutting it in a very funny irony, to be honest, it is the first time he has seen such a superb Uzumaki Naruto after so many years of being a ninja. Heiji Kakashi can only use his unique trick to deal with Ji Shuekai, thinking in his heart, if you don't cut it, did you speak just now? I can only ignore the words of not cutting again, and at the same time trying to figure out how to solve it quickly and not cutting again. If this continues, it is possible that Lu Hao has not ended the battle, and he has been dragged down by the writing wheel. Go ahead, the people who hindered us have disappeared. Shui Wuiba stared at Lu Hao, thinking in her heart that you said that I owe you my life last time? Very good, I will return it to you today. Hehe, bye, you really are a very simple person. If there are no ninjas in this world, you must be the most beautiful person, but unfortunately, this world is really not suitable for you. I have looked at your magic mirror ice crystal for a long time. I think you should explore the ice escape by yourself. You still don't know a lot about Mizuki's ice escape ninjutsu, and you don't know how to explore it on your own. It's really hard to be able to guide you. You must be thinking about giving your life back to me today. No need, because soon you will owe me another life. After Lu Hao finished speaking, the Shaolunyan opened. He hadn't used Shaolunyan just now. As soon as the Shaolunyan opened, his strength immediately improved. Really? I'm waiting. Shui Wuiba felt strange. You seem to be just defensively blocking my Binqian Ben. You breathed so loudly. Then open your eyes and see clearly, because the battle will end in an instant. Thunder Dungeons. Lu Hao's right hand is bent into a grasp, palm up, the dazzling thunder light condenses in the palm, hundreds of thousands. The chirping of birds rang on this quiet bridge. The powerful thunder and lightning seemed to penetrate the dense fog, causing everyone in the dense fog to look over and see clearly. Is this? He actually learned the Chidori. Heiji Kakashi looked at Lu Hao in disbelief. Although Lu Hao used chakra 7 days ago to create a Chidori prototype, it was just simple. Relying on the delicate control of the chakra, the shape of the chakra was made into the shape of 1,000 birds. It wasn't a Chidori at all. But at this moment the Chidori that Lu Hao used was already a finished product, and it was no different from the one he used 7 days ago. What a powerful chakra, what kind of technique is this? Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto, who saw such a spectacular scene for the first time, exclaimed at the same time. You're so handsome, you really deserve to be Lu Hao. Harano Sakura said, intoxicated. This kid actually mastered such a powerful technique. Did you give Kakashi to him? No longer looked at Heiji Kakashi, a trace of dread flashed in his eyes. He was sure that this technique could never be copied, then the only possibility is that this technique was created by Kakashi himself. What, Mr. Kakashi, you are too much, you actually taught Lu Hao such a powerful technique. Naruto Uzumaki said in disgust. Uchiha Sasuke on the side also nodded in agreement, he also envied this technique. Idiot, I didn't teach Lu Hao at all. Heiji Kakashi said irritably. His words made him not cut again. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha couldn't believe it, but they also knew that Kakashi Heiji had no reason. Lie to them. 7 days ago, Lu Hao asked me why I was Konoha's #1 technician. I knew that I became famous as Chidori. I wanted me to use it once in front of him. I thought that this kind of difficulty would not be possible even if it was a high-level ninjutsu. Copy, even if a genius who knows how to learn is taught, it takes at least a month to learn. But I didn't expect Lu Hao to just glance at it, just glance at Chidiao, he actually developed it himself, I really can't believe it. Chapter 42, You Are His Person. Heiji Kakashi already had a little admiration in his tone, while Uzumaki, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were already sluggish, especially Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have eaten a pile of shit, his face was very ugly. I have seen Chidori now, and I saw it with the eyes of a writing wheel. But he knew that, let alone watch it once, even if he watched Chidori every day, Kakashi would not be able to learn if Kakashi didn't teach himself. Could it be that his genius is really just a mediocrity, and he has been telling his father all the time? Also, he has no talent at all, so far behind Uchiha Itachi. Is he really just an ordinary ninja? Are you ready? Shui Wuiba. Lu Hao looked at one of the mirrors. That mirror was where Shui Wuiba was hiding. Shui Wuiba was surprised. It turned out that Lu Hao was surprised. I found myself early in the morning. No, this ninjutsu absolutely can't let it hit me, otherwise I will definitely die. Drink. Shui Wuiba snorted, and immediately rushed out of the ice mirror, shooting ice 1,000 copies at Lu Hao while he was moving at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Even if Lu Hao saw him, he didn't have the opportunity to stop him. Yourself. It's useless, Shui Wuiba, I can see through all your movements. Lu Hao roared, his right foot slammed on the ground, the sonic boom sounded again, and he fell on the hard floor of the bridge. Lu Hao guessed a dimple. Lu Hao disappeared in the same place with a brush, hiding all Qian Ben, carrying the dazzling Chidori like a thunder light that pierced the sky, came behind Shui Wuiba, and hit her in the lower abdomen before she entered the mirror. On! He blasted her out, and at the same time chased her, pinching Shui Wuiba's neck and lifting her up before she fell on the ground. The 1,000 birds in her hand pierced Shui Wuiba's head. White. I don't know if I am worried that I don't have such a good tool or I am worried about the safety of Mizuki Shirai. I want to go, but Heiji Kakashi is blocking him. Did you win? Harano Sakura stared at Lu Hao with scorching eyes, but the Chidori in Lu Hao's hand stopped when they came to Shui Wuiba for a meter, and the Chidori slowly disappeared. The humming also disappeared. What do you do with a mask? You are so beautiful and not ugly, why don't you show it to people? After the Chidori in Lu Hao's right hand disappeared, he placed the mask on Shui Wuiba and opened her mask. No, it's a woman, and her face is a little too pretty, right? How did Lu Hao know that he was a woman? Did they? Harano Sakura shook her head vigorously when she thought of this. She didn't believe it, she was willing to believe it. Kill me, I'm useless, it's just a useless tool. Shui Wuiba's delicate and refined face didn't have a trace of fear, it was even extremely calm. I said that you are not a tool, and I let you go twice. You owe me 2 lives. You can't die until you return it to me. Lu Hao slowly put Shui Wuiba down. Don't cut it anymore, I'll talk to you about a business. Now we should have the upper hand. If I and Mrs. Kakashi join hands to deal with you, you should definitely die. You should be helped by Cactu's heavy money, but you isn't it great enough to sacrifice his life for such a small amount of money? When I met you for the first time, I let you go while you were in a suspended animation, which was equivalent to letting you go. Now I let Shui Wuiba go again, so now you two together owe me 2 lives, you can leave, as long as you are not with Carduo, and of course, the premise is that Shui Wuiba is no longer your tool from today, then we will write off. This was Lu Hao's bottom line. He knew that it would be more difficult for Shui Wuiba to follow him if he was killed and not beheaded. Therefore, he gave him another chance not to be beheaded. If he didn't cherish it, then don't blame himself. 1,000 birds. A dazzling thunder light appeared in Lu Hao's hands again, and the melodious bird call sounded again. Lu Hao was like the of thunder and lightning at this time, majestic and aloof against the backdrop of the 1,000 birds. Cold. Haha, well, I promise you that it is worth paying my life with a tool. No longer turned around and laughed, but Lu Hao noticed that the corners of his eyes were a little moist. Obviously he really regarded Shui Wuiba as a friend. After all, he was so innocent and loyal to him. If he could treat all the girls coldly, then Lu Hao would not let him go. Teacher Kakashi, it's okay, Lu Hao said, looking at Heiji Kakashi. We don't have any grudges with nothing. It's just a conflict of tasks. Since he gave up, we don't have to embarrass him. Kakashi Heiji thought for a while, and felt that there was no conflict with the interests of Konoha village. There is no problem. Bye, you are no longer my tool from today. Since he said that you are not a tool, but a human being, then you owe him his life again. I think he will treat you well, better than following me. Then you will be his person from today. When I adopted you, everything you have done over the years has been enough to repay everything. Plus, you can get my life in exchange, and it's worth the money. If you don't cut it anymore, Lu Hao's heart is embarrassed. What are you talking about? How can there be such a big ambiguity, my man? Doesn't it mean that Shui Wuiba is my wife? If he doesn't cut his figure, he has disappeared in place. He is a ghost and does not need to have any emotions. Of course, this is not just his thoughts. In fact, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and there is really no emotion. Don't cut your lord again. Shui Wuiba is really a very easy person to satisfy. Just for the sentence I need you as a tool to pay so much without any regrets. Remember that you are no longer my tool, but someone from Lu Hao. If you become an enemy to me in the future, you can't show any mercy. The voice of no longer being cut came from afar away, the last sentence seemingly ruthless. In fact, why didn't he hope that Shui Wuiba would be fine? He didn't want someone Shui Wuiba to oppose him, because Shui Wuiba harmed her because of his mercy. Shui Wuiba looked at the place where he would not be cut again, and for a long time before walking to Lu Hao bowed to Lu Hao, and said in a respectful tone, "Thank you for letting go and not beheading your lord. This is the last time I call you not beheading the lord again. From today onwards, I will be yours. Isn't it true? Is it true that the two of them really have an affair with an unknown girl?" Harano Sakura only felt chilly, and she felt that her guess was right when she saw the 2 eyebrows. Chapter 43, Arrangements for Lu Hao. What are you talking about? Even B-level ninjutsu can be learned at a glance. The 3 generations of Naruto looked at Heiji Kakashi in surprise. Hearing what he said just now, if it is true, then this is simply a rare one in 1,000 years. The super genius of the encounter. Today is a week after returning from the Nation of Waves. Kakashi should have told the 3 generations of Hokage about Lu Hao's situation for the first time. It's a pity that he was not only chopped out in the battle with Zaibuzan, but also used the riding wheel eye. There was a stalemate for a long time, so after returning, he lay in bed for another week before he had time to report Lu Hao's affairs. Not only that, I used Chidori once in front of him. He actually learned Chidori in just 1 week without my guidance, and it didn't seem reluctant to use it at all. Once again, there was a blast of news that included the 3 generations of Hokage present. Together with the other shinobu standing here, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuri Hong, Iron Shuekai and others looked at Heiki Kakashi in disbelief. The difficulty of Chidori is no ordinary A-level ninjutsu. Comparably, Chidori already belongs to the forbidden skill level, and it is already a ninjutsu that has developed to the extreme in form changes or even close to the S-level ninjutsu. It can be described as the pinnacle of the A-level forbidden technology. Kakashi, are you kidding me? Can this kind of people exist? Sarutobi Asuma said it was a little unacceptable. She thought she was already very good at finding Shikamaru, but she didn't expect a perverted existence. Hehe, even Kakashi's Chidori can be learned in a week by just watching it once. Why are you not my student? Yuri Hong is the first person to know Lu Hao's talents except for the 3 generations of Naruto. For this reason, she had observed Lu Hao secretly, and was very satisfied with the strongest but arrogant man who didn't seem to be a young man. With the exception of teachers like Kakashi, there are no other teachers who don't want their own disciples to be excellent. Now I heard Heimu Kakashi's words, I thought I was already an evaluation of Lu Hao. Very high, now it seems that I have to re-examine this person. Do you look me like a joke? Master Hokage, I think it is necessary to change the arrangement for Lu Hao. With his talent, even if we don't teach him anymore, he just relies on his own observation of everything around him. He can become a talent, and can learn a lot of powerful ninjutsu. If we don't help him when he is in the end, I believe that in the near future, he will definitely leap over the Dragon Gate, and the flying dragon will be in the sky from then on. Heiji Kakashi's face is a bit serious, and so is the third generation of Hokage. What's his impression of Konoha? The third generation of Hokage was a little worried. After all, his favorite and best disciple defected, making him a little disgusted with this aspect. He grew up in Konoha, and his wealth is innocent. As long as Konoha doesn't touch his bottom line, I think it's okay. I can see that he should have no ambitions for power, and even if he has this ambition, unless you put him to death right now, Lord Naruto, otherwise he will soon become stronger and stronger. You must know that he is no longer a person who has been bullied by a dog. His current strength is at least at the elite level of forbearance, and it is not known whether he is hiding. After a period of time, Heiji Kakashi has been very satisfied with Lu Hao, a student who learns everything and knows everything. Of course, I hope Lu Hao can have a good future. How should we treat him better according to what you said? The three generations of Hokage have a headache. Sometimes being too good is also a trouble. If this ninja is too strong and not sure he was loyal to Konoha, it would be very dangerous. Foster him with all his strength and let him be grateful for Konoha. Even if he can't produce it, he will have a good impression of Konoha, and he has a sense of belonging after living here for so many years, instead of just waiting like this and watching him rely on himself. To keep getting stronger, it is better to give him some help while he still needs our help. I have to say that Heiji Kakashi's analysis is really accurate. If Lu Hao is not a human being from the earth, but a person from the Naruto world, he would really have a good impression of Konoha, as Kakashi said. Kakashi, what you said is right. We are the #1 ninja village. We should show enough strength. We can't kill a ninja because of fear that her future will be too strong and out of control, or guard against him. If this is the case, who will serve for our Konoha village in the future? As long as he has this talent and will not betray Konoha, then our Konoha Shinobu village will train him to become an outstanding talent. The third generation of Hokage immediately made a decision, but in his heart he thought of the white teeth that made him feel numb, standing in front of him, Heiji Kakashi's father. Others may not know the truth about the death of Baiye, who seems to die with guilt. In fact, it is the high-level wood industry who manipulates everything behind the pressure of villagers' public opinion to kill Baiye. Although his three generations of Hokage did not take part in it, he also did not stop it. Now Lu Hao gave him a feeling that sooner or later Lu Hao would become the second White Tooth, and he would definitely not be as loyal to the village as the White Tooth. It's a pity that now the three generations of Naruto are too late to regret it. It is a pity that such a powerful ninja, who is loyal to Konoha village, was forced to death because of the profitable and dizzying guys in Danzo. Then Kakashi, just let him go and teach him, don't be lazy, remember to let him know that Konoha gave him all this, but it can't be so obvious, I believe you will handle it. Three generations of Hokage said to Kakashi in a commanding tone. Obviously he was worried that Kakashi had neglected to teach Lu Hao because of his laziness. He had to say that the three generations of Hokage had a very accurate vision. In fact, in the original book, Kakashi Heiji didn't do a good job as a teacher, and he didn't treat Uchiha Sasuke, carrying out correct guidance and teaching. The three generations of Hokage now use the tone of command to tell Kakashi that it is to give Kakashi Heiji a vaccination. If Sasuke Uchiha in the original book did not get the third generation of Naruto, it should be said that it is not worthy of the third generation of Naruto. Then Lu Hao has entered the eyes of the third generation of Naruto and remembered him deeply, but if the third generation of Naruto knows that Lu Hao can use it if you write round eyes, you may remember more deeply. Yes. Lord Naruto. This time even if the third generations of Naruto didn't say so, he would teach Lu Hao seriously. From Kakashi's point of view, Lu Hao has no shortcomings of a young man, no Uzumaki Naruto's love for the limelight, so brave, neurotic, without the pride and superiority of Sasuke Uchiha. Lu Hao's talents and savvy are very good, so it's completely effortless to teach, and he only needs to say everything once, and his soul is not degenerate, and he is not distorted like Sasuke Uchiha, nor is he willing to become a slave to power for the sake of power. Even a lazy person like Kakashi can't help but want to teach him seriously after getting along with him for a while. Chapter 44, Gravity Chamber. It's a pity that Kakashi is also self-aware. His life's achievements have been limited because of writing round eyes, and he is willing to be limited, so he did not break through to the shadow level, so he does not have the qualifications to be Lu Hao's master. He knows that Lu Hao will surpass his teacher soon. At that time, those who can teach Lu Hao will at least need a ninja like the 3 generations of Naruto to have the qualifications and capital to teach Lu Hao. The current Heiji Kakashi can only treat Lu Hao. To make the right guidance and lay a solid foundation for Lu Hao to hit the shadow-level powerhouse, it can be regarded as the end of his old dream. Well, everyone, soon, ninjas from other ninja villages, including Sannin village, will come to Konoha for the ninja test. I hope you will make arrangements and don't let other ninja villages look down on our Konoha ninjas. At that time, let them see why Konoha village is the first ninja village. The 3rd generation of Hokage waved his hand and said with great style, "Yes." The others knew that Naruto masters wanted their respective students to take the exam. After all, the students who could be taught by Kaminen were basically Konoha's future. Of course, we have to show us how powerful Konoha's seed ninjas are, and let other ninjas in Ninja Village know that Konoha is not only the old generation of ninjas overwhelming you, but also the new generation. Yes, it seems that you encountered a lot of powerful enemies when you went out. Not only did you master such a powerful ninjutsu, but you even evolved the Shulunyan. It seems that you have been digging out a Guyo Shulunyan a few years ago and used it to lay down. The foundation is very solid. The use of your Ergu Jade writing round eyes can be said to be the best. Without the slightest lack of stamina, I believe that it will not take long for you to evolve into a 3-Go Jade writing round eyes. In the basement of Bauma's house, Bauma just took a look at Lu Hao's return from a trip. At the same time, he checked Lu Hao's body to see if there were any hidden injuries from fighting or exercise. Fortunately, Lu Hao's body is still perfect. This is Bauma's best masterpiece. Of course, how can I protect you if I am not strong? Lu Hao discovered that the relationship between the two had changed again since he kissed Bauma a few years ago. The 3 already complicated feelings of mother to son, sister to younger brother, and friend to friend are now more complicated, but the strange thing is that the 2 people not only feel disgusted with this development, but also did not stop it. You are the best. This is the gravity chamber I made for you. It can reach 20 times the gravity at most. This must not be underestimated. 20 times the gravity is not simply a general Lu Hao. 20 times the gravity is pressed on Lu Hao's body. It's that every part of Lu Hao's body, from organs to small cells, will be 20 times heavier. Basically everyone knows that people's external defenses are very powerful, especially after exercise, they are even more powerful, but the human body, the interior is very fragile. If the gravity of the human body suddenly increased by 20 times, even the current Lu Hao might be crushed to death. The cells could not bear the gravity and all of them would be crushed, and the blood vessels could not bear the gravity of the blood and be crushed, no matter it was cell death, internal bleeding, or whatever is good or fatal. Therefore, Lu Hao has to be cautious when using this machine. If Lu Hao can move freely under 20 times the gravity, he doesn't know how powerful his body is. It's great, I can always be at ease with you. You are the only one in my world and the only one in this life. Lu Hao suddenly threw a sentence he saw on the internet, which caused a wave of fluctuations in Bauma's eyes, but Bauma was not the 16-year-old innocent girl at the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot. She is now a mature woman in her 20s. Beauty, so these changes are not very subtle, and they are put away after they appear, so it is difficult for people to notice. Don't be mean, go in and try, but don't drive so big, or I won't be able to save you if you die. Bauma said uneasy. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Lu Hao's attention was also shifted. After all, he also wanted to try this gravity chamber. If he cultivated in it, he would definitely gain a lot, although it was very hard work. Double. Lu Hao pressed the button labeled number 1. Suddenly, a wave of gravity spread from all over his body, making it a little difficult for him to breathe suddenly. Sudden changes in environmental gravity made him it was a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Hao hadn't been in vain over the years, so he adjusted to double gravity after a while. Hey, I can be sure that if I can move freely under 20 times the gravity, my speed outside is absolutely amazing. There is another sentence that Lu Hao did not say, that is, if he can keep moving at the same speed as when he stays outside under 20 times the gravity, if he goes out at that time, his body can definitely move at the speed of sound for a long time. You must know that Lu Hao is not unable to reach the speed of sound. It's that his body and internal organs cannot withstand the friction and impact generated by the speed of sound. Everything is because his body is not strong enough, but as long as it survives under 20 times the gravity, the speed of movement is at the speed of the battle. It is absolutely no problem to reach the speed of sound for a long time. If you can't bear it, and you can't turn it off, you just have to shout. The gravity room has a voice control system, and you can use your voice to control the switch. Sure enough, it is Bauma, the things invented are perfect, drip-proof. Bauma, remember to bring by everywhere you go in the future, and at the same time you should use the method that treats me to make Bai stronger. I am relieved to have her protect you. Lu Hao saw Bulletin Ma turned and walked out without interference. I practiced myself and couldn't help but say. Hehe, you have a good vision. I like that beautiful girl very much. I know how to do it. Don't forget that you are a child. Boomer blinked at Lu Hao, revealing the very rare little daughter mood of the mature Boomer, causing Lu Hao to be electrocuted almost to the ground. When he came back to his senses, he found that Bauma had already giggled. Xiao Qiao smiled and walked out. Bauma's power is really full. I think even Kakashi's Richi's power is not as powerful as Bauma's winking power. Lu Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect Bauma's charm to be so great. A glamorous eye actually made him feel slightly lost. Of course, apart from Bauma's really beautiful and charming charm, one of the reasons is also because Bauma is Lu the beloved in-house heart is also the woman who loves the most peace of mind and never guards. The fourth watch will be sent. During the new book period, I will hit the new book list, begging for flowers, collecting, and rewarding. After reading it, I will collect it by the way, and those who have flowers will also help to drop it. Chapter 45, First Sight of the Evening Red. Let's take a break. In a woods outside Konoha village, a beautiful woman with a beautiful body and a hot body said to the 3 students in front of him. Of course, this woman is Red in the evening, and the one in front of him is her students. It's Red teacher. Hyuga Hinata nodded and sat on the ground with a tired face. Obviously, the practice just now was very tired. Hey, if Lu Hao were here, he would definitely say, why is my teacher compared to Yuri Hong? It's so unpleasant, the gap is too big. Yuri Hong is so responsible. Compared to Kakashi, not only is he late every time, but rarely appears once, and he rarely teaches his students. Come out. Yuri Hong is a major in illusion, and her mental energy is very powerful, and she knows all the troubles nearby. Who? Hinata, Inyazuka Toa, and Unishino, who had just been lying on the ground resting like a dead dog, stood up very vigilantly and prepared for battle. Very vigilant. A man who was more than 1.7 meters tall but gave a feeling that he was young and at most 12 or 3 years old walked out of the bushes. It's him. Hinata's face flushed slightly, and he was happy, but he didn't speak. Lu Hao. Yuri Hong, Inyazuka, and Unishino said in unison. What are you doing? After Yuri Hong knew that it was not the enemy, she relaxed. If it was not a secret observation, she would meet Lu Hao head-on for the first time. She was observing Lu Hao, and Lu Hao was also observing Ziri. Red, who can be ranked in the top 3 charming beauties in Naruto, both had a good first impression of each other, mainly because they had already known each other a long time ago. I would like to ask Konoha's #1 illusionist master Yuri Hong to give me guidance on my knowledge of illusionism. Lu Hao said bluntly without any concealment. His generous and non-circular performance made Yuri Hong nod with satisfaction. Don't think that I will teach you if you are sweet, and don't you have your own instructor? Although Kakashi is not specializing in illusion, but her illusion is not weak, he is more than enough to guide you. Why come to me? Yuri Hong said. Hey, don't mention it, he is either lost on the road of life, or lost on the road of life, or encountered an old woman who wants to help her cross the road. How can I ask him to guide me when he is so busy? Lu Hao didn't specifically come to see beautiful women, but the facts were like this. Kakashi basically didn't see anyone except for appearing when doing tasks. He wanted Kakashi to teach himself and he didn't have a chance. Kakashi, the last time Naruto talent asked you not to be so lazy, you also vowed to teach Lu Hao well, how to fight back to the original shape. Zirion's forehead was covered with black lines, obviously these excuses she was already very familiar with it, and she understood what was going on when she heard Lu Hao's words. Seeing Lu Hao looking at herself eagerly, she was embarrassed to refuse. Whether she had a good impression of Lu Hao, the 3 generations of Hokage had given orders, or she was very curious about Lu Hao, this boy seemed to hide a lot behind him. Secrets that people can't help but explore. Okay, but you have to tell me, if you really saw Chidori once, you learned it by yourself in a week. Yuri Hong asked her own question, although she knew that Kakashi would not lie. But I still can't believe it if I haven't seen it with my own eyes. After all, this fact is too absurd for her to accept. Lu Hao didn't speak, and sometimes let Yuri Hong see it with his own eyes. It's absolutely true that facts speak louder than words. It flickers constantly. The thunder light like an electric snake condenses into a ball, and the song of hundreds of birds is already in the woods. It sounded like 100 birds returning to their nests, very spectacular. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yui Nashino's eyes narrowed and secretly asked. What a powerful chakra! Inuyasukaya faced Lu Hao but had no qualifications for arrogance. He felt the strong sense of crisis brought to him by Chidori, which shocked his heart. It's amazing, when will Lu Hao be so amazing? I will work harder, or she will be pulled farther and farther. Hyuga Hinata looked at the Chidori in Lu Hao's hand, thinking firmly in his heart. Really learned. Yuri Hong has nothing to say at this time. After all, facts are better than eloquence. She has seen it with her own eyes, and it is not the first time she has seen Chidori. The more powerful Reiche has seen it many times. Ha! Lu Hao let out a low cry, and took the Chidori in his hand to stab the huge rock not far away. The whole person was like a point drill. As the Chidori suddenly penetrated the huge rock, the whole person followed. Through the big hole in the middle of the rock. It's too exaggerated, can this kind of ninjutsu still survive on the body? Inuyasuka's heart was very thankful that he didn't show his arrogance to Lu Hao, otherwise he wouldn't know how he would die. It seems that you are really as talented as the rumors, but illusion and ninjutsu are completely different. Your talent in ninjutsu is the highest among so many people I have seen. But it does not mean that you have such a talent in illusion. So I want to test you. If you are a piece of deadwood in illusion, I think you should not waste time practicing illusion, it is better to concentrate on cultivating your best ninjutsu and physical skills. Yuri Hong said. Regardless of the final result, I will first say thank you to Teacher Hong, and you can start at any time. Lu Hao's very polite behavior made Yuri Hong more satisfied, and at the same time a possessive desire developed in her heart. She did not want to possess Lu Hao, but wanted Lu Hao to be her own student. She wanted to have someone like Lu Hao. Student, let the other male ninjas know that she is not only good at herself, but also excellent in teaching. I will use the illusion technique against you. You can struggle as much as possible. No matter what you can do, the illusion tree is bound to kill. Xi Rihong spoke slowly and disappeared in place, and the tree grew from Lu Hao's feet and bound Lu Hao. Xi Rihong then drilled out of the trees, but did not attack, but looked at Lu Hao quietly. Take a look at Lu Hao's mental energy. In order to become an illusion ninja, in addition to the superb talents in illusion arts, you must have superior spiritual energy. It is best to have a stronger natural spiritual energy and superb illusion talents, combining the two. Below, then the stronger the spiritual energy, the higher the illusion talent, and the higher the ninja's achievement in illusion. Chapter 46, The Teachings of Yuri Hong. Is this the illusion tree bound kill? This trick was rebounded by Ataki Uchiha, who is more proficient in illusion and possesses a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. It is really powerful. If it weren't for encountering Ataki Uchiha, who has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes and is proficient in illusion, it's really not that easy to crack, let alone rebound. If you simply encounter a ninja who is proficient in illusion, you may not be able to crack the illusion when encountering Yuri Hong, let alone the rebound. It seems that the blood of the ninja is really great for the ninja. Lu Hao thought to himself as he felt the roots of the tree becoming more and more entangled with his body. Hey? Can't he even struggle? Doesn't he have any talent in illusion? But it's normal. If he has such a high talent in ninjutsu and physique, even illusion is too good to be true? Now, how could such a person exist? Xi Rihong was a little disappointed at first, and then recovered. Just when she was about to disarm the illusion, Lu Hao's actions made her shocked. Writing round eyes open. Lu Hao shouted in his heart. These days, he has been driving the writing round eyes to exercise in the gravity room, while digging the ergu jade round eyes, while exercising. Now Xi Rihong is just pure. Use illusion on himself, and he was merciful and didn't attack himself. Even more did not continue to output spiritual energy to maintain this illusion, which means that as long as there is strong enough spiritual energy, it can break free at once, and will not fight the spiritual energy against the enemy who releases the illusion. Lu Hao's writing wheel eyes keep turning. He has always been an illusionist idiot. It's not that he has no talent, but that he has no knowledge of illusion. Relying on his own mental energy to directly confront the writing wheel, he can even dispel the illusion. I don't know how to remove it, so I can only use the most violent method. Click. The roots of Lu Hao's body began to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't take long for Lu Hao's ergu writing wheel eyes to rotate to the fastest speed, and he barely managed to see through this illusion. Fortunately, Xi Rihong did not show mercy to his men, and did not attack himself, and did not continue to output mental energy to maintain the illusion from being destroyed. Otherwise, since Lu Hao had no knowledge in illusion at this time, he didn't know how to use ergu to fight against him, let alone break free. It would be good not to be killed. Suddenly broke free? It's too enchanting, it really leaves me speechless. It's really high chow, and the waves are ups and downs. I just thought that this kid doesn't have much talent for illusion. I didn't expect that the mental energy is so strong. I rushed away in the most violent way. Not bad, what a pity. Why is this student not selected by me? Kakashi, a lazy guy, wasted it for nothing. Forget it. Although I am not his instructor, he also calls me Teacher Hong now. I will teach him by myself. When the time comes he treats me Red Teacher definitely better than you Kakashi Teacher, then I will see how you deal with this situation. Xi Rihong has decided that Lu Hao is the second person she meets very satisfied after Kurama Yakumo, and Lu Hao is very comprehensive in all aspects, whether it is physique, ninjutsu, and has a talent for illusion. Hi, the energy of the abode is also strong. She has already decided to teach him. By then, Lu Hao will definitely become a student of Kakashi on the surface, but in fact she is a student of Xi Rihong. Haha, who would dare to say that Xi Rihong is a female teacher? There are no good students. Okay, yes, you can contact me for any questions about illusions in the future, and I will try my best to teach you. A trace of excitement flashed in Xi Rihong's eyes, completely forgetting that his excitement had caused a turbulent wave in front of her chest, and Lu Hao was almost dazzled by the beauty at such a close distance. Fortunately, Lu Hao put away the pig brother before Xi Rihong noticed him. Otherwise, he might not be waiting for Xi Rihong's full teaching, but to put his full strength K down. Then please advise more in the future. Lu Hao didn't expect to achieve his goals so easily, but he couldn't manage that much. With Ziriong's promise, in addition to exercising in the gravity room every day, Lu Hao came to find Ziriong, during which he teased Xiao Hinata, and occasionally went shopping with Bauma and Shui Wuiba when he was free. It was worth a visit. It was because Mizuki Shiro was not a rebellious ninja, but also a genius ninja who possessed the limits of blood inheritance. After the 3 generations of Hokage learned about Mizuki Shiro, they directly decided to make Mizuki Shiro officially a resident of Konoha. A joke, such a good seedling, plus Heiji Kakashi's description, if all 3 generations of Hokage are released if he has been such a genius ninja, he will still be a fart Naruto. With the teachings of Yuri Hong, Lu Hao seemed to have opened his own sealed treasure house through the key of Yuri Hong. From the beginning, the use of illusion was completely incomprehensible. After a month of hard training, plus Ziriong don't spare no effort to teach and fight in person. 1 month later, Rihong dared to use her reputation as a guarantee. With Lu Hao's current strength, she used illusion arts against ninjas below the level of ninja. Except for the illusion metamorphosis of Kurama Yakumo, basically no one can defend it or break it. The odds are very small. Of course, it all depends on how Lu Hao uses it in the battle. After all, the battle of illusion is more mysterious than ninjutsu, and it is indescribable and described. You ugly monster with a super wide forehead. Then the violence is definitely not from a woman. Konohamaru clutched her head full of head to the 4 people who had just crushed her trio and Naruto Uzumaki. Harano Sakura, who was about to leave, said, but Konohamaru soon regretted it. It's a pity that this world didn't regret taking medicine. At the same time, he also remembered a word in his whole life, that is, misfortune comes out of the mouth. It also made Konohawan, who was originally a very long-winded chicken like Uzumaki Naruto, will have a great change in the future. What are you talking about? Harano Sakura said every word, her tone was very bottlenecked, but her eyes had become whiter than white. Suddenly Harano Sakura's feet were running, and she rushed towards Konohamaru like a scud. She was so scared that Konohamaru screamed for help while rushing. The speed was definitely faster than that of Zongnan, and she couldn't tell it was what a child can have. I have to say that it is terrifying that human potential erupts in times of danger. Boom! Konohamaru only felt dark in front of his eyes, and his head full of heads had been hit even more pain, but the person who was hit did not move at all like a cylinder, but Konohamaru flew upside down and covered it. Screaming with pain in his head. You kid, it hurt me a lot. A man with a very funny paint pattern on his face pinched Konohamaru up and said in a very arrogant tone. Chapter 47, Sand Shinobu debuts. Let go of me. Konohamaru struggled with a painful expression, but it was a pity that his so-called struggle was useless and useless. You kid is also very energetic. This group of people is Kankuro and Temari from Sanin village. Damn, what do you want to do to Konohamaru? Let me go. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but rushed over at first, but Kankuro moved his finger, and chakra silk thread tripped Naruto Uzumaki on the ground. Hehe, it turns out that the strength of Shinobu Konoha is so weak. Kankuro said disdainfully. If I am yours, it is better to let go of your hand. Otherwise, the child in your hand has some shortcomings. I think you will become the criminal who provoked the war between Sand Ninja Village and Konoha Village. One is also disdainful. The voice came from the other side. Who? I can't feel his presence at all. Kankuro and Temari turned around, and found that a person 3 meters away from them was eating something with a kind of mockery. Disdain is just looking at the ants. Myself, Kankuro, who has always been arrogant, is very upset. What do you mean by that? Temari blocked Kankuro from letting him attack. Obviously, Temari, who had a very developed head, could hear the overtones. The person in your hand who you call the little devil is the grandson of Kokige's 3rd generation of Hokage. You said that if he has something long and too short, and knows that you did it, can you still leave the village alive? The visitor was Lu Hao. He just came back from Yurihong after studying illusion. After passing by, he found that Harano Sakura wanted to inform them to prepare for the ninja test. Of course, the news was from Zirion's mouth. Of what? Are you a lie? This kind of kid will be the grandson of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Kankuro's face changed drastically, his face was cold and sweaty. Although he is from Sarutobi village, he has the strongest Hokage in the history of Suzuki. The old man of Zhen has a deep understanding. If what Lu Hao said is true, the 3 generations of Hokage know what happened today. Can he still be alive? Being bullied and afraid of hardship, he immediately put down Konohamaru. Haha, is this the ninja of Sharon village? It's so majestic, but I didn't expect it to be bullying and afraid of hardship. Lu Hao laughed, seemingly complimenting, but it's only ironic. How dare you talk to me like this? Okay, let me see what you have. Kankuro got stuck before speaking, and just stood there blankly, motionless. Kankuro, what's the matter with you? After a while, Temari didn't know well. When I looked at Kankuro, he found his eyes were dull and there was no trace of brilliance. If it weren't for his aura of life, Temari really thought Kankuro was dead. His name is Kankuro, don't worry, he can't die, he will automatically be relieved in 5 minutes, but I think you should know how to teach him the principles of life. This is Konoha, not Sandin village, think just walk out of Konoha village alive and take care of your mouth. Lu Hao didn't know when he appeared in the center of Kankuro and Temari. His left and right hands were placed on the shoulders of the two, but Temari kept looking at the place where Lu Hao was standing just now. His movements are so fast that I can't see them at all, and he controls his breath too well. Not only did he make no sound when he moved, but he came to me and put his hands on me. I didn't know. If it weren't for him to speak, I wouldn't feel his presence at all. When Temari thinks of this, an inexplicable fear arises in her heart. When she looks at Lu Hao, besides fear and surprise, there is a strange light. She is a very good and strong woman. She doesn't even look at the people she admits. On the contrary, Lu Hao, who is so strong enough to completely deter him, will attract her attention more. She can be said to be a fierce mare. She has no choice but to conquer or defeat her. But if you conquer her, this kind of woman will only treat you a lot in her life. On the contrary, even if someone else defeats her in the future, she will only treat you well. Even if someone else kills her, she will not be able to change her. It belongs to the whole life. There will be a little mare of a master, or a woman who will only have one man in her life. Of course, it is not so exaggerated. After all, when both sides are unknown to the enemy, if you just like a person after being defeated, Temari has long been acquired, and there is no one who has not been defeated in the process of growing up. Under certain circumstances, when she has a good impression, her heart approves it, or she admits it, but once she admits it willingly, there will be no variables. Sakura, Naruto, and the two sitting on the tree. The Zongnan exam will start after 7 days. See you later. Lu Hao notified Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Harano, and then they were both separated. Suzuki Uchiha on the tree and Gaara greeted them, and turned away very coolly. What? When did someone show up next to me? Suzuki Uchiha turned his head in surprise, and found a national treasure panda with eyes hanging upside down beside him, but if he hadn't been told by Lu Hao, he would have nothing at all. Not aware of it. Kanekuro, do you know that you have already lost the face of our village? Gaara also dislikes the bullying and fearful Kankuro. It's a pity that Kankuro is currently in the midst of illusion. There is no way to apologize. He can only be replaced by Temari. It is not like the relationship between sister and brother, but like a subordinate and a superior. Illusory magic? One look can release magical magic, making Kankuro unable to break free. This person is not easy. Gaara glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and then a sand came to Temari's side and looked at Lu Hao's back. There was a strong killing intent towards him. Lu Hao's strength aroused his interest, as long as killing him can definitely prove the value of his existence. Little panda, your murderous aura is too obvious, but I am also very interested in you. Let's see you during the Zongnan exam. Lu Hao suddenly waved to the back as he walked, and then disappeared in place with a swipe. He actually provoked Gaara? It's really interesting. Temari didn't know what to say. This very powerful man who had aroused her curiosity actually provoked her terrifying brother, but this time she didn't stop or did nothing. What I said, there was a hint of curiosity in my heart, curious what would happen if Lu Hao fights Gaara. Chapter 48, The Forthcoming Zongnan Exam 4. The fourth watch will be sent. During the new book period, I will hit the new book list, begging for flowers, collecting, and rewarding. After reading it, I will collect it by the way, and those who have flowers will also help to drop it. Okay, I will definitely kill you during the Zongnan exam. Gaara was not surprised, but was even more excited. He felt his blood was boiling, and almost couldn't help but rush over to have a fight with Lu Hao. Fighting! It would be terrible if it weren't for Lu Hao. Hey, Naruto is really unreliable. He is in trouble everywhere. Naruto really can't compare with Lu Hao. Haruno Sakura punched Uzumaki Naruto awake, and then hurriedly followed. In addition to being afraid of being here alone, he also wanted to know about the Nikanin exam, and Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke also followed. Kankuro woke up 5 minutes later, but Temari was shocked that the first sentence after Kankuro woke up was what I was doing just now. This does not mean that until the end, Kankuro didn't even know that he was hit by an illusion. If he was fighting, Kankuro really didn't even know how to die. Idiot, you guy who will only humiliate the village, if you are outside you are dead. The man you just talked to used illusionism on you. Gaara's voice was very cold, and I would ignore the investigation afterwards. Kuro walked to the place where Sunin village stayed. What? What happened to Temari just now? Kankuro, who was scolded for no reason, was afraid to complain to Gaara, so he could only ask Temari. Temari sighed slightly, and then told Kankuro about what had just happened. After a while, Kankuro only felt that his hair was erected, his spine was chilly, and a breeze was eaten, and a cold sweat was frightened. Konoha village deserves to be the #1 ninja village. It's a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I said that if Konoha village is as weak as the golden dwarf melon, how could it be the #1 ninja village? Kankuro was so scared that he quickly followed me. Gaara, although Gaara is also dangerous, at least he will not kill himself. It's a pity. Although this man is not very handsome, he gives a very stalwart, safe, and masculine air. It is much better than the little white face, Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting on the tree just now with a face. At least it makes people feel safe. Oh, what are you thinking? Are you scared by him? He is an enemy, and sooner or later Gaara will be scared to death, and he dared to scare Miss Ben just now, and it will be up to you how you die. Temari's face turned red for the first time, and she couldn't help but sipped herself, scolding herself for being a nympho. This is the first time she has committed a nympho. Even if he meets a handsome man, he will admire at most. This man is so handsome and he didn't even see it. Today, being like a flower idiot, it's too much of her power and prestige. She is a strong woman. If she wants to become a strong woman in Fengying, how can she show her color to these nasty men? I have to say that women are really very minded. It is complicated, and it changes from 5 to 6 hours, especially for adolescent girls. The 7th class Lu Hao, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, under the charge of Heiki Kakashi, is now recommended as a tutor for them to participate in this Zongnin test trial. I am in charge of the 8th class Hinata, Inyazuka Gaza, and Shino Yuaki, who are in charge of Yuri Hong. Now I recommend them as a tutor to participate in this Zongnin test trial. Sarutobi Asma is in charge of the 9th class Nara Shikamaru, Aki Mitsuji, and Yamanaka Ino. Now as a mentor, I recommend them to participate in this Zongnin test trial. No, it's the first time in 5 years. These 3 people actually recommend new people to participate. Sorry, please wait a minute. First of all, I asked Naruto masters to forgive me for being talkative, but Naruto and the others have just graduated. It is too reluctant for them to take the Zongnin exam. Why not let them accumulate more experience before going? What? Teacher Irika, I think you are too sensitive. Whether your strength is strong or not does not seem to be tied to how long you have graduated. The competition between ninjas is inherently cruel. If they can't stand out from the countless ninjas, they will also. I don't have the qualifications to become a ninja. I remember that when I became Zongrin, I seemed to be 6 years younger than Naruto and others. Heiji Kakashi said lightly. They are different from you, don't you think this will ruin their future? They are always complaining about not performing a good task. It is not a bad thing to teach them a lesson, and it seems to be a very interesting thing if their future is ruined in this way. Kakashi Kimu the dead man said without paying for his life. Although his words were colder, the 3rd generation of Hokage did not refute it. Because Kakashi is right, ninjas are not flowers in a greenhouse, nor do they need flowers in a greenhouse. There is never a fairness to say. If you are unlucky, you can only blame yourself for your luck except for your lack of strength. Not good. What are you talking about? Ilika almost couldn't help but rush to hit someone. I'm just joking, Mr. Irika, I might be a little ugly to say that. Forget it, Kakashi. Yuri Hong knows what Kakashi is like, so it's better not to let him go on. They are no longer your students, but my subordinates. Just say something more direct. Do you know their current strength? I'm not afraid to tell you honestly. If others don't tell you, do you know Lu Hao, a student? If it was the original Heiji Kakashi, he felt too lazy to say so much, because he had no reason to persuade Irika in the original, but he now has it. He is the strongest among the students who graduated from Konoha, so what? Irika looked at Heiji Kakashi and said with annoyance. He thought Heiji Kakashi would kill Uzumaki. People and others. Then do you know his current strength? Heiji Kakashi said, maybe you will find it unbelievable if I say that. Lu Hao is actually not suitable for taking the Zongnin exam. He should go for the Zongnin exam. What? Except for those who knew the inside story, all the ninjas present looked at Heiji Kakashi in shock. If Heiji Kakashi hadn't been famous, they would definitely laugh. Irika was shocked and looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. After seeing him nodded, he knew that Heiji Kakashi was not a lie. Irika's heart was suddenly very complicated, and she was happy for her student to have such an achievement. And it feels complicated for him to surpass himself. But it was more of a blessing, and at the same time he had nothing to say, because he already knew why Kakashi told himself about Lu Hao, so that he could understand that some ninjas in this world belong to genius, not age. Or how much experience can limit them. Chapter 49, Central Ninja Examination. This is the pass for the Zongnin exam. Of course, it doesn't mean that you must go to participate. If you feel afraid, you can give up. Heiji Kakashi handed the 4 notices to the 4 students and said. Wow, that's great, Teacher Kakashi, I found out now that you are so good. Naruto Uzumaki grabbed a notice and exclaimed excitedly. Zhongren? In that case, Ashimaru will come soon. Did I leave when he came or see the power of the shadow-level powerhouse? Forget it, he absolutely knows the situation of our group with his intelligence ability. For the next Konoha collapse plan, he shouldn't kill some ninjas who will let Konoha notice him. His purpose is for Uchiha Sasuke, there should be nothing wrong with him, and maybe facing him this time is an opportunity, just the murderousness can make the average horror who can't bear to move, maybe it will make me stronger. Become stronger. Although Lu Hao is now an elite ninja, it is only the quality of chakra. If Lu Hao's strength is no weaker than the average ninja, because he can catch up with the cultivation base in illusion. He was already able to move freely under 10 times the gravitational chamber, and his physical skills alone were enough to kill countless Zongren in seconds. Ms. Kakashi, I might be a bit abrupt to say that. I want to ask you if there is a more powerful ninjutsu above Chidori. Lu Hao suddenly asked Kakashi after the three of Uzumaki Naruto left. Tao. Oh? Did you actually know? Heimu Kakashi stared at Lu Hao, with a bad premonition in his heart again. It's like this. Didn't you tell me about the changes in the nature of chakra before? I feel that although the Chidori is like thunder and lightning, it can only be regarded as a level profound meaning at best. It seems to be formed by the change of form, then doesn't it mean that qualitative changes can be added on this basis? That's why I asked. Lu Hao pretended to behave as if he had guessed it, but he was actually arranging Likey's intelligence. You are really smart. That's right. Chidori is a form change technique. If you can successfully join in the change of nature, you will indeed reach the S-level profound meaning, but this is very dangerous. You should compare it with your current ninjutsu training. Great. Heiji Kakashi actually planned to stop being lazy when he said he wanted to teach Lu Hao seriously at the Naruto office, but it was a pity that he found that he really had nothing to teach Lu Hao, because he was just an elite. Lu Hao now has everything, and now he has studied illusion with Xirihong, and it will not be long before he will surpass his opportunity. This feeling of being unable to teach his students is the first time that Kakashi Heimu has encountered it. Therefore, he just continued to be so lazy, not because he didn't teach, but because he didn't need to intervene anymore. That said, it should be okay, then thank you, teacher. Although these words seem useless, sometimes it is better not to know everything. After all, his starting point is just a civilian. Therefore, you can classify these into your own guesses, and then ask Kakashi to confirm that even if you develop Richi, you won't have a problem. This kid doesn't intend to raise Chidori to Rachel's level. It's miserable. My teacher's skills have been emptied by him. I still ask. It seems that Kimha village has nothing but Hokage-sama now. People can teach him. It seems that I want to talk to Master Naruto and see if Master Naruto can teach Lu Hao, otherwise there is really nothing to teach. Heimu Kakashi thought for a while, instantaneous technique leaving to find 3 generations of Hokage. The next day, Lu Hao and the others arrived at the place where the Zongren exam was based on the time indicated on the pass. Of course, 2 people stopped him. Lu Hao was a bit speechless. They just threw an illusion over, and both of them were directly stupid. Let's go. Lu Hao said a little helplessly, all came to take the test, so don't show such tricks. Is he just Lu Hao whom Teacher Kai let us pay attention to? Hyuga Ninkai thought secretly, looking at Lu Hao's back. It's Sakura. Li Luck saw Harano Sakura, and immediately disappeared at an alarming speed, so fast that Niji Hyuga could not see the brush. Hey? Where's Xiao Li? Tian Tian suddenly noticed that his teammate was missing. He looked around and found that no one was seen. How do I know? What was said by Hyuga Ninkai's mouth, actually he had secretly opened his eyes and found Li Look, so he followed with a little worry. Let me listen to the one named Lu Hao, and you can stop me. Suddenly a voice came from behind Lu Hao. Lu Hao didn't expect that this should be the challenge of Uchiha Sasuke. I'm all ready, but Lu Hao doesn't mind, instead, he is very happy, just to copy the physical skills. What are you doing? Lu Hao turned around to look at Li Luk, who was standing above him and looking at him condescendingly. Although he was very aura, why would he wear such clothes? I want to compete with you. Of course, there is Uchiha Sasuke standing next to you. Li Rock directly said his intentions, but at the same time added, Sakura, I like you. Forget it if you like others, don't like me, let me go. Harano Sakura immediately shook her head like a ghost and stood directly behind Lu Hao, using her own actions or voice to express herself clearly. Position. How can this be done? You guys don't take me too far. Naruto Uzumaki saw that Li Luk was challenging Lu Hao and Sasuke, but he ignored himself, and suddenly came out with a frustrated self-esteem. Naruto, what do you want to do? Harano Sakura sighed. Although this Naruto has advantages, there are too many shortcomings. Now this kind of learning is good, if you encounter a hostile ninja on a mission, no one will encounter it. If you protect him, unless the power of Kyuubi bursts out, I really don't know how many times he died. 5 minutes, I'll solve him in 5 minutes. Naruto Uzumaki rushed to Li Luk and punched him, but this kind of physique was nothing short of infamous in front of Li Luo, who had been practicing physique frenzily. Seeing Li Luk stretched out his right hand without looking, it closed into a snake-like gesture and suddenly clicked on Uzumaki Naruto's fist, which resolved his attack and also took his people aside. Unreasonable. Uzumaki Naruto pressed the ground with one hand and kicked it in a roundabout way. Konoha Tornado. Li Luo took a step back and avoided Naruto Uzumaki's swirling kick. Even if the Konoha Tornado kicked Naruto Uzumaki away by supporting his hands on the ground, Naruto Uzumaki immediately turned into a top hit. On the wall. It's your turn. Chapter 50, First Battle Li Luk. Go, I'm worried that you won't have this chance if I take the shot. Lu Hao went to the stairs and sat down. Humph, I'll return this sentence to you as it is, and you won't have a chance to make a move if I make a move. Sasuke Uchiha said proudly, but he didn't dare to open the writing wheel carelessly. See, just now Li Luk's actions knew that this person was not easy. Wailan Yan? It really is a genius-type ninja. Li Luk expressionlessly signaled that Uchiha Sasuke could take action. When did Sasuke open the writing wheel, and there are still two, one more than Kakashi? Harano Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke strangely, obviously she didn't see it when she was protecting Danaz last time. The number of writing round eyes does not mean that writing round eyes is powerful. Teacher Kakashi has 3 Go Jade. One of his is 1 Go Jade and the other is 2 Go Jade. Shaolunyan is undeniably one of the very powerful limits of blood inheritance. But it doesn't mean omnipotence. If the writer really had Uchiha Sasuke said, then the strong Uchiha would not be annihilated. Now Konoha is not ruled by Senjujima, and there are 3 generations of Hokage in Senjima. Lu Hao has the right to speak now, because he himself is a user of Shaolunyan. He does not deny the power of Shaolunyan, but it is not perfect. It also has the flaws and weaknesses of Shaolunyan. It's not that there is no blood succession that can be comparable to Shaolunyan, and blood succession that is stronger than Shaolunyan is not absent. Therefore, a ninja who relies on blood succession limits cannot be a climate at all. On the contrary, a blood succession limit does not depend on blood. Only the ninja who succeeds to the limit can stand proudly at the top of the ninja world. Really? But I saw Mr. Kakashi use the writing wheel eyes very well. Harano Sakura was a little bit happy in her heart. Although she was not alone, Lu Hao did not like her as usual. Kakashi teacher is a man who has experienced many battles. As a foreigner, he can use the writing wheel to make countless Uchiha people embarrassed. Kakashi teacher has already regarded the writing wheel as a part of his body combat. It's not just relying on writing round eyes to fight. Don't be confused by Kakashi-sensei's point. On the contrary, look at Uchiha Sasuke. His battle is completely dependent on Shaolin. Without Shaolin, he is a scum, maybe even worse than Naruto. Lu Hao pointed to Sasuke Uchiha, who had already begun to be beaten, and said, "Lu Hao, you are so amazing." Harano Sakura immediately beamed her eyes, but to her still inaction, what Lu Hao said is right. She may only grow up after the Zhongnan exam. No Hagale. The battle was over. Because he was going to fight Lu Hao, who was more powerful, Li Luo didn't use the forbidden technique, but used the most basic physical technique, but even so Uchiha Sasuke still didn't fight back. "I can't stand up even after being repeatedly attacked." "Hehe, I think your sense of superiority is gone after you turn on the riding wheel?" This is what Li Rock said is right. You are proud to have the riding wheel eye of Uchiha's inheritance. If the riding wheel eye is useless, you will be a scum. Why are there ninjutsu, physique, and illusion in the ninja world? Is ninjutsu really dominating? So what do you need physique and illusion? When Lu Hao passed by Sasuke Uchiha, who was lying on the ground, he left a word and then ignored the sullen face of Sasuke Uchiha, who looked at him stubbornly. Take a break. Your strength is based on sufficient physical strength. Although it doesn't take much physical strength to deal with this useless guy, since this is not a life and death battle but a fair battle, I think it's better to be fair. Lu Hao said. Okay. Although Li Look didn't consume much energy, he felt that Lu Hao's words were reasonable, and at the same time he looked at Lu Hao more seriously, completely treating him as his worst enemy. 10 minutes later, Li Look stood up and moved his body a bit, indicating that he was ready. Come on. In addition to stealing the teacher, Lu Hao and Li Luke wanted to feel the power of the physique expert. Of course, Li Luke is not now, but it will be in the near future. Kainaha whirlwind. Li Luke rushed directly to Lu Hao, and in the eyes of Sasuke Uchiha, he disappeared and appeared in front of Lu Hao. It was just that Sasuke Uchiha's eyes widened because Lu Hao did not dodge at all. Standing in place, he easily pinched Li Luke's calf with one hand. In his opinion, Li Luke's physical skills that he can only be beaten are not worth mentioning in the face of Lu Hao. His heart was bleeding, and his proud Shaolunyan was also defeated. He now knows that Shaolunyan is not as versatile as he thought, and it is not invincible after opening it. Okay. Li Luo said loudly, and at the same time the other foot swept over. The powerful force brought out the sound of cutting through the air. If it was kicked, it would be very bad. Konoha Gale. Lu Hao's eyes flashed, and before Li Luo kicked his other foot, the hand holding Li Luo's calf suddenly pulled hard, causing Li Luo to become short and could only scream with Uzumaki. People use one hand to press on the ground as a point of borrowing just now. However, his hand had just been pressed on the ground. Lu Hao had already used Li Luke's trick, Konoha Gale, which was to kick directly on Li Luke's right hand. Ah! Li Luke cried out in pain, but he deserves to be a long-term physical exercise. Although his right hand was injured, he stepped on the ground with his left foot and bounced the whole person before flying out to turn into a spinning top. Anran landed, but clutched his right hand. This person is really as strong as Teacher Kai said. His power is actually greater than me, who is proud of physical skills. How can it be? That speed completely suppresses me. I heard that his strongest is ninjutsu. It's just terrifying to use physical skills to suppress me now. Li Luke looked at Lu Hao incredulously, as did Uchiha Sasuke on the other side. It's amazing, Lu Hao learned the trick of thick eyebrows all at once. Harano Ying looked at Lu Hao and said, whether his eyes are the writing round eyes or mine are writing round eyes, I can only see through but not copy now, he can actually see it. Sasuke Uchiha was a little numb after being hit repeatedly. Do you want to come? I know you still have a lot of powerful physical skills, but those physical skills should be a heavy burden on your current body. For a contest, you have caused 5 toil and 7 injuries to your body. What a pity! Lu Hao finds it very interesting to fight against such people in the Zhongnan exam, especially after Li Luk opened the door, but he didn't want to lose this performance because of this, Li Luk, who had worked so hard to become stronger. Opportunity. Chapter 51, End with a Punch. This. Li Luk never thought that Lu Hao would be so strong at first, and now listening to him say that it seems that using those forbidden techniques now is a bit too wasteful. Are you still hesitating? I'm telling you, in fact, I've been keeping my hands until now. If you don't use the forbidden technique, you will rely on your ability to fight against me at all. Lu Hao said that he burst out, shooting like a rocket, hitting Li Luk's stomach with a complete combination of fierceness and speed, directly knocking him out and hitting the wall. A big hole was blown out of the wall. Have you seen? This is my speed and strength. It's too wasteful to use those powerful physical skills to fight with me now. It's better to use your strongest in front of so many people during the Zhongnan exam. The strength fights with me, so that I won't leave any regrets in the Zhongnan exam because of this. Lu Hao looked at Li Luk, who stood up while holding his stomach. He was really resistant to beating. You are right, but if you lose, you lose. This time I did lose to you. As expected, you have the same horrible learning ability as Teacher Kai. You can learn all kinds of ninjutsu and physique after watching it once. Li Luk thought for a while and felt that Lu Hao's words were right, but he was not the kind of person who couldn't afford to lose. No one might know how many times he had defeated for this physical skill now, so he was the most affordable. Can put it down. If you have his skills, you won't be so weak if you can afford to lose. Lu Hao glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who had already stood up, and said angrily. Damn it, who said I can't afford to lose? Sasuke, Uchiha said loudly. If you can afford to lose, you wouldn't have looked ashamed just now. Look at the difference between his defeat and your defeat. I will give you a word for the sake of our mission together. Failure is the mother of success. Maybe your so-called genius halo makes you think that you should be called a genius with every victory. Forget it. If you can understand what I just said, it will be enough for you to benefit for a lifetime. Lu Hao didn't think that Sasuke could hear him. Anyway, he had already begun to perceive that Sasuke's mind began to be distorted. Now only a little bit of external temptation, such as the negative temptation in the curse seal, would immediately make him a slave to power. Cut. But what Lu Hao didn't expect was that Sasuke here had failed countless times over the original, and he realized that his pride was not his own, but Uchiha gave him, but now Akibo is annihilated, and his riding wheel eyes are not as strong as he thought. It should be said that his current riding wheel is right, so Lu Hao did not expect that Uchiha Sasuke actually listened to his words, and actually started to face himself in his heart, instead of always pinning everything on the riding wheel and Uchiha-san. After this episode, Lu Hao and his group soon came to the gate of the exam, but they met Kakashi Heiji. The three Naruto Uzumaki were thankful that the exam was to be conducted together, and fortunately it will be miserable if you join together. Click. The door opened, and more than 100 Shijinin were sitting there, but 9 out of 10 were all the same as Uchiha Sasuke. He was the third in the world. Wow, Lu Hao, you are finally here. Lu Hao suddenly found a sinking behind his back. Although the two groups are still small, they are already squeezing the tender meat on Lu Hao's back. Needless to say, they will make it. Apart from Harano Sakura, only Yamanaka Ino was the one who did this action. Hey, don't you let me go, don't you see other people looking at us? To be honest, if you put Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino in front of him and insist on choosing one, he would choose Ino. This seems like the girl who is just like Sakura is actually a girl who is thoughtful and delicate, and she always cuts off the most difficult feelings. She has matured after the ninja test in the original book. She also understands that her previous fight with Sakura for Uchiha Sasuke is just a child's possessiveness for what she likes. In fact, when she grabs it, she will find out. She doesn't like it that much either. What she likes is just competing with others. So after the Nikanin exam, she has clearly realized that she did not like Sasuke, but likes to compete with Sakura. At the same time, she also knew that she used to be just when Uchiha Sasuke was one of her favorite toys, and now she is almost the same. However, she is much more mature than Haruno Sakura. Once she realizes the mistakes in her heart and her previous naive actions, she will immediately correct them, and Lu Hao only sees that the eyes of Yamanaka Ino towards her are not Sakura's secret love. It's just a competition that doesn't want the things that I liked when I was a child to be taken away by my good friends. You guys are here too. Maybe they graduated from the same class in the same class. Compared with other ninjas, the 9 newcomers are of course a little more kind, so they came together by appointment. You can all come, why can't we? Uchiha Sasuke said. So that's it, our newcomers are here, but I don't know how long you will be able to survive, you say Sasuke. Inuyasukaya did not dare to provoke Lu Hao, because in the month when Lu Hao and Yurihong studied illusion, he had been trying to experiment with him. He had been tortured by Lu Hao's illusion, but it was precisely because of this. The gain is also great, that is. The low end of illusion is also a lot stronger. It seems that you look confident. Sasuke Uchiha looked at Inuyasukaya and smiled. Of course, we will never lose to you after cultivating for a long time. Inuyasukaya didn't have the slightest humility, because he didn't know how to be humble. You don't have to pretend to be cool here, let alone Sasuke, even Naruto will not lose to you. Naruto Uzumaki likes everyone's eyes to focus on him. Zzz, some slight breathing sounds suddenly sounded from Uzumaki Naruto's side, and the other 9 newcomers looked over at once. What left them speechless was that Lu Hao didn't know where to turn into a hammock, and he was lying there sleeping like no one. After the past, the serene look seemed to make people hot. Hey, I suggest you newcomers are better to be quiet. Don't you know that you are very attractive now? Are you here to travel? Finally, when the pharmacist's pocket appeared, this kid was very capable of pretending. He was obviously capable of being an elite, but he was able to pretend to be like a ninja. The talent for acting was at the level of the Oscar actor on Earth. Who are you again, don't you think it's great? Ino was indeed New 13, and she was the first to challenge her. Chapter 52, Written exams show their magic. Although Ino's words are sharper, the pharmacist pocket is indeed a pharmacist pocket. The means of undercover in attracting people in the world is very remarkable, and it can be compared to some high-level politicians. In a few words, I continued to dissolve the bad impression of Zhu Xiaoqiang and others about him. They even positioned themselves as the senior brother, and at the same time took this opportunity to take out the ninja card. This was a battle between the two sides from the beginning. Zhang has become a brother-in-law, and I have to say that the medicine master is really good. It's no wonder that in the original book, his 3-sided undercover can live so nourishing, and his master is dead, he can live more and more wonderfully. After some explanations from the pharmacist's pocket, Zhu Xiaoqiang understood from a blank sheet of paper from the beginning that this time the Zhongnin exam was not so simple, not only the contest between ninjas was a contest between nations. Then your ninja cards have detailed personal information. Although Sasuke Uchiha doesn't think that the pharmacist who has failed the exam 4 times has any abilities, he still has a glimmer of hope to see how he compares. Having lived for so many years, he should know a lot better than himself, and he could see that the pharmacist is very good at collecting information. Has anyone aroused your interest? Yakoshido knows that Uchiha Sasuke will soon become a container for Osaki pills, so he is more polite to him, and he is a man who can wear a hypocritical smile anytime people, except those who really know him, will be deceived by his hypocritical smile. Yes. Sasuke Uchiha nodded and said. The ninja card I collected is not completely complete, but you still have information about you people. Tell me about their characteristics. Sarah Ninja Village, Gaara, Li Luo, and the one who is sleeping. He deliberately said that Lu Hao didn't know Lu Hao, but that he wanted to take this opportunity to see if the card in pharmacist's pocket was real. If you wait for a moment to say that Lu Hao's information is different from what you know, then it proves that the pharmacist lied to himself. I have to say that Suzuki Uchiha is actually very smart. The pharmacist dug a hole invisibly. Sarin Village Gara is a newcomer just like you, but he has completed a B-level mission, and he has not suffered a single injury so far. Li Luk, Xiaoren, who is 1 year older than you, did not take the Zhong Ninju exam last year. This year I came here. Physical skills are very good. I believe it is stronger than the previous year, but illusion and ninjutsu are just average. Up. The pharmacist said quietly. What about him? Suzuki Uchiha was shocked. The C-level mission had killed them all. Gara actually completed the B-level mission without getting hurt. It's true or false? The last one is called Lu Hao. In fact, you should know better than me, but you still have what you want. Who is Yakuza? Of course the undercover agent is very careful. It is so easy to be fooled by Suzuki Uchiha's tricks, but he also knows that he doesn't believe Suzuki Uchiha if he doesn't say it, and it's nothing good. Concealed, he could even inquire Konoha's secrets, let alone Lu Hao. Lu Hao, you are in the same class as the newcomer. The tasks completed are also very ordinary, but he is the newcomer king among all of your newcomers. It is rumored that he is a super genius. No matter what ninjutsu or physical skills, he only sees it once. It can learn immediately, even if it is used by the enemy in battle, he can learn it immediately after seeing it once and fight back. After Uchiha's help, he also knew that Yakushi's pocket did not lie, so the previous one is true, but those who don't know the inside story, such as other ninjas in Ninja Village, can't believe it. Looking at this sleeping Lu Hao, this evildoer, really so awesome? Furthermore, it is said that he even learned the famed stunt of Konoha's first technician in Kakashi-sama Kakashi, and learned it on his own after only seeing it once. That's an A-level super high-level secret, but this news it is an external rumors, and the true extent has not yet been determined. The last sentence of the pharmacist pocket changed the face of some ninjas who knew the power of Kakashi Chidori, and some people with ulterior motives did not dare to go up and provoke. Suzuki Uchiha is already convinced, so I really have to pay attention to Gara. He remembers Gara's eyes also have obvious murderous intent. This monster. Nara Shikamaru looked at Lu Hao and thought. He has an IQ of more than 200 and he knows a lot about his family background. Of course, he knows what Chidori is and knows a lot about Lu Hao. Soon several ninjas from Odanin village performed a scene with Yakushi like the original. Naruto Uzumaki also used his own means to attract everyone's hostility to him. Fortunately, the examiners also came in the end. Under deterrence, Odanin village's stamina was suppressed, and at the same time he returned to his seat. That examinee, if you don't want to take the exam, you can leave. Marino Ibiki was speechless when seeing Lu Hao still sleeping. If it weren't for Konoha's future seed ninja, he would have passed it with a punch. Didn't I sit here? Lu Hao's voice came from the seat, which surprised the ninjas present, including the examiner, because they didn't know when Lu Hao sat in the seat. Why did you come here? Just now. Could it be the afterimage, not the shadow clone? Ibizai was taken aback, and she was astonished as she was overwhelmed. Maybe no one besides him really saw what Lu Hao was. Mobile. That's good, I will shock these people with ulterior motives. That's right, Lu Hao deliberately did this to give all the examinees present to give a good start. He didn't want to be in the death forest during the second exam. Heap ninjas come to assassinate themselves. Although he is not afraid, he does not want to be troublesome. In this weak and strong ninja world, he wants to solve unnecessary troubles, saying that Rikian Rang is not enough. The only way is to beat them with a fist bigger than them. Fear, deterrence can achieve one's goals. Everything in the next step was developed in an orderly manner, just like the original. In the written test, everyone showed their magical powers. Every cheating person used his own means to cheat, and Lu Hao knew that this test was not only for collecting information. Beyond the ability is to test courage. The first ones are redundant, and the latter one is the most important one. Therefore, after he got the test paper, he just went to sleep without looking at it. But he has to keep the most vigorous energy to face the battle of Ashimaru. Know him. It's not a third-rate guy who is facing, but Dashimaru. Even if Ashimaru's soul is mutilated due to many times of turning around, the resistance to some more powerful illusions has been greatly reduced, but there is no illusion cultivation level of Uchiha Itachi that cannot cause Ashimaru to cause illusion damage, so Lu Hao didn't dare to be careless. Chapter 53, Captive Hinata. Is this kid really as good as Kakashi said? Then if it is true, he should be able to answer every question correctly based on his theoretical knowledge. Why does he seem to be downhearted not to take the exam, etc.? Marino Ibuxi suddenly noticed Lu Hao's inadvertently raising his head to look at his eyes, and that look made Ibuxi feel completely seen through. Does he see through the purpose of this exam? No, it's good. Later, let me see if you are really that amazing. Ibuxi found that Lu Hao had a strong interest in himself and couldn't wait to think about it. The 10th question is about to be announced. Lu Hao, what's the matter with you? If you can't, you can look at me. Hyuga Hinata, who was sitting next to Lu Hao, saw that Lu Hao actually slept here and thought he would not, so he was very worried and asked with concern. Hinata is very concerned about this man who has brought him endless joy and sadness, and helpless heart and ears to satisfaction and comfort since he was a child. Hinata, in fact, you don't have to do so hard. The purpose of this test is not the answer to the question and the score, as long as you sit here quietly until the end. Lu Hao lifted one eyelid and looked. He turned to Hinata Hyuga and said softly. Ah! Hyuga Hinata, who has always been a good girl, didn't expect Lu Hao to say such things, but thought that Lu Hao had never done anything unsure about it, but he was getting further and further away from Lu Hao, the strength difference. She didn't want to be like this, so she, who had always been very well behaved and weak, made a move that surprised Lu Hao and was happy at the same time. I believe in you. Hyuga Hinata flushed, but insisted on not letting him pass out. He said word by word. He actually put down the pen like Lu Hao but did not lie down on the table to sleep like Lu Hao. Instead, looking at Lu Hao quietly, those watery eyes that were as pure as Shui Wuiba gave Lu Hao a sense of crime. It's just that Lu Hao didn't know what Hinata had said in his heart. As long as it was you, I would definitely advance and retreat with you, but it doesn't matter if you know it or not, because Lu Hao didn't even talk about a love relationship. The guys who have been there have already seen what Hinata thinks about him. It seems that when I was a child, she had a great influence on her. She and Shui Wuiba were actually very similar. When they were young, they were very unhappy and hated not as new as they were new. They all just hope that someone can care about themselves and need themselves. They are the easiest person to satisfy, a little hour can make them happy and satisfied for a long time. Hinata, did you like me? Lu Hao didn't know why, but he actually said such a word in a wicked way. Yet. Hyuga Hinata yelled softly. His face was already slightly ruddy and turned into a small apple. It was so cute, but this time Hinata might also think it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Actually forcibly resisted not letting my eyes faint, forcibly resisted the shyness in my heart, stared at Lu Hao with a pair of water-filled eyes, his mouth was slightly opened, but he said half a word, apparently keeping himself from fainting. The past is already the limit. Little apple is still so easy to be shy. Actually, I understand. Go and walk after the exam. Lu Hao found that a sharp-spoken self did not hesitate when facing love, but he didn't know what to say. Great. Yet. Hearing this, Hinata suddenly felt joy from the sky, as if a big pie was about to hit her head, and there was a roar in her heart, leaving only one thought, Lu Hao used to like me too, and then turned his eyes again. Can't help lying on the table and fainted. I used to think it was fake for Hinata to faint at every turn. It turned out to be true. I am usually so shy. When facing the person I like, I will be shy and become like this. Not to mention Lu Hao for a beautiful, cute but innocent girl like Hinata, as long as it is not a man with a physical problem, she will like it. Let alone get along with Hyaga Hinata for more than 6 years, it can be said that Lu Hao, who grew up together almost as a childhood sweetheart, is the first to know a girl in this world besides Bauma, and is also the first friends. Whether it's the understanding of Hinata from the anime or the personal understanding of her for so many years, Lu Hao feels that if there is a woman like Hinata to be her own girlfriend, it is definitely a good choice. Be careful, gentle, innocent, and caring for others. It's just as gentle as water that is a rare person who can be a good wife at first sight. After 45 minutes have passed and all the waste is gone, then it is time to ask the 10th question, but before I want to explain, if you can't answer the question this time, then you will have to endure it in your life. If you feel that you are not confident, you can leave and wait for the next year to not meet me. Marino Ibuki showed a cold smile, and the gruesome scars on his face really scared many people away. Naruto Uzumaki's unexpected performance made many candidates dispel the sense of fear and let Marino Ibuki know that he couldn't do anything. Some unsound minds were sent away. The 10th question is, for all the candidates here, I declare that you have all passed the exam this time. Marino Ibuki's words made everyone present except Hinata, who had passed out, and Lu Hao, who had been prepared early in the morning, not the slightest change, and immediately looked ecstatic. And Marino Ibis had been paying attention to Lu Hao secretly, and found that Lu Hao's expression had not changed at all from the beginning to the end, especially when Ibis looked at Lu Hao. Lu Hao unexpectedly returned a meaningful look in his eyes. It even made Ibis sure that Lu Hao had seen through his purpose from the beginning. Sure enough, it is as good as Kakashi said. Everyone is drunk and he is alone. I hope you will perform so well in the exam later. Ibis sneered inwardly, but looked forward to Lu Hao's performance very much. Drink a sweet drink came from outside the window at this time, the glass was broken, and a hot figure dressed in a seductive fishnet costume with a lusty figure, Matere Red Bean, broke into the window, worried that others would not recognize her, hanging up a large piece of cloth to introduce himself. You can ask your shinin teacher for the place and time of the assembly. Matere Adzuki Bean was dismantled by Marino Ibuki. It was also a bit embarrassing, especially the examinees present could only say embarrassingly, and then came. Go and leave in a hurry. Chapter 54, Dead Forest. The next day, according to the location and time learned by Heiji Kakashi, Lu Hao and others came to the assembly place in the Death Forest early and found that the place was already full of students. Matere Adzuki explained that the number of people was there. Everything in the Death Forest. Ashimaru, is it finally here? In the Death Forest, Lu Hao looked at this man with a tall figure standing in front of him with an umbrella in front of him, but always giving people a deadly cold feeling. I thought to myself, a pair of eyes had already opened to become Urguyu. In the face of Ashimaru, even if she knew that Oshimaru would not kill himself, Lu Hao had to use the strongest strength to fight against him. He would use the pressure that Oshimaru brought to him, in the battle of the shadow-level powerhouse. Let yourself be baptized and let your writing round eyes evolve again. This should be the book you want from the earth, because you are holding the book from the heavens. Okay, now you are starting to break free from the book from the heavens and the earth, but you are fighting for your life. Dashimaru dug out his eyes, revealing his coldness. Snake pupil without a trace of emotion. Blade of killing intent. Dashimaru said in his heart. All of a sudden, apart from Naruto Uzumaki who is not here, everyone present, including Lu Hao, felt a substantive and terrifying murderous aura. At the same time, Lu Hao only felt that he was looking at him. What was there was the scene of his tragic death, and his body trembled involuntarily, and a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. It's a murderous illusion that allows me to see my death, but it's useless to me. This panic was fleeting, but after disappearing, it was replaced by a clear light, chakra radiating from the whole body. Riding the wheel, I turned around and cracked the illusion. Oh! It seems that there is nothing wrong with the information in the pocket. Konoha really has an extraordinary genius. It is so good at a young age. If you were born in the war years, you would already be a great existence, but you is it the same as stated in the real information, no matter what ninjutsu and physique, you can instantly learn and use it once you see it. Originally, Ashimaru, who was only interested in Uchiha Sasuke, was very interested in Lu Hao, who broke out of the illusion in such a short time and cracked his own illusion, and couldn't help but give it a try. Good strength, I can actually crack my illusion. Da Shiwan habitually licked her lips, and said that Da Shiwan bit her finger and stroked her arm, and a thick giant snake had appeared out of thin air. Let me see what you are capable of. Da Shiwan thought. The big snake under her feet roared like the heart of Da Shiwan, but its thick body grew at an astonishing speed, and the snake's mouth was madly biting towards Lu Hao. In the presence of the powerful snakes, they can only lower their heads in front of the dragons. The fire escapes the fire dragon flame bullets. Lu Hao stepped back, his hands turned into afterimages like lightning. Such an astonishing speed made Dashimaru attack Lu again. Hao looked at each other with admiration. The flames like the high-temperature breath of the dragon's breath burned on the giant snake at once. This move is a B-level fire escape technique, which can completely evaporate the water in a pond in an instant, especially Lu Hao's fire attribute nature. After the changes were added to it, the power was even more amazing, and the Ashimaru was a bit caught off guard, and could only hide behind and watch the giant snake burned into ashes. The nature changes, you little devil will actually change the nature. It seems that it is not necessarily false that you can learn Chidori once you watch it. Fortunately, I will force your strength out. Dashimaru also knew that Lu Hao learned about Chidori all at once, but he didn't believe it very much. After all, it was too ridiculous. But now that he saw Lu Hao's performance, he wanted to see if it was true. He found it more and more interesting. Now, maybe there will be an unexpected gain this time. Psychic art. Ashimaru summoned two giant snakes again, but this time did not attack Lu Hao, but instead attacked Uchiha Sasuke, who was struggling with pain, and Harano Sakura, who was still in fear. Damn, being with these guys is really a cumbersome. A trace of anger flashed in Lu Hao's eyes, and a figure quickly passed by when he was about to go to save people. The eyes of Naruto Uzumaki, who had turned into monsters, and fox eyes blocked them. Two big snakes, but the impact of these two big snakes still made him vomit blood. What are you doing, Sasuke? Are you scared? You are not the Sasuke I know, you are really a coward. Naruto Uzumaki gasped, obviously blocking the two giant snakes, and he was uncomfortable. Is this really Naruto? Sasuke Uchiha originally planned to let Lu Hao hand over the Book of Heaven, so that he wouldn't have to face this perversion, but he didn't expect to be laughed at by Naruto Uzumaki and used his words to laugh at Naruto Uzumaki before. Laugh at yourself. Oh? Nine-tailed chakra, so he should be the nine-tailed kid, haha, interesting. Ashimaru didn't want the power of nine-tailed to interfere with his plan, so he shot out his tongue and rolled Naruto Uzumaki all at once. Stand up. Did you even show the seal? Hey, the seal of the 5 elements. 5 characters of burning chakra appeared on the 5 fingers of Dashimaru, which are 5 characters of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and then once he pressed it on Naruto Uzumaki's stomach, he immediately made Naruto Uzumaki scream, and then he was thrown out and fell to the ground and passed out into a coma. Hey, your opponent is me, Lei Dun Chidori. Lu Hao wrote, staring at the Ashimaru, and suddenly spun, the whole person swiped like a sharp sword and shot it past, and rushed to the back of the Ashimaru. Chidori hit Dashyuan directly on the back. I actually learned Chidori? Is it true that the rumors are true? Dashimaru actually has a small problem, that is, a little bit of jealousy. It should be said that he is jealous of some more talented people. Now I see Lu Hunang using Chidori, then the rumors were true, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his heart. Great! Chidori hit him. Harano Sakura said happily. Is it really hit? Uchiha Sasuke fell into his memory because of Uzumaki Naruto's words. Uchiha Itaka's words made him live humble, and his writing wheel began to turn under a lot of stimulation, but just he was awakened by Harano Sakura's words when he evolved into a two-go jade with both eyes. At the same time, because he saw Lu Hao hit the dash yuan, the mood swings in his heart began to calm down, and the original rotation speed of the writing wheel began to slow down. Maybe he didn't know it, because Harano Sakura's unexpected sentence actually made him originally. The writing wheel that is about to evolve has stopped. When his writing wheel eyes stopped turning, the two Guyu Jade that was about to appear had disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by the same one, two Guyu Jade eyes, and one Guyu Jade eye. Chapter 55, Maru. Hehe, kid, you're really good. I didn't expect you to learn all of Kakashi's Chidori, but Chidori alone can't kill me. Shimaru's head turned 360 degrees, and the human skin on his face was also cracked by the bombardment of Chidori. Although a hole was opened in his stomach, he didn't care at all. Moving. Yuan opened her mouth wide, and a new Yuan slowly grew out of her mouth. The disgusting liquid was really chilling and disgusting to see. Isn't it? Harano Sakura was panicked, but Chidori was the strongest ninjutsu she had ever seen, and was hit by Chidori head-on to no avail? It's a perfect body, it's a pity, you don't have the blood limit, otherwise, your body is definitely more suitable for me than Uchiha Sasuke's body. Ashimaru's low and hoarse voice sounded. It's now, illusion tree-bound kill. Lu Hao knew that general ninjutsu, even A-level ninjutsu, may not be effective for Ashimaru, but illusion, especially the power of illusion blessed by Sharon Yan, will definitely bring unexpected gains. Especially when Shimaru stared into his eyes so closely, it definitely hit. Is this an illusion? It's useless to me. Ashimaru didn't care at all, letting the tree standing under his feet tie him up, even if Lu Hao appeared behind the tree and attacked him. Cares, but soon his face changed. Because he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his brain, he conditioned to open the illusion, and under the painful torture, Dashimaru did not keep her hands, the evil snake wrist exploded. Yuan flew inside the cuff. It shot a poisonous snake around Lu Hao's body for a few days, then suddenly exploded, and the smoke was filled. Lu Hao! Harano Sakura cried out worriedly, but she knew what she was capable of, and she would only be a disservice in the past. It was also at this moment that Harano Sakura realized that she was really useless, even more useless than Naruto Uzumaki. In fact, the biggest burden has always been her. It seemed that she would only drag Lu Hao every time. A stronger seed began to take root in her heart, and the gaze in her eyes changed, as if she was slowly fading away from her childish appearance and began to mature. I definitely don't want to be a burden. Harano Sakura resolutely scolded in her heart. Can you perform a mental attack on me? This kid's illusion is so strong. Shiwan looked at the center of the explosion with cold eyes, and couldn't help regretting why he was so heavy. It's okay to carry the container. The wind escape, the fire escape fire dragon flame bomb, the compound ninjutsu wind fire dragon dance. Lu Hao's voice did not appear from the center of the explosion, but from above the big snake pill. A flame-like storm immediately surrounded Ashimaru and burned wildly. At the same time, a fire dragon-shaped flame could be seen entwining Ashimaru's body. The art of fireball. Although Sasuke Uchiha didn't turn on Urgoyu here like the original, he didn't want to sit here without moving anything. He had already seen that Ashimaru was definitely not an ordinary ninja, than Kakashi. It's a lot stronger, so he doesn't care about any one-on-one, it's best to work together to save his life. It's useless. Dashimaru's entire body stretched out, turning into a human snake, and then spinning around. The flames covering him were dissipated by physical strength alone, and at the same time, it turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lu Hao. That speed is definitely much faster than the original story when Suzuki Uchiha was tested. My speed is definitely faster than you. Lu Hao is not afraid of the speed. Although Ashimaru is also very fast, he is not doing his best now. He is not trying to kill himself, so it is the speed that Ashimaru shows now. Generally shinobi may not be able to keep up. But he was not in vain after exercising for so long in the tenfold gravity chamber. The thunder attribute chakra stimulated his legs to increase his speed to the fastest speed, turning into a flash of lightning and the Ashimaru in a constant clash in mid-air. The two held kunao in one hand and the triangular army thorn in the other. They moved constantly at high speeds, constantly fighting each other, the impact of weapons, the sonic boom generated by high-speed movement, and the roar of force impacting constantly resounded in the death forest. Is this Lu Hao's strength? It should be his strongest strength now? It's so strong. It turns out that he has always hidden so much strength. Fortunately, I always thought I could surpass him. Suzuki Uchiha dazzledly watched as a white flash and a black shadow kept passing in front of his eyes, but he didn't say he kept up, he couldn't even see clearly. Let him, who has always thought he was right, couldn't help but show a trace of frustration in his heart. Is he really a genius? My genius is just a kind of irony in front of Lu Hao. What if I have a master in writing? It is not nothing in front of Lu Hao. Good boy, I actually hide such strength. The bigger the Ashimaru, the more frightened. Did this kid really grow up in a greenhouse like ninja study? It doesn't look like it at all. This strength is no longer inferior to the average Shangnan. Very well, this kind of body is fully qualified to be my back container. Da Shiwan has always done everything well. He will prepare a lot of back containers before every rebirth, so as not to have any accidents. After all, reincarnation. It's not a trivial matter. I want to give you a gift. Da Shiwan suddenly showed sharp snake teeth, but Lu Hao's expression changed. Seeing Da Shiwan rushing over, Lu Hao immediately knew what he wanted to do, but he didn't want anything. Curse imprint, that is something that infringes upon one's soul. Although you don't have to worry about chakras anymore with the curse seal, you have a huge chakra, but the price is that your soul will continue to erode. The soul is the root of human beings. Damage to your soul will not only affect your spiritual energy, but also let your resistance to illusions continue to weaken like Ashimaru, and it will weaken once you use it. Although the Shalo Union has a certain degree of restraint on the curse seal of the sky, as long as it is not used frequently, it will not be as easily corroded as other curse seal users, and the combination of the curse seal of the sky and the Sharalan can greatly increase the power. But thinking of the side effects of the curse imprint, he still feels that it is better not to be better. He believes more in the power that he has fully controlled by himself after hard training, rather than the power of the curse imprint that will make him a slave to power. Go away. Lu Hao was very anxious. The rotation speed of the writing wheel was increased to the extreme, because he wanted to see the movements of the Ashimaru clearly, and Ashimaru was about to use the heavenly curse imprint on himself, so he instantly increased the speed. Lu Hao can only stop with all his strength. Chapter 56, 1-minute battle. Chidori. Lu Hao resorted to Chidori again, using Chidori as his weapon, and the whole person turned into a high-speed rotating electric drill of the ground drilling vehicle, generally piercing the Ashimaru. Little devil, I said that Chidori alone cannot cause harm to me. You have to make my gift. Dashimaru sneered, and didn't dodge or avoid letting Lu Hao's Chidori hit him. He hit one wound at a time, and Dashawan's head stretched out like a snake body and turned to bite Lu Hao's neck. At that moment, it stretched too fast. I said no, get out of the way. Lu Hao wanted to take out his hand but found that Dashawan's body actually entangled him, so he could only open his eyes and watch Dashawan's head rush towards him. Hao was originally anxious, and his panicked face suddenly disappeared, because his body was tied and his right hand was also tied, but he still had a left hand. Squeak! The sound of chakra spinning at high speed suddenly sounded, causing Harano Sakura, who had already closed his eyes and couldn't bear to look, opened his eyes, but found that Lu Hao's left hand had a very dense chakra sphere that was spinning at high speed. Die! Lu Hao's left hand directly pushed toward Dashuan's head, and the sudden Helix Pill hit Dashuan directly. Helix Pill kept attacking Dashuan and turned Dashuan into a twist. He flew out and hit a big tree. Hey, hey! Lu Hao escaped, half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. This battle is the fiercest and most dangerous battle he has encountered so far, every second. They all hide endless murderous intent, and one mistake is doomed to success or failure. At the critical moment, Lu Hao can't hide it, so he resorted to Helix Pill. What kind of ninjutsu is that? It's so powerful, it seems to be at the same level as Chidori. Harano Sakura looked at Lu Hao's Helix Pill in surprise. Damn it, how many secrets does this guy have? I have already dispatched teacher Kakashi. Lu Hao's Chidori is the famous ninjutsu of Kakashi's teacher. This high-speed spinning sphere like a small typhoon is definitely not Kakashi. Teacher West knows. Where did he learn it? Did he develop it himself? How could it be possible? Sasuke Uchiha was in a state of confusion. He could not believe that Lu Hao would develop such a powerful ninjutsu. Fortunately, he had always been compared with Lu Hao, only to realize that he had not seen one of Lu Hao's secrets, and found that he was just a fool. It is not impossible for Lu Hao to develop this ninjutsu with the talent shown. Helix Pill, where did you learn it? Dashi Pill was hurt a bit, mainly because of carelessness and Lu Hao's mental arithmetic and unintentional circumstances. I developed it by myself based on the changes in the form of Chidori. Lu Hao did not lie. He did develop it by himself, because no one taught him. After seeing some explanations on Helix Pills in the Book of Seals, he finally finished it. The third step. This ninjutsu is Helix Maru? Has he seen it? Damn, why did he get all good things? As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have such a noble blood successor as the writing round eyes, why no one taught me? Sasuke Uchiha had already felt jealous of Lu Hao in his heart, as if he were actually jealous. What? Dashiwan looked at Lu Hao in surprise. He knew that there were not many people who knew Helix Pills, and there were none who would teach Lu Hao. Then the only explanation could only be what Lu Hao said. I want you more and more. In an instant, Dashiwan's eyes changed, looking at Lu Hao with a nearly greedy possessiveness, making Lu Hao's scalp numb. If a beautiful woman looks at herself with this look, it's okay, but it's really better to be watched by this dead ladyboy who is not male or female. It's really a pity, why your such a perfect body has no blood inheritance limit, otherwise I would rather not write round eyes and get your body, it's a pity. Dashimaru said regretfully. Do you want to get my body? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed drastically, and he looked at Ashimaru warily. He didn't expect this guy to have a purpose. No wonder, if there is no purpose, how could he have such a strong ability to take the Zongnin exam? It turned out to be for my own body. Why Sasuke, do you want power? Do you want power beyond Uchiha Itachi? I can give it to you. Oshimaru seduced. Who are you, how did you know Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly became extremely hideous, and his voice was full of murderous intent. My name is Dashimaru. As for how I know you, I will know it later. Now I will give you a gift and feel the power I give you. Ashimaru didn't want anyone to stop him this time, and moved faster and stretched his head to Sasuke Uchiha's neck, biting with sharp snake teeth before he could react. Ah! Sasuke Uchiha screamed while clutching his neck. You should leave this gift to yourself, or you can give it to a few more Sasuke. He is more suitable. I am not very interested in becoming a slave to power. His desire to gain power is suitable for people who always want to get something for nothing. Lu Hao pointed to Sasuke, but he was right. Sasuke Uchiha was willing to become a slave of power only when he felt the power of the curse seal. He defected when he wanted more powerful power. He did it for his own benefit. You too. Da Shiwan looked at Lu Hao angrily. How could this kid be so shrewd? Cut, don't think that you are better than me and you can give it to me. Although I can't beat you, it won't be so easy if you want to catch me alive. Although I don't know who you are, I want to come here sneakily with your strength. I don't want Konoha's people to find you. The only explanation is that you are Konoha's rebellious and cannot attract Konoha's attention. If the battle between me and you continues to expand and attracts the attention of interested people, what will I do with you? Lu Hao was not worried at all. Instead, he continued to fight with the Ashi pill. Although he spent a lot of chakra after using 2 Chidori and 1 Helix pill, he didn't want to let go of such an opportunity. Although it was very dangerous, crisis, danger always comes with opportunities, so you must grasp it yourself. Your eyes tell me that you will not do this. You are not a stable person. Thinking that the intent to fight in your eyes tells me that you still want me to fight, because you want to use the pressure I bring you to make your own strength. Is it stronger? Hehe, you are the smartest kid I have ever seen, so let's make a deal. Don't you really want to see my strength? I think you should be able to see that I have retained my strength up to now. For 1 minute, if you can survive a minute, I will leave directly. If you can't make it, then you have no choice but to accept the gift obediently. Chapter 57, A Race Against Time. Dashimaru didn't know why he was a little jealous of Lu Hao's genius, but he found it more interesting, so he decided to play Lu Hao a bit. In his opinion, he is a little more serious. It is easy to beat Lu Hao in 1 minute. That's why Dashimaru said that. He said this only because he had 100% confidence in himself, but Dashimaru didn't know exactly what it was. Because his temporary decision led him to regret for life. Really? Lu Hao suddenly beamed his eyes, staring at Da Shiwan with scorching eyes. The burning heat in his eyes made Da Shiwan a little bit overwhelmed, and he couldn't help wondering if this kid had a special tendency in that respect. My Oshimaru's reputation is good in the ninja world. Oshimaru is boasting here again. The cold-blooded viper can trust that Saos can climb the tree, but Lu Hao doesn't care about the big deal. Then he will expose another trump card. In that case, let's continue. Lu Hao took out a detonating talisman, knotted a seal on it, and placed it next to Uchiha Sasuke. Remember, you only have 1 minute. If you dare to mess around for more than 1 minute, I will immediately detonate the detonation talisman. I think you really want to get the writing round eyes, Uchiha Itachi. You can't get it, so you can only choose Akibo Sasuke. As long as you dare to mess around, I will let you lose the chance to get the Shulanyan forever. Lu Hao's methods of being cruel to the enemy and even more cruel to his own people caused Oshimaru to palpitate. Is this really a ninja trained by the ninjutsu school that he looks down on and has never experienced the flames of war? Can actually make such a backhand? Sakura, if you don't want to be involved, then you can run away now. You can escape as far as possible. It doesn't matter if you give up this exam. Lu Hao looked at Harano Sakura, who was trembling with fright, but his eyes were firm. He knew that the things Harano Sakura had gone through once were no longer as naive as before. At least he learned to distinguish right from wrong, not the same as the original one. Stupid, it's always Sasuke and Sasuke's, but he still decided to give Harano Sakura a chance for her to choose. We are in the same class. How can we retreat? I know my strength can't help you at all, but I can do it together. I will never be so lazy in the future. I will try my best to practice. Harano Sakura added another sentence in her heart. If there is something to come, she actually walked to the detonating talisman after speaking. Obviously, if something happens, she chooses to die together. In this way, even Dashimaru will be able to face the demeanor of death with this vase. Harano Sakura looked at each other with admiration, let alone Lu Hao, who had never liked Haruno Sakura much. Yes, if I were the same age as Haruno Sakura, they would be so naive, maybe not as good as her. I'm also a traverser, so I'm a bit more mature, but Haruno Sakura is just a 12-year-old girl. If she behaves too maturely, it would be too enchanting. Of course, there will be a naive side. Maybe I have been demanding too much of her. In fact, she has worked very hard and has surpassed the average 12-year-old girl. Lu Hao self-examined his mental age, and his eyes changed when he looked at Haruno Sakura again. And Haruno Sakura also found that Lu Hao's gaze at her had changed. Instead of disliking the same as before, it turned into recognition. Haruno Sakura was extremely happy, and at the same time she became more determined about her choice. I must have grown up. Lu Hao, I will never be the same as before. Hey, kid, I didn't kill you. There is no need to make it seem like a goodbye to life and death. After a minute, even if you are defeated at most, you just accept a gift from me. Don't be so nervous to die. Maybe you will be grateful then. I may also. Haruno Sakura's face flushed with Ashimaru's ridiculous voice, but Lu Hao's face was calm, and his face was not weak. Come on then. Lu Hao took the lead in opening the distance between the two after he finished speaking. The body structure of Dashuan is really weird. The software transformation made Dashuan's body too powerful, and it stretched too fast in an instant. Even if he relied on the predictions of the Wheel Eyes, plus he had exercised in the tenfold gravity chamber for a long time to resist, otherwise it would be dangerous. He actually ate the Liang pill in the morning so that he could get supplies for the chakra he had consumed too much. After a long delay, chakra has recovered a lot, but he can't drag it any longer, or he can get replenishment. The experience of Dashuan, an old river and lake, definitely saw an unusual flaw. Zwalunian, I hope you don't let me down. This time I am unsuccessful and I will become benevolent. Lu Hao decided to fight this time, so he brought out one of the mysteries he discovered, and he found that Zwalunian was evolving. When the chakra in his body will continue to pour in. So after several experiments, he found that he poured chakra into the Shulanyan in the usual battles, allowing Shulanyan to exert more power than he can currently possess in a short time, that is to say, the ability to be overloaded and lasting for a long time. It's not long, and it will be weak for a while, but it can only fight. If you rely solely on your current strength, Urguyu's Shalyuanyan will not be able to fight against Dashimaru at all. Ashimaru, take it, the technique of water escape and water dragon bullets. Lu Hao crossed his hands to seal the seal, while retreating at a high speed while forming the seal. Seeing the Ashimaru rushing towards him at an extraordinary speed, he immediately disappeared. A ferocious, powerful water dragon slammed into Dashuan. Too long bullet. Dashipil released a dragon slaying without looking, and defeated the water dragon at once. At the same time, the earth dragon slammed into Lu Hao unabated. I saw it. Lu Hao frantically poured chakra into the chakra eyes. At a certain point, Urguya chakra eyes would stop absorbing after Lu Hao's chakras, and at the same time chakra eyes would be too. Exert abilities beyond normal. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb. Lu Hao turned over and made a move ahead of time. He was just ahead of the earth dragon and left his previous position. It seemed to outsiders that it was luck, but Dashuan saw a hint of it, as if Lu Hao is stronger than before. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb. Where would Dashimaru give Lu Hao a chance to dodge? After all, if he couldn't clean up Lu Hao in 1 minute, then he would be too embarrassed. A veteran movie level was actually played by a ninja ghost. It's not good, although the strength of this little devil is not to endure. Chi chi chi. The two flames collided in mid-air, and they were both flames. Therefore, we can only see whose chakra is stronger and whose ninjutsu is stronger. Obviously, after a confrontation, the flame of Ashimaru will give Lu Hao's flame to Lu Hao. Assimilated. Chapter 58, Bloom, Rachel. Where to go, shark shadow snake hand. Shiwan's right hand suddenly stretched out like a venomous snake out of a hole, and at the same time it shot dozens of venomous snakes and bite towards Lu Hao. Spiral pill. Since Shi Pill has said the name of this technique, he doesn't need to pretend that he doesn't know the name. He roars very imposingly, and pushes out all the oncoming venomous snakes with his left hand. Of course, it also extinguished the flames behind the poisonous snake. Sorry, kid, the battle is over. At this moment, Dashawan's voice came from Lu Hao's back, and Lu Hao already felt that Dashawan's sharp teeth were about to touch his neck. I saw you. Lu Hao's riding wheel eyes kept turning almost all the time. Originally, Lu Hao had already let the riding wheel eyes exert a power that they couldn't normally do at this time, plus such high load use. The danger of blood succession boundary is even greater. But Lu Hao can't manage that much anymore. As long as he can survive for a minute, everything can be resolved at that time, and it will take a few days to rest. Chidori. The chirpy chirping of birds heralded the appearance of Chidori. Lu Hao rolled over and kicked Ashimaru's body away, and at the same time, the whole person turned into a thunder light and hit Ashimaru's body. I was worried that Dashimaru would once again be the same as before, regardless of the body's entanglement and restraint, so Lu Hao could increase the power of Chidori to the maximum and pass his whole person and Chidori through Ashimaru's body. Passing through his body, the monster named Ashimaru must have been injured by this moment. Harano Sakura took Kunao and watched everything around her vigilantly while watching the battle between Lu Hao and Ashimaru. Haha. It's just that the shot Ashimaru just laughed, turned into a snake with a pop, and then fell to the ground and died. Oh, when? Lu Hao's face quickly shrank, and his pupils kept looking around, but his body that had just passed through the dashi pill was in the air without a point. Little devil, you thought I didn't realize that your strength suddenly seemed to be faster than before. I can see through my actions and resist. It's really amazing. If I didn't see your eyes with my own eyes, I would have nothing but ordinary eyes. I can't help but wonder if you are the owner of Shaolunyan. The sound of Ashimaru came from below Lu Hao. When Lu Hao lowered his head to look, he found that Ashimaru had summoned a giant snake and slammed into him with great strength. Puff! Lu Hao was hit by a huge force, and he felt that his internal organs were all shifted, and he vomited blood from the sky, but he couldn't fall down. With the tenacious will cultivated through boring exercises, he stared at the Dashuan. Never be distracted, regardless of body injury. It's over, the hidden shadow has more snake hands. The big snake pill appeared beside Lu Hao in the midair like a ghost. More venomous snakes wrapped around Lu Hao's body than before, and the sharp fangs pierced all of a sudden. Inside Lu Hao's body. Ah! Lu Hao cried out in pain, but took a breath, condensed a spiral pill in the air without a point of borrowing, and hit the dashi pill. Bo! Dashimaru was hit but turned into a piece of wood. He didn't know where he went. Lu Hao took this opportunity to land, but he felt a trance, as if his will was getting weaker and weaker. Give up, kid, there are still 20 seconds, but although the toxins in your body are not fatal, they will make you faint. You can't beat me. Dashimaru looked at Lu Hao very admiringly. Suzuki Uchiha had nothing to attract him except the riding round eyes, but all of Lu Hao's performance up to now has made him amazed. This is really a good seed, but it's a pity. Born in Konoha, if he was born in Otanin village, his Ashimaru could not help being accepted as an apprentice. Don't think about it, haha, Dashuan, since there are 20 seconds left, let's play a little bigger. Lu Hao took out the three-sided army thorn and swiped it lightly on his right hand, causing a not deep or shallow wound. My weapon has a very peculiar ability. Although it has no other use other than stabs, it has a powerful bleeding ability. As long as it is pierced too much for more than 1 centimeter, it is basically dangerous. It is very dangerous to bleed. Death, although the wound is not deep, but if I don't care about him, I will lose too much blood and die in about a minute at this rate. Let's kill him. Lu Hao's riding wheel is full of madness. He is forced. He will never allow himself to be imprinted by the curse of the sky, otherwise he will be in danger, and he remembers that the potential of human beings will be gained under the pressure of death. So under the pressure of Ashimaru, coupled with the threat of death, he believes he can go further. This kid, are you crazy? De Shiwan's eyes flashed with horror. I didn't expect someone to be so crazy. Put my strongest move, Lei Dun Lei Che. Lu Hao shouted at the last letter, and a circle of lightning surrounded him appeared under his feet. This circle of lightning suddenly shot out countless electric snakes coincidentally. Condensed on Lu Hao's right hand into a more powerful thunderball than Chidori. Originally, the chaotic chirping of birds in the time of Chidori turned into a chirping when it arrived at Richi. The sound was very neat and loud. It seemed that after being educated and commanded, it is generally not the same as Chidori's time. Thousands of birds kept singing, and now it is a neat, loud, and consistent singing of birds. This is Kakashi's Rachel, you actually. Dashimaru looked a little ugly. He vaguely guessed that Lu Hao would never use Rachel a second ago. Under his own pressure, he successfully released Rachel. You guessed right, Ashimaru, I am really grateful to you. I have never known how to change the nature and shape of the Chidori collection. Now I have done it. To show my gratitude to you, I will send this one. Give you. Lu Hao's scarlet riding wheel eyes are full of madness and murderousness that can't be concealed, and the speed that can't be faster at the limit seems to be slowly increasing. Humph, did you think it was my strongest strength just now? As long as you are bitten by a poisonous snake, you can only release one move at most. After this move, you can no longer attack, kid, let you see you how big is the gap between me and you, as long as I think your Rachel will not be able to hit it. De Shiwan was not as exciting as Lu Hao's crazy excitement. In his opinion, Lu Hao's body was his own, so he treated his body like this, so he should be taught a lesson. Really? Then you can hide from me and see, bloom, my Rachel. Chapter 59, 3 Guyu Jade retreats from the enemy. The shining thunder and lightning flickered by Lu Hao's side. As Lu Hao ran, Lu Hao turned into a blazing thunder and lightning. Harano Sakura below only felt a flower in front of her. Lu Hao had already hit Lei Qi on Yuan. Inside the body. Is Richi stronger than Chidori? Chidori is an A-level profound meaning, so isn't Richi an S-level? Harano Sakura was surprised again and again. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao actually used a more powerful ninjutsu at a critical moment, so there was also a glimmer of hope in her heart. Haha, kid, you lost. Yuan slowly turned into a pile of mud, and then Yuan appeared from the branch under her feet like a python, stretching and twisting around Lu Hao, and said with a slight triumph. No, you lost. Lu Hao said, but it wasn't the Lu Hao who was entangled in De Shiwan, but the Lu Hao behind De Shiwan. Spiral pill. De Shiwan felt that a spiral force came from behind, causing his body to be sucked involuntarily, and then twisted and spun from the tree to the ground like a twist, and was entangled by him at the same time. Lu Hobo's sound turned into a cloud of smoke. 1 minute has passed. Lu Hao sat on the ground, panting heavily. He felt that his eyelids were very heavy, but the pain from his arm made him look at De Shiwan instead of fainting. If Lu Hao takes off his contact lenses, people will see that his riding wheel eyes have changed from 2 Guyu to 3. Under the threat of death, the pressure of Yuan, and Lu Hao's unwillingness and madness 1 second before Lu Hao held Likey and rushed towards the Yuan, the eyes of the riding wheel turned over speed, and a Guyu grew out of each of the eyes on both sides. Therefore, he also saw the flow of Osamaru Chakra, and saw through the soil clone of Osamaru, so he blocked his sight with the shining thunder among the electric light flint, and separated a clone standing behind him. After letting the shadow clone use Richi, I hit directly on the side through the lightning of Richi's clone, and waited for Osamaru to appear and catch his shadow clone before he appeared a helix pill to end the battle. Of course the so-called end 1 minute has passed. Haha, okay, kid, I didn't expect that you could actually see that I used the Earth clone, and you still used Rachel to attract me, making me think that you are betting everything in this trick. In fact you are indeed scattered out of my attention, you are hiding on the side, waiting for an opportunity to act. Shiwan laughed. People who didn't know were really happy for him, but Lu Hao saw a trace of hideous murder in his eyes. Obviously, Lu Hao's talent had already made him feel jealous. Acceptance, this is just the Lord Yuan. You let me. Lu Hao was so clever that he gave Yuan a step, otherwise who knows if Yuan will find himself desperately because of his face. You're fine. Dashimaru took a deep look at Lu Hao. He didn't expect that his idea of killing Lu Hao or forcibly giving Lu Hao a curse was seen through by Lu Hao and gave him a step ahead of time. Plus he was worried that Lu Hao would really destroy Uchiha Sasuke's body desperately. At that time, Konoha noticed that it was a small matter, but without the writing wheel, I couldn't find Uchiha attack it to avenge the matter. In the end, Ashimaru slowly merged into the ground and left after taking a look at Lu Hao. He had a chance. Anyway, he will stay in Konoha for a while. At that time, I was observing Lu Hao carefully and adjusting everything about him. He didn't believe that Lu Hao could escape his palm, so he let Lu Hao be happy for a few more days, and appeared when Lu Hao relaxed his vigilance. At that time, I did not violate the faith, I had already left, and the Ashimaru who was holding this thought slowly left. It's so painful, it feels so good for the triangular army to stabbing people before, but now it's so painful to be stabbed. Lu Hao quickly blocked the remaining chakra at the wound to prevent the wound from bleeding. If it is on the earth, even if the wound is very shallow, but after so long, even a powerful warrior may have died, but this world is no longer in the normal human world, the energy of chakra can completely save lives and even heal wounds. Healing. Lu Hao used the most basic medical ninjutsu he had secretly learned from Konoha Hospital to the wound in the thorn of the Sanlang army. It was also the simplest medical ninjutsu. Soon Lu Hao's wounds. It has been healed, but the body consumes a lot of chakras, and the sequelae caused by excessive use of the writing wheel is here. Snapped. You used to take care of me. This time I will take care of you. Harano Sakura held Lu Hao, who was about to fall, and took Lu Hao into a relatively secret cave, putting Lu Hao down very carefully. As for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the two hapless guys lay there long ago and fell asleep. I played hard there, you two are happy. Lu Hao said weakly, but he completely forgot that he was working so hard not to protect them, but to become stronger, and at the same time to make the writing wheel. Eyes evolve, otherwise, the life and death of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha will depend on him. Sakura, take out what's in my pocket. Lu Hao laboriously lifted the belt of his left trousers with his right finger. Is this? Xiao Sakura quickly helped Lu Hao to take it out, but the target was a test tube filled with crystal clear green liquid. That's right. Lu Hao drank the liquid in the test tube under the service of Harano Sakura. In fact, this is the super nutrient solution invented by Bauma. After drinking it, it can quickly regain physical strength and spirit. It can also make wounds heal faster, and can detoxify and replenish blood. At the same time, drinking this can completely stop eating for 2 days. There is enough nutrition to provide the body. It was invented so that it can be used after Lu Hao was injured. This is not a potion, but a nutrient solution, so it has no side effects. The venomous snakes in Yuan are not deadly toxins, they are just fainting, but Lu Hao doesn't want to leave any hidden dangers. In addition, it's dangerous here. He must recover quickly and drink such a precious super nutrient solution. You know that it took Bauma so many years to invent the 4. The materials needed are too scarce. You can buy these materials without money. It can be said that there is no market, and the technical requirements are very complicated. Processing, therefore not the most critical situation, Lu Hao is reluctant to drink. After Lu Hao finished drinking, he couldn't help being tired and losing too much blood and lay on the ground to sleep. Harano Sakura was busy taking care of Lu Hao. Although Lu Hao's body had no wounds, Harano Sakura was still very sick. Worried about not daring to sleep at all. Chapter 60, Goodbye Lu Xiaoqiang. Fortunately, it might be because of Lu Hao's existence. Dashimaru didn't know how much Lu Hao still had or how long he could support after he left, so he didn't send the Yunnan trio like the original. After all, if Lu Hao still had some strength enough to take the life of the Odanin trio, it would be better to stay as a sacrifice for herself than to let the Odanin trio come and die. Facts proved that Dashawan's decision was very wise. After drinking Lu Hao's super nutrient solution, Lu Hao had already woke up at dawn, and his pale complexion turned ruddy, although it would take some time before he returned to his peak. However, at least 70% of the strength in the heyday can be exerted, which is enough to sweep the death forest, and self-protection is more than enough. Moreover, according to Lu Hao's recovery speed, he could fully recover before tonight. He lost too much blood and was injured again. In addition, the chakra was overexhausted, the physical energy was overexhausted, and the blood limit was overused, and so on. Xiaxia was able to fully recover within a day, and it was really scary to say it. It's no wonder why Bauma always told Lu Hao not to drink it in a critical situation. It's so useful and precious. The release of such a super nutrient solution will definitely allow countless ninjas to come out even if they are strong. I have to say that Lu Hao really transferred the precious items robbed, and his greatest fortune since his transfer was to meet Bauma. Everyone, since you are here, don't hide on the side. Lu Hao's voice sounded in this wood. As for Harano Ying taking care of herself all night, she fell asleep long after she woke up. Rustle. Suddenly a few shadows flew out of the woods, and there were as many as 6. These 6 people were the group of Hyaganiji and the Pig Deer Dai trio. Lu Hao, what's the matter with you? Ino walked over and saw the 3 of Sakura who were sleeping behind Lu Hao. Her gaze was on Sakura, and her usual rivalry was no longer in her eyes. Instead, there is only pure worry. Obviously, the friendship between them was only temporarily hidden because of their victoriousness. Once the need arises, the veil that covers the friendship between them will fall off. Yesterday, a man named Oshimaru attacked us. Although he was wearing Odanin's forehead, I can be sure that his strength surpasses any of our Konoha, even if it is compared to the 3 generations of Hokage. Yield. Lu Hao's words greatly changed the expressions of the 6 people present. As the pig, deer, and butterfly trio, Shikamaru, who knows the most, and is also the calmest and most wise, uttered the words Dashimaru as if thinking of something, and his pupils shrank rapidly. Lu Hao, did you mean that Dashyuan has pale skin like paper, giving people a very gloomy feeling? There are also a pair of snake-like pupils, right? Lu Hao said everything behind Kamaru. It seems that you are really unlucky, and at the same time very lucky. He is Konoha's S-rank rebel, the personal disciple of the past 3 generations of Naruto masters. He has made many achievements for Konoha, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Lang Jun Dashyuan, it is really good luck that you can survive when you meet him. Shikamaru's words made other Xiaoqiang who didn't believe in the strength of Dashimaru immediately believe it, especially Ino and Dingji, who are also in the pig, deer, and butterfly trio. The 3 of them are closely related to each other. Listen to Shikamaru. With that said, of course I think of the person Oshimaru. It's really lucky. I made a breakthrough and beat him in the end. Lu Hao sighed, completely unaware of the impact his words had brought to the 6 small strong in front of him. Actually, Lu Hao is just an exaggeration. Although Dashyuan ran away, he didn't fight, but walked by himself. However, Lu Hao did win in a battle within 1 minute, and it can be regarded as winning in a certain way. Oshimaru, you won't have the strength of Hokage. Ino looked up and down Lu Hao incredulously. Don't be stupid, no matter how genius I am, it is impossible for me to have the strength of the Naruto level so quickly. What can be called a shadow is not just a certain aspect that can be called a shadow with the strength of the shadow level. Rather, it requires ninjutsu, physique, and illusion to reach the shadow level in order to be called Naruto. Water shadow, earth shadow, wind shadow, and Raikage 4 also mean this. The general shadow level powerhouse and the 5 great ninjas. There is a big gap between the shadows of the village. Ordinary shadow level powerhouses are only illusions, physical skills, and ninjutsu, which have reached the shadow level, while the shadows of the 5 ninja villages are not like this level of strength. Lu Hao said irritably, and at the same time, it made Hyuga Ningji breathe a sigh of relief. He still wanted to challenge Lu Hao. If Lu Hao had the Naruto level strength, he wouldn't have to challenge him. It would be uncomfortable to challenge himself if this is the case. Capacity. This is strength, this feeling is really good. Just when Lu Hao was about to tell the battle between himself and Ashimaru, a strange sound rang out in the cave, and I saw a kid with tadpole writing all over his body. Po Suzuki watched his hands slowly come out. Hey! Wake up! How am I satisfied with the power that Yuan gave you? Haha, how does it feel to be a slave to power? Lu Hao realized that he was right. Uchiha Sasuke's heart had been completely distorted and degenerate. At the same time, he could not bear the temptation of power. The curse mark had begun to erode his body and mind. And even his soul. He is just a force now. Slaves rather than masters of power. Ashimaru? Where is Ashimaru? Uchiha was so silly that he wanted to use the power of Ashimaru's curse seal to fight Ashimaru. It seems that this guy is completely confused by the power of the curse seal now. When you come, everyone is dead. Yuan was beaten away by Lu Hao long ago. Before Lu Hao could explain, Ino had already said it for himself. Fight! Uchiha Sasuke's originally muddy head suddenly cleared, thinking that he just wanted to use the power that Ashimaru gave him to fight with Ashimaru. Is it really an idiot? And thinking of Yuan's powerful strength, suddenly left a cold sweat. He can be sure that the strength displayed by Ashimaru before is definitely not his real power, and when he heard that Lu Hao actually beat the Ashimaru, which gave him such a powerful force, he looked at Lu Hao in horror. In addition to looking for Yuan to fight, I wanted to use this force to find Lu Hao to show his shame. Now that Lu Hao actually beat Yuan, the fighting spirit in his heart was immediately extinguished by a basin of cold water. Want to fight with me? Haha, if you were the previous one, you still have the qualifications to challenge me, but now yours is not even qualified to challenge. This has nothing to do with your strength. The people present are in control of their own strength. Master, this has nothing to do with their strength. At least they are masters, and power is only controlled by the master, but now you are just a slave to power, and people like you are not qualified for my fight.